Boys, good day. Another Dusty not getting Thanos snapped because the NDA is back. Sad. Sad day. It's a sad day. I'm gonna make you guys look at the black screen, the entire stream.
Farm him, reaped. Dead. Fucking idiot.
You're the idiot. Maybe if I just sit here, like, on a black screen, sad all day, Steven will see, and then he'll be like, all right, well, let's take the NDA down again today. Like, there's a chance. We all just have to sit here, and we all have to cry very loud together. Black screen poggers? That's what I'm saying. Like, I could just write on the screen, like, please lift NDA, and then everything would be perfect. Everything would be phenomenal. We'd be so up, never down. Unfortunately, there you go. There's a VOD. I got no other news for you. Mick B, thank you for the 85-day streak, dude. Leon the first in chat today, yet again. Ultra, RIP the points. Snake, RIP the points. Kirito, what up, dog? Have you had a chance to check the patch notes? Because patch notes go crazy. I got very eepy because I worked very hard today. And then I took a quick nap, and then I woke up and I checked the patch notes and stuff. I'm excited. I'm excited, dog. Trying to figure out if the quest is bugged or I am stupid. What if those are not mutually exclusive? McB, coming in hot with the 5-piece McNuggie to start the day. McB, thank you so much, dude. Kirito picking one up. Koth, Trinati, fan of beer and Wellman. McB, thank you, dude. I appreciate that. The big 5 gifties. You got the bit badge. You got the gifty badge. Oh my god. Oh my god. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much. Can I let you down next phase? I'm not putting you in my goddamn group next phase. The fuck you mean? The fuck you mean? Z, what up? Good morning. Did you have fun with the event yesterday? I had an absolute blast yesterday. No swaps for Dusty? I don't need your fucking swaps. I'll swap right back. I'll fucking reflect that shit. I'll reflect that. I did? Good. Oh, my partner, I'm screaming. I mean, you effectively won the tournament. That was as much a tournament for you guys playing dice as it was for, like, us dueling. It was just don't die in 3 minutes and then hope you get the right rolls. You guys clutched that up. That was Wicked 2. Wicked 2 was actually really good. Honestly, like, it was really solid. I had fun. It was a drive to the theater. It was a drive from the theater. We got back at, like, just before 2, and then had a little snack, and then watched a Moist Critical video, and then I passed the fuck out. I had to wake up a little earlier today because I gotta do Steven interview prep. I got too much shit that I gotta get done. We gotta get YouTube videos out. We gotta get Steven interview prep done because that's coming up soon. We must have it all. We must have everything situated. And there is not a lot of time, if I'm being completely real, but that's perfectly okay. So I woke up a little earlier, got some prep done. I just have like a list of every question that pops into my head. Just like, you know, in my phone. And I'm just going to go through all of those. You got an interview with Steven? Yeah, I'll elaborate a little more on it a little later on. It's kind of a funny story, though. I wasn't prepared at all. So after the interview, I'll go into some more detail. It was kind of a spur of the moment thing where I was just like, oh shit, yeah, I guess. So yeah, super excited. But I always said if I did a Steven interview, it would be at a time when there were not a lot of other interviews. And there was a lot of information that needed to go out. And it just lined up that he happened to be free around the time that I'm always free. But, around a time where there's not a lot of information going out and we could potentially get some good info going out. So it's going to be a very conversational interview. We're going to have some like Ash's system stuff, but I'm going to be real. We can figure out Ash's system stuff from a dev in the Discord at any time. I have way heavier questions than that I'm looking to ask. And I want to get some like inner workings of Steven's mind type questions. Because I feel like we haven't really had that recently. And we're going to get a lot of just like straight picking his brain. You know how the Renkai is out-ish. I need them to fix the whole second hair color thing. Want those gray side streaks in my orc's hair. Wait, what's wrong with the second hair color? Bro, I know I play this game a lot, Leon, but like, you have to elaborate more than they gotta fix the second hair color thing, dog. I don't know every bug. Hold on. Channeling character creator recall. Renkai, yes. Hairstyle 1? No. Hairstyle 2. Okay, yes. What percentage on the titty slider are you, Leon? Yes, there is a bug indeed. I don't know all of them. What's the bug with it, dog? Fuck, I need to spend some time in the character creator today. You know what? My game just came up. My game literally just finished updating. We're truly up tremendous. If I can figure it out as a 22k quest that we do right after Road to Jova. What's the quest? Is it interacting with the gravestones in the right order? Because there's an island with a big flesh golem. Not like an island. There's a place with a big flesh golem that you interact with, like a big aberrant. And then you interact with the aberrant gives you a quest. And then once the ab gives you the quest, you interact with like the gravestones in the right order. Giant threat, no golems, minnows. Ew, that's the one where you have to interact with the stones. And then once you interact with all of the stones, then you have to follow up with another quest. What's the follow-up to interacting with like the hints of the presence or whatever, right? Giant quest is like a hint to the presence. Okay, maybe I do know slightly too much. Nin Moin, how are you, my friend? I hope you're having a beautiful day. We got a big ol' leveling patch today. And I'm really curious about what some of these changes are about to say. Right now I'm at 8 out of 9 on the stones. Can't find the last one. Did you check the big one in the water? Because there are the ones that are like on the island itself, that little circle area. And then there's one in the water, like big blue glowing pylon. Off the northwest side, like west-northwest side of that island, I think. If I'm just spitballing this off memory and it's right, I hate myself, bro. I'm gonna be completely honest. In peanut butter tortillas. I've told Carla before, peanut butter and jelly just wrapped into a flour tortilla is a very legitimate meal option. It's like a portable PB&J. It's an Uncrustable with less bread. I've always felt as though tortillas do not get the respect that they deserve. Because, like, let's just be completely honest. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Bro, you have a peanut butter sandwich that you can now carry around way easier than a peanut butter sandwich. And unless something goes terribly wrong or you rolled that bitch like an absolute degenerate, there's no shot in hell that, like, anything comes out of it. So it's not like you're going to take a bite and then have peanut butter poop in your hand. Peanut butter tortillas, fuck. Peanut butter and jelly tortillas, fuck. Peanut butter and fluff tortillas, fuck less. Peanut butter and fluff tortillas are too roof of mouth sticky. A little bit too much. I eat them taco style. You're lazy and I'm concerned. Yo, Dr. Frankenball, what up, dude? How's the game today? We got some patch notes to peep. I'm just logging in for the first time today. I had to do a little bit of stuff for prep with the, to prep for the Steven interview. So trying to do, oh my God, my in-game sound's on. Oh, fuck. I just got so scared. Oh shit, dude. I haven't had my in-game sound on in so long. I heard something in my left ear and I was like, what the fuck? What in the goddamn hell? Anyways, got that one relogged and was able to interact with my last one. Okay, I heard from somebody that was like a 20-minute chain previously. Wrap it like a burrito and slap it on the pan. Wait, why? Why slap it on the pan? Like hot? Peanut butter and jelly? No. No, I refuse. Ligma balls, not happening. I'm gonna be completely honest. No. No, you're not doing that. You're not doing that. I'm gonna be completely real. I'm not approving that. Leon, I will approve a lot. But I'm not approving that, dog. Absolutely fucking not. That is 1,000% cooked. You would have to sell me way too heavily on that. All right, cool. PTR's full wiped. We're up tremendous. I got my settings turned back down from cinematic. All right, what you talking about, Leon? Renkai with like the second hair color? Bro, what the fuck you mean? Head, hair color. Wait, hair base color. Oh, like the secondary color? You fucking goober. You fucking goober. Nin, the 95-day streak, brother. If you lose that before 100, that's gonna be a tough sell. It's gonna be a tough sell. Yo, Keith, what up, my boy? It's going well. We have early game testing to look forward to today. I'm making my character right now, getting into the world, and then we're gonna peep up some patchy notes because they have changed quite a few things with leveling, which is going to be really, really interesting to see how it all pans out. So, join me, if you will, on a journey through our latest set of patches. Yeah. Because we have some longer patches today. Some longer patches. So, what we're looking at, oh god, is first things first, an incoming flashbang. 3, 2, 1, flash out. Welcome. Update notes. This is for today. Artisanship related things. Over 500 artisanship gear, consumables, cooking, caravan parts, and other recipes have been reviewed and updated for consistency with adjustments to both amounts and material types required. Massive, massive, massive recipe look. Should hopefully make it make more sense. Processing stations no longer require fuel. A huge quality of life update to all of my processors. You no longer have to worry about having the additional wood. You don't have to go that extra step with all the extra steps. You're good. You can now perform any processing operation without spending resources to fuel the transaction. Massive. Fuel is whatever. Yup. Fuel was whatever. It was an inconvenience. It neither added nor subtracted anything. It was just a slight meh. But this is a nice little quality of life thing. And at the end of the day, it stops people from having to hold on to and farm up some common wood, especially for larger jobs. Reduced the prices of crafting and processing reagents. This is a W for most people, especially early on. Now, once people established in the server, I don't necessarily know that this is a huge thing in the long term. I mean, higher tier, higher rarity ones are expensive, but also people had so much money last server, but that was also related to dupes. So I don't really know what to expect. Is fuel just for testing or gone for good? Everything is just for testing, but also could be gone for good, if that makes sense. Like, it is all just for testing right now, but any of these changes could make it through to live. It's not a guarantee that they will make it through to live, but they could make it through. You know what I mean? Also, Sourcap Strad, what up, my boys? Wouldn't mind fuel if it took from my bank. Crafting from bank is interesting because it's like, it's this huge quality of life for crafting, especially for larger jobs as we continue to scale up the, you know, the amount of materials that are required. It is kind of valid. Now, it would also devalue a lot of the like, oh, I'm running to craft something right now. Like making a timber. I mean, I just think some of the late game recipes could genuinely result in someone walking around with like 2.5 inventories full of gear at this current pace. Or not gear, but materials. Although bag accommodations are going to go up too. So maybe it won't be that bad. I really want to see what Master and Grandmaster bags are going to look like, because those are going to be a huge change up to like every part of Gathering, honestly. How long people can stay out on Gathering runs, how many materials people can ferry place to place. God damn it, I want more of the game. Chat, do you think we could just get them to boost us up to level 50 instead of 25? And then just like put the rest of the game in instead of all these like, you know, patches on the way. Like, what if we just got them to like finish everything? I don't think I'd be too wrong in asking that. If only, I mean, literally just have them finish the game. Yeah, just get all the rest of it. Fuel no longer necessary. Such a small change, but such a quality of life change. Yo, see. Thank you for the 11 months of the T3, Mr. Sparkly Banana. I appreciate you. Much love, much love. Dude, it's a nice quality of life change. I am 3 patch notes in. We got over 500 artisanship gear, consumable cooking caravan parts, and other recipes. That is fucking huge. Processing stations no longer requiring fuel. Also a large quality of life. Like, this is something where it's not the end of the world. Scape, what up, dude? It's not the end of the world, but it is nice to not have to worry about, right? If I had to go get fuel, I wouldn't care. I'd still go do it. But it's an extra, like, it's an extra step that didn't really do anything. Everybody was just chopping down a couple larch and then calling it good at common for fuel. And honestly, later in the server, most people were using uncommon and rare. Like, I don't think it's that necessary. I definitely agree with that. Scaper, what you getting up to today, dude? Are you testing the anvils again? Because this seems like it's a large levely patch for the boys. Took us a second. Wait. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. I'll peep after the patches. I see a change I love. Wait, Meta, what you see? Always testing the anvils. 07 soldier. It makes sense for like level 40 or level 50 cross, but that's far as fuck away. Yeah. No, absolutely. I was thinking though with level 40 and 50 stuff, it's like we might also have larger bags at that point, so that won't be too bad of a thing. I was blind. Oh, word. It's like, what the fuck? Second sword got nuked? No, that would nuke so many quests. Oh my god. Good. I'm glad it's still there. Tools can be crafted from any biome. Check your destinies. I want to peep the excuse me. I want to peep the destiny stuff. That's the thing too. Okay. Recipes for apprentice and journeyman tools have been modified so they can be crafted with ingredients from any biome. Oh, Nin. Word. Okay, cool. Thank you. Nin's reading ahead of the class. Bo. All right, this is great. Another huge quality of life change. Another thing that just makes sense. So, apprentice and journeyman tools are going to just show as... Let me check in the weaponsmithing tab. We'll go... Pickaxe. Oh, it also shows what's, like, required for it. Okay, cool. So, it says requires apprentice certification. Journeyman mining pick. Says dried ash boards. Copper ingots and tin fragments. Is that really easy to come across? 10 dried ash boards, 10 copper ingots, and 3 tin fragments? That is really easy to come across, right? Slag breakers is 6 dried ash boards, 5 copper ingots, and 1 glittering steel ingots. And then a breaching pickaxe, which is spoils and qual, albeit worse than slag breakers, is 6 dried ash boards, 5 copper ingots, 1 glittering steel as well. Interesting. Fupo! How are you, friend? Well, keep in mind, this is for journeyman. This is the journeyman pickaxe. Tools are so easy to craft. Yeah, this is nice quality of life. Now, do we know... Is it going to allow us at the table to craft with the other ingredients? Because it just says by default dried ash boards in the UI right now. But yeah, it's 10 dried ash boards, which you need journeyman lumber milling for the dried ash boards. 10 copper ingots, and then 3 tin fragments. And then it's a 25 silver cost. Tools were a bit of a pain in the ass and a big hurdle for crafting. And I like the approach they're taking by increasing the accessibility to the baseline tools while still making the higher end tools impactful and more expensive. I also noticed that they went the route in the Destinies tab. Oh, wait. Ooh, they added backgrounds. Oh, cool. Wow. It's no longer a flashbang for the Destinies tab. That's awesome. So I did also notice under the Gathering tab of the Destinies tab, the 8 piece of that is a Gatherer's tool chest. While that's only novice right now, it says raise 1 or more gathering skill. Oh, sorry. The apprentice tier gathering is just a quest in there. We will presumably have apprentice gathering, journeyman gathering, you know, master, grandmaster, so on. Planendorf defeated once again. We must hold the op down. If Planendorf is sad, then we are all happy. Yes, I feed off of it. I need it, Fupo. It's my lifeblood. It's literally my energy. Anytime Planendorf goes to work happy, I feel defeated when I wake up that day. Yes. But so, basically, I would expect the gathering destiny trees to also, upon completion, I don't know what this tool chest is because I haven't done this yet, but for anybody that has completed this, let me know what's coming out of this, because if the 8-piece gathering reward is every tool at that baseline, that's going to be absolutely massive. That's just huge. The accessibility to tools, I think, is great. The accessibility to tools early for players is also great. I liked the econ around high rarity tools, but it also felt like low rarity tools were a hurdle, not just because of the biome thing, but like low rarity tools also weren't really worth crafting because of the processing and the crafting cost on it. So I hope that side is addressed too. One page slash bug since this, since I'm just gonna make the 11th. Yes. As long, Fubo, as people keep slash bugging things, every single time someone slash bugs something, 11th is good. It's +1 for the 11th. And everything that we can find on the way can lead to, I mean, shit, we still got over 2 weeks left. Patches just like this that are going to be very positive patches for new players coming in. This is huge quality of life, and we're 4 patch notes in. 4 patch notes in, and it's quality of life. We are so ungodly up. Also, Emu, we got fucked. They closed our gaps. They weren't happy about our gaps. We're gonna have to find a new crate route, dog. But we carry on, we soldier on. How much trouble would we get in if we ran crates underground? Cause like, I'm still running the crate. Anyone could also come underground and kill me. It's just they don't know where to access the underground. It's the same thing as like running it through the mountains, right? I feel as though if I find a tunnel and I utilize that tunnel to transport goods, that's not an exploit that's smart. Emo, you want to run some crates on live? We'll start the server off with a bang. Running crates underground is 100% exploit. Well, hear me out. What if I stream it so it's not an exploit but educational content? No. What if I'm educating people? And what if I also have adversaries underground? So that way it's not like an exploit because other people are then contesting me for it. Because then it's not free. Like, it's only an exploit if I make it out completely for free. I'm sure Intrepid would reward you with a smite. Well, see, then it's not exploiting because then they can come kill me. If I was exploiting, then they wouldn't be able to kill me. I'm simply within the world. Next game is a good one. I'm not under the world yet. Yet, with a crate on my back. Okay, wait, so hear me out. Hear me out. Underground with crate on my back. Fun exploration. Underground with crate on my back. Immediate death. I feel like there's a scale that we could adjust this on. I feel like it's maybe like underground with crate on back. Maybe not bad. Turning in crate after being underground with crate on back. Maybe bad. But what if I were to transport the crate underground because I was being held against my will? Dr. Frankenbob holding me against my will, dropping the 20-piece McNugget. Oh my god. Dr. Frankenbob, thank you so much, brother. You are insane. And I appreciate that insanity. We got McB with the 5 gifties at the start of stream. We got Dr. Frankenbob with the 20. Anon coming in with the 10. I'm being held against my will. Oh my fucking god. Oh, you guys are absurd. Thank you guys. I love and appreciate y'all so much. I don't know who your financial advisors are, but they're going to be pissed at you when they see your credit card statements. Anon has been responsible lately, but Frankenbob's gonna get a stern talking to from his financial advisor. Zoppington, what up, my dude? Zop's getting the people gifted. Hello, Zop. Dr. Frankenbob, thank you so much for the 20. Anon, thank you for the 10. McB came in with 5 gifties like 20 minutes ago. Seat came in with the 11 months on the T3. Boys, it's a beautiful day. We got some beautiful patchies going out. Also, what if, gun to my head, someone's like, Dusty, transport the fucking crate. And I'm like on stream, like crying, and I'm like, oh no, man, I really don't want to do this. Hoofsy with the 5, and we got the choo-choo hype train on the tracks. Oh my god. Wait, confirmed Anon is not Hoofsy, by the way, chat. This debunks the Anon is Hoofsy theory. Anon is somebody other than Hoofsy, because it takes 3 individual people to spawn in a hype train. Also, we have a level 7 hype train at the start of stream. The level of the hype train is greater than the lines of patch notes that I have read in about 25 minutes of patch note reading. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. You are all absolutely insane. If you haven't had a sub force fed to you and you're in chat this early, check your primers, but probably everybody here just got absolutely body slammed with a gifty. Dr. Frankenbob, McB, Anon, Hoofsy, I appreciate you guys so much. So, 4 patch notes in. 4 patch notes in. This is very good. RAM prices will be going up more through the next year. Wait, I heard about that. Is RAM insanely expensive? Pap. Coming in with the T1. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much. Who dodged a sub? I don't know if anybody dodged a sub at this point. Hold on. There's always a really easy way that I can tell who has subs and who doesn't. Oh wait, no. It's running an ad right now. All right, I was gonna run a 3-minute ad, but there's already a 3-minute ad running. Ari, oh my god, with another 3. Anon coming in with 1 more cilantro party. Oh my god, it's raining. I need a goddamn umbrella. Thank you guys. I don't even know what I did, bro. I took a little nap today because I was working hard on Steven interview prep and it was racking my brain, bro. I got overwhelmed a couple times. Like, the most frustrating thing about it is you come up with so many good questions just like in your head that are like these fleeting thoughts, and then you go to sit down and like just cook a few questions and a few like, you know, a few ideas. And then the writer's block hits and you're just like, fuck. That's been my journey the past few days since I've been prepping for the interview stuff. Dude, it's been stressful because I don't want to ask just dumb, meaningless questions. Like, I want to ask questions that are going to have meaning and be referenced years from now over the course of this development. Who gives a shit about, well, when are secondaries coming? For the 800th time. I don't fucking care. Secondaries will come when secondaries come. I'm using this interview to get actual information out about this project and about the people that are behind this project that people will reference for a very long time, that will be honest conversational information. And I really look forward to that. I really, really look forward to that. I think it's just going to be a blast, dude. And I hope that I can pull it off in a meaningful way. You're making more money than me right now. Listen, I did not command the people to do anything. The people did it themselves. And whenever I command it, it doesn't happen. I got a donut? I don't have a donut. So I think you're actually up tremendous. I think you're blessed. Are you downloading still? No, I'm in still. I'm just going over patches probably until the cows come home today. Yes. I did not get a donut, which is slightly sad. When's the interview? Yo, Grandpa, it's gonna be, yo, Grandpa. That's weird to say. My grandfather died a little while ago. Anyways, Jesus Christ. The interview is gonna be the first week of December. So, that'll be nice. That'll be very nice. You're making money? Yeah, Carla's getting clams consistently. Carla's on that hourly grind, and then I'm out here just panhandling and hoping people slap me with a stack of bills. And for anybody that wants to, I'm right here. I'm right here. Yo, Apollo, what up, dude? How are you? Dusty cry. Where'd that come from? Huh. Yo. What's up, daily Dusty viewer that takes time out of your day to come here? I don't know, man. I don't know. Record your fight? Yeah, it's all in the VOD. I had one of like 3 actual kills in that entire tourney, which was fucking awesome. Big shout out to Intrepid for stacking the bracket to put me against a summoner so I could get a kill. Oh, poor summoner. Poor summoner. Dude, I like 4-shotted the fucking healing minion. I 4-shotted that thing. It was nice. And then everything other than that was death rolls. I'm gonna be real. Like, the fights were good, but nobody died was the big thing. I think that was it. I create an LLC and hire you as a contractor and pay you my checks, and then you have a lot higher income. Wouldn't that get double taxed, though? I feel like that would be like... I feel like that would be like 80% taxed. Like, the US government is essentially running my mitigation build on your income at that point. Not if I'm a nonprofit. Would I have to be homeless then? Would I be homeless? Dusty, do you ban people just because they don't agree with the AOC payment method? No, I time people out when they're being fucking weird, though. No, people are willing to agree or disagree with whatever the fuck they want. But when people expect me to change things on the, like, Ash's side, and then people puff out their chests in chat, I will absolutely time a motherfucker out for being weird. People are willing, are welcome to agree or disagree with whatever they like, and I'm always very communicative that I'm actually a huge advocate for people to not play Ashes until they're fully ready to hop in. But anybody that comes into chat with weird vibes will get timed out, and if they come into chat with weird vibes twice, then they'll get banned. Ban me just because I was saying paying subs makes no sense? No, I timed you out because you were being a fucking freak, because you were spouting off, and I will show you your spout off that got you timed out. Because you kept saying, prove me wrong, this isn't gonna work, it's not gonna work, and I said, it's not my job to determine if it's going to work or not, but you sat here and kept saying, prove me wrong, and then every time you've come into this chat for months now, you have been challenging the monetization of this game as an annoying chatter, and you get timed out not because you have your viewpoints, but because you present them in an annoying, whiny, bitchy way. And instead of expecting what is actually going to happen, you come here and expect me to change those things time after time after time. And you ask me, is it a normal phenomenon, instead of just presenting, hey, Dusty, I don't like this form of monetization, and that's okay. But you're asking me, is it normal? This isn't a game. You're getting multiple years of access to the playtesting development for the $100, and that goes down in 2 weeks to $50. You come in with very weird questions that are meant to not actually ask opinions, but they are more meant to try to devalue the state of Ashes and you basically push your thoughts on other people. After you pay 100, you also pay a sub. So you don't even know what you're talking about because there's no sub cost after the $100, you fucking goon. You don't know what you're even talking about. You don't play the game and you don't understand. So on December 11th, it's $50 for the remainder of playtesting. That's what you're getting into is the development process. There is no sub until the game actually launches, and if you don't want to hop into playtesting and development, then you have no box cost, no DLC cost, and only a $15 a month sub, and that does not kick in until the game launches. So there are two separate options for you. You can hop into development for the one-time cost, or you can wait out development until the game launches, and then there will be a $15 a month sub, but there is no sub during that period where your payment gets you in and covers you for the development process. Those are the two separate costs. So you can pay for development, and then you can pay your sub when the game launches and it's an actual game, or you can pay what is essentially a heavily discounted sub to access the game in development. Again, $50 or $42.50 over the course of the remainder of development likely breaks down to, I'm gonna be real, a couple dollars a month with how much development's left. So there is nothing that says you have to pay the development cost if you don't want to. There's nothing that says you have to play a $15 a month sub game. But again, I'm not the one that determines the pricing. I just relay it. I personally have no problem with it. You'll say is $100 for a game a normal phenomenon. I paid $100 to play Path of Exile for a couple of weeks. So see, 5 months after release, when it'll go $50, buy to play, no sub. See, this is why you get timeouts in chats and why people don't like you, Zerushio. Because whenever somebody disagrees with you, you don't actually say, this is understandable, you have your opinion, I have mine. You take shots at Ashes and you say, that's what it's worth, guffaw. What games have you developed, Zerushio? What are your actual credentials? I see you've been on Twitch for a while. You've been in my chat since, God, 3 months ago now. Challenging the pricing of this game. I don't develop, I play. Okay, so how do you, as a player, determine the worth of Ashes of Creation as a game in its full form when you're not the creator of it? That doesn't see the price in, price out, server cost, server maintenance. Their monetization is set for their monetization for a reason. Like, it is the price point that it is because of very calculated cost, like benefit analyses, if you will. Analyses. And they very much have an idea of what they want their long-term monetization to be. And I do not think that going to chats, guffawing your chest out, challenging what the monetization always is the way to be. Ash is not worth a sub. No MMORPG at the moment is worth a sub at the moment. Maybe WoW. If you're a broke boy, just say so. If you're worried about a $15 a month sub to have unlimited access to a game, then that's on you, dog. Like, I live in the state of Maine where I could go grab bottles off the side of the road for 5 cents a piece and turn them back in. If I grabbed 20 bottles every other day, I could pay the Ashes of Creation sub on launch. I'm going to be completely honest. 5 cents a bottle, I could walk around the streets that have cars going on them, and I could pick up 20 bottles every other day, and that would pay my Ashes of Creation sub on launch. If you don't think that's worth it, then that's on you. I'm going to be honest. But it's all personal worth. If you don't think the pack that was fucking $10,000 was worth it back in the day for Ashes, that's on you. I'm too broke to get that pack, so it wasn't worth it to me. If you're too broke for a $15 a month sub, then a sub's not going to be for you. Like, that's just the baseline of it. It's a matter of if it's worth it for you, and if it's not worth it for you, then that's not worth it for you. If it's worth it for me, then it's worth it for me. If it's worth it for Hoofsy or Panda or anybody else, then it's worth it for them. Worth is all relative, dog. Some people buy $280 an ounce weed. I buy $100 an ounce mid-weed because it still smokes the same to me. Like, some people just spend their money on what they want to, and they don't pocket watch other people. And I would recommend, Zerushio, to not try to pocket watch other people. Nobody will pay subs for Ashes, but okay. Very weird of you to know the entire state of the gaming community to say nobody will pay for Ashes. I feel as though that's very strange. Hubsy says he likes money and then literally throws money away, just sets money on fire. Love you, Hubsy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. You guys are fucking killing it today. I appreciate y'all. I sense a feel of greed and it will eventually get dumped like New World just because not everyone will get a Ferrari / mount. Wait, what? You're saying it'll get dumbed down like New World because not everybody will get a Ferrari / mount? Wait, Zerushio, let me get this straight. Oh, Ferrari a month. Just because not everyone involved will get a Ferrari a month. Who's getting a Ferrari a month for being involved? Wait, what? I'm still very confused. No one will be handed a Ferrari a month. Wait, what? Is he on Fent? I think he's actually on Fent. I'm so What do you mean? Buy to play will work for a while still. I sense a feel of greed. Sorry, greed! And it will eventually get dumbed like New World. AOC smells greed. Brother, I promise you, you cannot smell anything except for what's directly around you, and the only thing in that room that you're typing from is yourself, because I can promise nobody else wants to be around you. The only thing that you're smelling is you, and I would highly recommend taking a shower and taking some time away from Ashes if you really don't like it that much. You wanna know what's crazy? I'm not paying for Aeon 2 because I didn't want to. I'm not playing Where Winds Meet because I didn't want to. I don't have a WoW sub because I don't want to play WoW. There are ways that people can decide to spend their money, and there are also ways that people can decide to spend their time. And like, I'm gonna be completely honest. You're choosing to spend your time getting clowned by an entire community because you're unhappy with the monetization of Ashes. And I'm gonna be real, if you don't like the monetization of it, then just don't play. Like, that's my very simple synopsis. I wish that I could maybe hand adjust the price point for you, but dog, I can't. I don't know what you expect me to be as like a miracle worker, but like, I don't have that power. So I understand that you don't like it, but you also got to understand I can't do anything about it other than make fun of you every time you come in and you're like, well, Dusty, what the hell? Can't wait to come back with the bill when Ashes goes by to play. Why are you so confident that Ashes goes by to play? And like, why do you support buy to play as a one-time box cost over an ongoing sub for a live service? Like, I'll give you the floor to articulate your thoughts, but why do you think that buy to play is the route? It might fail even as a buy to play. So, Zerushio, I'm gonna save you some trouble here. And I'm just going to hopefully usher you out of a scene that you're clearly not happy to be in. And I'm going to hopefully usher you into the light of checking out some other content for a little bit. Guild Wars 2 TNL, all better alternatives, and those all have streams that you could be in right now, so I'm gonna help you get there, dog. Oh, 7 place. Zerushio, I wish you luck, but brother, I don't think Ashes of Creation is for you. And I have no problem telling people that. And I have no problem telling people that I think there would be many better fits for them, both community-wise and game-wise. And I feel as though you are not somebody that is really fit for the Ashes scene. It seems like your mentality is more that of a deterministic, I know everything doomer, where, I'm gonna be honest, we don't really know what's gonna happen. And I'm not here to say that Ashes will absolutely succeed or pump numbers as a live service. And that's as a daily content creator. You're here saying Ashes will absolutely fail as someone that can't even articulate why you think it will fail, and you probably don't even play the game. And you've been here for months articulating that you think everything will fail without ever being able to articulate why you think it will fail. And people are welcome to have their own opinions on things. But if your opinion is consistently unchanged, this is all going to fail over the course of 3+ months, then brother, just stop thinking about it. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, you're letting ashes occupy space in your head rent-free for free. I left New World when I was streaming it full time and paying my bills off it because I didn't like it. Just food for thought. If I can leave a game that I don't like while it's paying all of my bills, you too can leave a game that you don't like if you're playing it for free. I know that's crazy. Don't let sunken cost fallacy get to you. There are other games out there. There are. Do you know it's even pay to win? It's pay to stay remotely competitive. Bro, I heard money was being dumped in TNL scenes. All right, well, that was a cool little diversion. Anyways. Bro, I swear to God, I gave this dude a 10-minute yesterday, too, for just, like, being a goober. Because, like, he comes in, and yesterday, he's like... Also, keep in mind, he's been shitting on Ashes for so long. And, like, he comes in, and he asks if it'll work, and then he keeps challenging the pricing. And then he's saying buy to play in 2026. And then keeps saying only WoW works as a sub MMO and nothing else works. And then he's just like puffing out his chest, dude. Oh my God. Please, if you come in with an opinion in chat, bro, just don't puff out your chest. Because I will puff out my chest right back. And the difference is I can ban you and I will be able to keep talking. Like, just for your own interest, don't. I wouldn't recommend it. TNL wasn't even that bad a game. Just wasn't it in the end. There were so many parts of so many MMOs that have been like valid MMOs recently that have just been missing something along the way. Like carrot cake being eaten warm. That's heinous activity. Heinous activity. Actual heinous activity. Thoughts on patch notes from today? We are 4 lines in and it's already a huge banger. Bangers across the board, if I'm being completely honest. Isn't 14 also a sub? Yes, 14 is also a sub. And the only reason 14 was able to survive all that time was very likely because it was sub-based. Yes. SMV2R worked well as a sub game for a long time. It still has some players. They've been milking that game for years. Like, my question for people like that are just like, man, nothing sub-based is gonna work right now because in the MMO scene, nothing sub-based is working. Man, nothing's working in the MMO scene. Like, I'm gonna be completely honest. People don't care about the money in games. Just quick side tangent. Hold on. Let's see. Is this where I go for it? Let's see. I would like to see... There was a really good website that I found that had a lot of mobile game revenue, but I don't remember exactly where it was. They had a lot of information about like mobile games. And like the mobile game industry is... Let's see. The mobile game market size was estimated at $139.38 billion in 2024 and is estimated to reach $256.19 billion by 2030. And these are very shallow games that have very, very little actual content in them a lot of the time, other than gacha mechanics. People don't fucking care about money in games. People will pay a $15 a month sub. People will pay the $60 box cost, $80 box cost, $100 box cost. People will pay for a collector's edition if it's a title that they're like passionate about. Bruh, like I don't understand that. Worth is so different depending on like who you go player to player. Yo, Ganja, Clue, what up boys? A little disappointed no TTK changes today, maybe this week. Yeah, I'm sure they're evaluating data on it. I also think that like regarding the 1v1 tourney, bro, everybody just want mitigation builds. I think we definitely need to see some mitigation stuff get tweaked, right? And some sustain build get tweaked. But yo, Silos, what up, dude? I do definitely hope that they got some really good information out of the 1v1 tourney, though, because that's That was some interesting footage. I hope that they at least got cool looking fights from it. Like, I would assume me fighting a rogue looked cinematic as fuck, because that was like a very movie thing. Winnie Penn, I think we need less mitigation, which then would lower the power of sustain. I also think Penn should come back in to some extent, and I think that essentially nuking some of the crit chance and adding that to power scaling and Penn scaling would be nice. Lowering mitigation a little bit would also be nice. But if you're adding Penn, dropping mitigation, you have to be careful, because that's a twofold approach where you're, you know, nerfing one, buffing the other that directly impact each other. And as a result, it could swing really quickly. So there are many ways, because they have like an antagonist and protagonist for every single ability, right? Or every single stat. So they can really scale it however they want to, but I'm hoping they got some good data on like what was mitigating so much damage, what a lot of people were running. Not sure it's Mytho. I think it's the way current classes scale with the current stats, more to say. Everything's empowered by Mytho. Like, Inner Fire is empowered because we're taking so little damage because of Mitt. Mitt seems the same as Live. I'm gonna be real, Mitt stacking is, for those that are actually Mitt stacking, a big problem on Live too. Like, Live is too little HP and too much Mitt, in my opinion, because a lot of damage... I've already given it away. I went through it yesterday on stream. I had double glittering Spall Ring. I had my Thistleborn neck. I went through the entire build because I had 78% Fizz Mitt. I had 63% Magic Mitt. I had 72.6% Fizz block defense and 63% Magic block defense. So I was 78, 73, 63, 63. Oh, it's already been discussed. Yes, 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 yes. We need to find a way where HP bars balance, but people can play the game. I agree 1000%. And I think it's less Mitt, but having an HP sponge of a health bar a little bit. Because you want to see clerics being able to heal portions of a health bar with quick heals. But you also want to see clerics be able to big heal a big chunk of a health bar. Not necessarily 100% through wounds, though. And I think that as a melee, one thing that I always say is like, I want to play between 10 and 90% HP all the time. If I'm less than 10, I'm like, oh, should get out. If I'm above 10, I got HP. If I'm above 90, I'm like, I'm too safe. Right now, I sit at 100% HP or 0% HP. The health bar doesn't bounce. It's either like, I am fine or I am getting quadruple pulled in, hard CC'd in the back, and it's just... If you need BS people, they should go down to Focus Fire, just not super fast. Correct. And if that person is neglected and they don't have heals being trickled onto them, their health bar should start depleting, and a healer should be able to basically like deal with that Focus Fire, where that Focus Fire of like, let's build debuffs on this target. Healers know that it's coming, so there's an element of we need to switch to a target and get debuffs up on them before the healers realize who we're focusing, and then we kill. Yes. I think we're saying the exact same thing. I think we're linked up on this, because as a melee, I want to see who's getting focused, who's out of position, and who's not. But it's a battle of like, we need to identify a target that's not getting healed, switch to them, build debuffs, pull them in, wall them. They have a chance to get out. The, you know, the defense, so to say, has a chance to respond and save them. And then we have some playmaking off of that. Yep, 1000%. I agree melee should be able to melee. It just feels crazy right now. Yeah, no, absolutely. I think as a melee, especially a tank, the way that I describe like the ideal build of a tank is I want to be right on the fringe of doing just enough damage that I am unable to be ignored because I am a threat. But I want to be just tanky enough to where if they turn to me and stop ignoring me, it's wasted time. Right now, I'm doing more than enough damage to be noticeable, and then somebody turns to me and I go, ha ha ha, mortal. And then I just like keep walking. Like, I actually feel like a fucking raid boss. Forge Lord Zammer and I are the same. I'm gonna be complete. I might put up a better fight against a raid of 40 than Forge Lord Zammer if you give me a single ad. I'm gonna be real, bro. Like, nothing stops my shit. So I agree. I think as a melee, with how tanky we can scale right now, especially with like block chance, block mitt. We can get all of it. Now, that's also accessible to every single class, too. I think that's the big thing. Tanks feel like a raid boss, but their damage would need to be in the gutter, which I'm not a total fan of. So, I drew this up before, but I'll basically draw this up again, because it helps articulate my thoughts a little bit. So, in terms of how I think of scaling, I think of it as like a triangle. And within that triangle... Ah! I'm so sorry, chat. Within that triangle, you have kind of like your trinity of scaling. So you have up here power scaling, which is a few different things. So this includes power, crit chance, crit damage, attack speed, pen, accuracy, all of those things. So that's essentially what you're looking at with your power side. Then you have health scaling. Very simply put, this is health scaling. This is an entirely independent modifier of your total like power scale because health builds into other things percentage based as well. You can say health / mana. So I guess resource over just health to help clarify a little bit that this is just like overall resource play. And then over here you have your mitigation. And with mitigation, you have a few forms. Mitigation is typically going to be like mitt, block chance, block rating, evasion, parry if there's a parry, things like that. And then health and mana, obviously, health and mana. So within this triangle, there's like, yeah, regen over on health, mana, all that stuff. So within this triangle, there's essentially a point of origin, right? And from that point of origin, you essentially have attribute points within each class of scaling where you can build out in one direction, in one line. So essentially, if you want to scale more into power, you would then use your attribute points, so to say, with that class in the class design to scale it into power, or in your class build, I should say. So if you scale into power, then you should, in theory, have to sacrifice a little bit from your health and your mana side. So you may be able to go a little bit more into health, but not as much. And from your mitigation side, so you should have to go very low on mitigation, which should leave you with a spread of essentially this as the overall trinity structure of your class's power. So now we look into what's available right now for every class. Well, every class is just starting out with mitigation right about here. And if you're a tank, it goes down to here. Just straight up. If I'm a tank with a shield, I'm already setting mitigation right here. Health and mana as a tank, well, I'm also over here, right? This is already here. Now, in theory, I should be like this in my power, so I have to go something along the lines of this, where I'm looking very weighted towards the bottom part of this triangle, right? And I essentially have nothing. Only problem is the power scaling right now, even with this, is up here because I don't have to invest in the mitigation. So tank is kind of looking like, you know, more along the lines of this right now, where we have all the max health, we have all the max mana, and we don't have to sacrifice anything else, right? So this is kind of where a tank's at. Now, you have the baseline of most DPSs, where it's like here, through essential sustain, baseline gearing. Then you have the power scaling going up somewhere in here. And then you have health and mana, I'd say probably somewhere in here. Right now, this is all really balanced. And when this is all really balanced comparatively, like when tanks are extremely tanky, but still doing comparable damage, and then other classes still are feeling like they're, you know, 60 to 80% as tanky as a tank in some instances, where like you're here instead of all the way down here. And then you also have the health and mana to compete. Like as a tank, I'm sitting at 22k HP in my big tanky build. And then there are DPS that are sitting at 20k. So you're almost there, and then your power is up here as well. So gearing wise, everything is kind of like, I don't know, it's feeling a little washed out for me. And I feel as though the sacrifices in one part of the tree right now are not being realize, because gearing is so diverse, you have pieces that are power and health, and then they're also getting their max HP scaling. So it's like you get your base mitigation just from the mitigation rating on gear, and then you're also getting on a piece of gear like, we'll say Blood Runner boots. Blood Runner boots are fizz power, fizz speed, power, speed, 2 in the power, and then they're also max HP, so you have that sustain, and then that resource side, and then you also have that mitigation side as well, just natively on every single piece of gear, and then that mitigation scales off of everything. Maybe they need to nerf mitt. Not sure that fixes the issue, though. Maybe it would help if they leave the power the same. I think they could go about it a million different ways, right? But through nerfing mitt, I think of it as like this immediately becomes less impactful, because if you're able to, this is why I put mitigation and health and mana here and power as a standalone, because mitigation and health and mana can cohesively affect the weight of the triangle. And what you're looking for is essentially not the individual points of the triangle, but like the weighting itself on like the long straights, right? So if we look at what a mitigation nerf would look like just in terms of this like power scaling triangle and how I try to visualize it, mitigation nerf, say we start there. Say like right now, we're not sitting at necessarily 60-50 mitt. We're sitting at 35-28 mitt, right? That's going to be a baseline of starting us here. Say we're still going up to 19k on the HP scaling for DPS. So I'll bring our HP scaling right around here, and power scaling is high. So now we're going to be in more of a meta where power directly impacts health and mana. Mitigation has a little weight on this total triangle with most classes, but your primary actors throughout this will be the power scaling acting on your health and mana, which will then result in this part of the triangle being what you're primarily playing. More damage goes through and is converted into health and mana damage from this power. Therefore, without mitigation, you're seeing more numbers going out into a health and mana pool that can actively be a larger health and mana pool while also dancing, if that makes sense. So it's like when the health and mana pool goes up, mitigation should drop, so that way we can see that health pool dance. Whereas if they were to drop like metas in other games, and honestly points at ashes with certain builds, we've even seen it be like mitigation's up, health and mana's kind of down, like on live. You can still get the block mitigation through Thistleborn, through Spall Rings, and through a shield. You can still go mitigation, like mitigation and block mitigation, and then you can still go power. So here, this weighting is going to result in a very bursty meta where it's either I'm 100% HP or I'm 0% HP, because there's going to be not a lot of damage that's coming through from the actual mitigation side weighing on it so heavily. Your health and mana isn't going to be acted upon as heavily, so it's essentially going to be we stack up enough burst to just go completely, through this side of mitigation. Because out healing work is my real question. That's the part of it that I kind of like with less mitigation, is that it allows healing to go in and basically have more of a play on this health and mana. Because right now, if they just pew and shrink this more, then mitigation is essentially going to lower the amount of damage coming in. So those big bursts, those like big instances of burst heals, those aren't going to be necessary, because with mitigation, I am taking all of this and I'm just deafening this. So instead of like 8 people hitting me and me getting this huge spike of damage coming in where I have a large HP pool, then that's all going to get like deadened, especially with blocking. I'm going to be taking 80 to like 250 damage a second from multiple people hitting me, which is going to be more than navigatable for you as a cleric. Whereas if those 8 people were hitting me and I had less mitt, it would then bring in more of a numeric value of damage, which would then necessitate more numeric value of healing from the healers too. You know what I mean? With 300 power and 15 to 20 HP pools, it's still gonna be very slow to heal people. Oh yeah, I mean, they'd have to adjust stuff. Like, I'm not trying to like refer to their actual like numbers or anything right now. More so my general philosophy on like how this scaling works. This is more like a look into my brain and how I think of these things, more than a specific like, this is Ashes everything, you know what I mean? Yeah, Ashes would definitely have to tune a few things to get to that perfect dichotomy of bar dancing, as we're calling it, where it's just like my health bar go down, I say, oh shit, I make adjustment, healer says, oh shit, and then we all collectively come together. What do you think they should balance it around, group raid or PvP? Are you saying like group or raid PvP? It's hard saying, man, because there are going to be so many different systems that promote so many different types of PvP. They've said their intended point of balance is 8v8s. In terms of what I think it should be balanced through, fuck, I'm glad I don't have to make that call, honestly, dude. Because there will be like smaller scale arenas. A lot of the stuff that has an impact on the outward world is going to be larger scale. But even in that larger scale, you typically tend to have like in macro modes of PvP, you then tend to have like micro groups within your macro that are basically functioning as a group, you know? So with that, 8-person groups functioning as an 8 within a, you know, a group of 40, a group of 80, a group of 160, that still leads me to say 8v8s would be the intended point of like cooperation and balance and cohesion and, you know, enabling with groups and everything like that. Raids 5 groups 8. Yeah. I think 8s make sense with the structure of where Ashes is. But I think we also have to be aware that, like, as a result of that, 1s, 3s are going to be wacky. 5s will probably be solid. I think 5s will be really fun. But I think 1s and 3s will definitely result in a little bit of a standoffy resource war type thing. So just make gear for all situations. Oh, yeah. I mean, there is a lot of adaptability in gear already. I mean, I'll be completely real. If I was less tanky and felt more of a sense of, oh, I could actually fucking die in yesterday's tourney, I 1000% would have had many alternate builds. I was fucking with like 5-piece heavy builds. I was fucking with 8-piece heavy builds. Yo, Mojo Man, thank you for the prime, dude. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Much love. I hope you're having a good day, dude. Also, Nomi, what up, dude? You caught one of the Hoofsy gifties. Hoofsy went crazy. We had a non going crazy. We had everybody going crazy, man. It's been a blessed day, dude. I hope you're having a beautiful one. So yeah, we're just talking about the patch notes and some general like TTK stuff and, you know, just doing a vibe check from yesterday, seeing how everyone's feeling about it. Kind of broke down the internal train of thought that I break down when I'm looking at how a build is distributed. And when I'm gearing, this is also kind of how I'm picturing it in my head. I'm trying to maintain a point of, as a tank, like, I think the ideal structure is health and mana up pretty much to their high resources, mitigation a little bit less so, and then power being, I'd say somewhere like here. So our primary emphasis is still on this health and mana play, but we still have a balance of mitigation improving our health and mana, that power scaling going into our health and mana, and like something like this to me would represent the ideal tank weighting, where it's like, and if I wanted to drop some of this power to go more mitigation, I could, and then that would weight it towards the bottom part of this triangle, like a flat line down here indicating that I am brick house, versus this tilt that indicates that I'm doing some form of damage, right? It's all about these like these outside angles here. And from that, you just kind of see where the weighting is of the build, right? So for me, I like a tank build that's weighted in health and mana and then evenly distributed between power and mitigation. But right now, again, with mitigation starting down here, it's just so easy to go high health, high mitigation, high-ish power, and then I'm still mid-power comparatively to damage with having this incredible baseline. And then on the DPS side, they're able to start their mitigation here, their health here, and then they can scale their power up to here. So they're having like a slightly different weight. So if I had to visualize where tanks are right now, I'll do tank in like blue, and then I'll do DPS in red. So for a tank, we instantly, like, I'm gonna be real, tank is here in terms of mitigation. I have an effective 99% mitigation build. Health and mana with that same build, we're about here. We're not fully maxed out, but we're doing pretty well. And I was sitting at like 420-ish power, which is about here on the whole scale. People were 550-ish, so I'll throw myself there a little bit higher than midpoint. So with this, we're immediately seeing that I am incredibly highly weighted towards what's possible for total mitigation. And then I'm also still pumping a shitload of power. Whereas with DPS power scaling, we're going to go up the same route, but DPS can scale their power, I'd say comfortably, up to about 500. They lose a little bit of the mitigation scaling. Yo, Torque, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. We'll get through the rest of the patch notes here soon. I got distracted in a little rant. Now I'm making graphics. But mitigation scaling on a DPS is immediately going to start out like here, And then your health and mana scaling is also going to be, I'd say, about comparable. Again, I'm at like 22 to 25k. This represents about 18 to 20k. You think lower on Mitt? Yeah, I'd say a little bit lower on Mitt as well. I'd say that was a little bit long on Mitt. I'd say Mitt probably like here if you're not using a shield. That's valid. I would say lower on Mitt and then probably like right in there in terms of the health scaling. So essentially, what you're going to notice is a very, very, very similar structure and weighting between these two outlines. The only thing is, you only have a slightly more vertical structure. Like, it sucks in a tiny bit of the weight down here to boost the power up a little bit. But I think these separations, like the deltas between these areas from like tank and DPS scaling, is not enough at this point in time. Now, of course, this is just just a visualization in my head. Yushato, thank you for the gift, dude. Why is everybody gifting me subs today? Not that I'm like against it, but why the hell everybody gifting me subs? What the, my mom die or something? Why y'all being so nice to me? I'd text my mom. Do I need to text my mom again? Do you think it's more of a base stat thing or a gear issue? What if I told you yes? What if I told you yes? I think it's a little bit of both. I think that you should text her all the time. I do text her all the time. See gold content? I appreciate you, dude. I appreciate you. Yeah, I try to talk to my parents as much as I can. I love my parents. I love my parents very much. I think that it is part of the amount of scaling that comes from our stats, if that makes sense. I think that paired with diminishing returns not being active on certain things as a like, whoa, Nelly, like, you gotta slow down. I think that's a part of the mitigation scaling that goes so out of hand. I think that baseline gear, considering with a medium set bonus, you're also just getting a flat mitigation buff.
Apes
Yo, Dez, what up, my boy? Much love. Thank you for the 4 months. I appreciate that.
Beanamin, how has things been going in
Dude,
Ashes?
things are great over here. Things are absolutely fucking beautiful on this side of the pond, man. It is wonderful. We got the Steam Early Access coming on December 11th. Huge patch coming along with that. Looking at another set of patch notes that they dropped on the PTR today. And this is a graph that I'm making. So right now we're talking about some TTK deltas and just like differences between different archetype structures. And basically like the weighting of where a tank and a DPS are shaping up in terms of how I would allocate the 3 primary forms of scaling, where it's like resources, mitigation, and power. And I feel like the delta on these things needs to be able to go higher. I feel like the separation should be much more, and I feel like the sacrifice should also be much more. Like, the way that I would put this, very simply put, is in my mind, when I'm making a build, I say I have this many like attribute points. Like, it's all attribute weighting, right? And I can weight my attributes however I would like to along that scale. But right now it feels like they're giving me so many attribute points to weight my scale with that I can fill out everything. I would like fewer total points to actively put in my scale. So if I want to achieve power similar to a damage dealer, there is not the health or the mitigation available from baselines. However, the health and mitigation available from baselines and the power available from baseline scaling is allowing us to be within a reasonable percentage, 10 to 20% of a DPS's damage output, where I think it should be like 35% missing. And from there, we're able to have relatively similar health and mana. Again, my build for the duels was like 22k, I think, HP. DPS were walking around at 19 to 20. 10 to 20%. Right around there. Mitigation scaling, that's the big differentiator. But I also think that if both of these were sucked in a bit, where the top end of tank mitigation was here, where top end of tank mit is like 55-45, or heaven forbid, 55-50, instead of, and keep in mind, that's between mit and block mit. Instead of, I have 78% fizz mit, 73% fizz block mit, I have 63% magic mit, 63% magic block mit. Oh. Do wonder if they want mid that high on Lego gear, considering how much more difficult it'll be to craft. See, that's also a thing. With the weighting of, like, rarity scaling, we have not actively tested greens and the shit that we're usually gonna have. Like, we just don't know. Yeah, exactly. We have been testing god builds. So we don't really have a huge amount of decision making, if that makes sense. We are experiencing like what the top end is going to be and what the unrealistic top end is going to be. So everyone's just kind of understanding what the bottom weight of that triangle can do. And honestly, in the dual tourney, what we saw, I'm going to put the dual tourney in green. The dual tourney was every single class. Whoops. The dual tourney, the 1v1 tourney, was every single class just trying to go here. This looks like an Arc Raiders promo. Here. And about here. I'll be real. This was every class in the dual tourney, was the green triangle. And that's a proponent of like what we have available for the scaling of gear. And that's what we were looking at there. We had essentially a tank-weighted distribution in the 1v1s. And it was very much so playing cognizant of that 3-minute timer. It's really the only way to go. Yeah, absolutely. Because in a lot of these matches, especially keep in mind if you're fighting a tank, what are you going to do in a 1v1 when I can scale this and I can scale this and then you're forced to hit me? That's one thing that I kept on saying time and time again. Was like, tank is really good in 1v1s because I'm built for you to not enjoy hitting me, but you have to hit me. If you don't hit me, either I win or you run away. Elias, thank you for the follow. Much love. If you don't hit me, you don't do damage to me, and I do damage to you for free. If you hit me, but I have a 99% mitigation build, you don't do any damage to me, and I have to do damage to you. So everybody saw that, and they were like, oh, I'm just going to build as tanky as I can. Especially once everybody realized, oh, shield. Oh, Thistleborn neck. Even if you didn't have glittering spall rings, a shield and a Thistleborn neck was still going to give you an absurd amount of block chance, block rating. And then keep in mind, all of our percentage-based scaling in 1v1s, right? Hear me out. Percentage-based scaling is also amplified by this bottom weight. Both of these areas, this entire side, is what amplifies all of our percentage-based scaling right now. So this is Inner Fire, and this is Ward Facilitation. Inner Fire playing off of the health and mana side exclusively, Ward playing off of the mitigation side exclusively. Well, not exclusively, but also off the health and mana, but primarily off the mitigation. Because Ward is going to give you a percentage HP shield. That's going to play off, of course, the health and mana side. But that percentage HP shield is also going to be effectively multiplied by every bit of your mitigation because that shield is not going to be exhausted as quickly, giving you a higher percentage uptime on that shield in between weapon combos and less of an exposed uptime where your health bar is exposed. So with mitigation being so high, Ward and every other bit of shield, keep in mind I also have Intercept. I also have Banner. I have 25% of my HP as shield I can put out. Then I can also put out Ward, which is going to scale it up even more. So Ward is something where if the mitigation wasn't as high, and instead of being hit for 7, I'm now being hit for 60 a hit. Obviously, that's an exaggeration, right? But like, if I'm getting hit for 30% more because they drop mitigation with the same health and mana, that Inner Fire and that Ward effectively do 30% less, though healing for the same amount, right? It's all that like effective HP scaling. And every bit of HP is so protected from the amount of mitigation that everybody is able to achieve right now. And I think that is a big part of it. I think that's a big part of it. Kind of always want to play tanky cleric and PvP, can't heal if you're dead. Yeah, no, exactly. PvP, max HP is always going to be, I think, the best scaling value. I think every PvP build should absolutely put their points here first. Anytime that I'm waiting out a build, I go, oh, I need to get tanky enough to live. So that's the bottom part. And then once I feel tanky enough to live, I put into power. And the problem with tank right now is I get tanky enough to live by existing. I put on 4 pieces of decent gear and I have an ungodly amount of HP scaling. And then as soon as I activate a 5-piece set bonus, my mitigation scaling is through the roof. So that's a big thing. If you're pure DPS class, it might be different. Yeah, and I'm shit, bro. I'm a melee player, so I'm not even one of those pure DPS classes, but that scares me. I know there'd be like melee assassin players that also like to go glass cannon. Bro, when I was playing New World, anytime like an assassin glass cannon light armor melee would go on me, I would just turn around in my medium armor set and manhandle them. I would like pick them up and then just like bonk, 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 just like slam them on the ground back and forth. Made it a full glass cannon because it was pointless to do. Yeah, because it didn't do anything. Yeah. That's the big thing though. I think this is the best visualization I can give of my thoughts on the current weighting. This bottom part of the triangle is inflated a little bit, and I feel like everyone is able to establish their baseline too far outward from the point, the vertex, if that makes sense, with that point of origination for the weighting. And if everybody was starting out, maybe like, you know, DPS classes are skewed here with way less benefit from mitigation scaling, so they start down here on the mid. And then there's an element of like, oh, I play this class, so I am literally benefiting less from this thing. Part of what I think is actually weighing on this is partly all of these waterfall attributes being the exact same for every single class. I personally feel like waterfall attributes should be different archetype to archetype. I think a tank should have different waterfall attributes than a ranger. I think a ranger should have more of an emphasis on dex, and I think a rogue should have more emphasis on dex. I think a fighter should have more emphasis on strength, and I think a tank should have more emphasis on constitution scaling, with the secondary of scaling strength for power at less of a variable than fighter can. And I think with everything waterfall attribute being washed out right now and being the same across every single archetype, you already established this point of like, as I put on gear, I benefit from the same things that you do. So wait, no, God no. So many more reworks in between now and launch, and they have already changed waterfall attributes drastically, I think, for the better. And they've already diversified like Dex into a better spot, where Dex now gives a little bit of that power scaling. They've changed regen stats. They've done a lot, and I am definitely happy with the direction that it's going. And I think we have 1,000 million, jillion, trillion% gone in proper directions. Tech speed universally slower, including cast speed. DPS should have better regen. Healer should have larger health pools naturally. Tank cast speeds are kind of slow. Like, the thing about tank cast speeds is we do have plenty of, keep in mind, we don't have cast bars, right? But we have a lot of abilities that are like, you know, baseline pulverize. No, I don't want tutorials. Every time I open a menu, I know my way around. Intrepid, thank you. Jesus Christ. Baseline pulverize is a 1.6 second cast. But that's also a baseline where I'm sitting like 71.2% fizz power. Fizz attack speed. And it's just like, not doing too much. Speed on tanks goated. Hi, Toner. I hope you're having a good day, dude. But yeah, I think attack speed is a very, very crazy scaler right now, because keep in mind, attack speed isn't in Ashes just like I weapon combo you faster. Attack speed impacts cast speeds as well. So attack speed, whether fizz or magic, is like a global scaler in Ashes, which is also why I think that the variable weights, and basically like what I mean by that is if I have a point of strength, that gives me 3 fizz power, 2 fizz crit power, 2 fizz accuracy, and 1 disable power. It gives a fighter the same thing, it gives a ranger the same thing, it gives a rogue the same thing. So like fighters, rangers, rogues, they could wear the exact same set of gear. Tank could wear the exact same set of gear and still function the exact same and have very similar stat outputs. There's some base stat differential along the way. But I think that universal same weight scaling all the way across the board is kind of like muddying the waters a little bit with it. And I do think that the attack speed scaling is big. Like a 0.3 second delay cast. Like slower casts or like an actual delay on casting things, like a ramp up. Because I hate the thought of like delays on casts simply because of game feel perspective. I feel like anything that is like a true delay, like a ramp up, I hate that. I hate that, and I hate you for that. Respectfully. No. I worry game feel wise for that. I think longer cast times and like animation locks can be a cool way to actually kind of pace that. When I use a pulverize, for example, that 1.6 second cast, I kind of like, I target somebody and then I go up into the air and then I like land on them. So that entire animation can get really sped up. It can be like, you know, very fast with everything, or it can be very slow where it's like in the time that I pulverize somebody, they can see it coming and dodge. Maybe a baseline modifier to like, you know, those cast speeds themselves, but also I think that relates back to attack speed scaling. I think a tank should benefit less from dex to speed conversion. So like a rogue, a ranger, and a fighter, and every other class in the game all get 2 fizz speed per point of dexterity. And fizz attack speed scaling scales the same percentage wise, like, you know, 1.2 this percent for tank as it does rogue. Whereas I personally think a rogue with a point of dexterity should be more heavily rewarded for that, you know, that speed, that agility of it. And I, as a tank, wouldn't be as, you know, averse, so to say, with that. That's kind of where I lean with it, where it's just like every class is benefiting from everything. But yeah, I totally see that side of it too. I mean, especially if you watch my 1v1s, as a tank too, I'm always trying to, in my 1v1s especially, get my weapon combo finishers out so I can get buffs up that would then improve my base damage, my fizz pen, and my fizz speed with my melee weapon. So anytime I was in melee range trying to like shing somebody before a combo, that's to get buffs up for my entire combo. That'll actually just, you know, scale me up a bit. So there are some things as well that are kind of like those conditional buffs where if I was not getting those buffs up, that extra 15% fizz speed, I'm going to be way slower as a result. So if a tank doesn't have a certain amount of speed, it's so easy to dodge combo. Yes. And the way that tank operates too is almost like, for anybody that played Diablo 2, you'll understand this a lot more, but it's like breakpoints for attack speed, where in Diablo 2, you needed to have faster cast rating. And if you were in between 2 faster cast rating breakpoints, your faster cast rate did nothing, right? So attack speed still has an impact, but with a tank, we operate in trip windows and CC burst windows. I trip somebody, I do the most damage that I can do to them in that trip window in that time. I got you in the ring for 3.6 seconds of playtime, baby, and I'm going to use all 3.6 seconds of that. So for me, it's like I keep track of my disable accuracy scaling and my total time that I trip somebody. And then obviously you have to worry about their disable defense rating, disable power rating versus disable defense rating. And that's going to impact like the time of the trips, the time of the CCs, and then you're watching debuffs as well. But when somebody is debuffed and when somebody is tripped and they're on the ground, I want to be able to get as many ability casts on them while they're on the ground as I physically can. And there are certain values of attack speed where it won't scale you up enough from like, you know, 92 to 97%. You're not going to notice any difference in terms of being able to squeeze in another ability, but around 101% as a tank, you actually get another ability cast in before somebody stands up, and that can lead to, over the course of a double trip, 2 extra ability casts in that window, where I effectively go from being able to slam twice for 400% damage to being able to slam 4 times off a Rush of Courage for 800% damage to the person instead of 400, an extra 400% damage. So those small things can all add up on top of making it harder to dodge as well. There's so much that goes into it with tank that really, for me, makes it fun to play, especially in those like smaller scale scenarios. I love tank in large scale too, but the element of like small scale, you gotta hit me, I gotta hit you, we're locked into this arena. Dude, it's the punishment pit against a tank. It really fucking is. Think I got rid of the fuel nonsense? Yeah, we about to go back to patch notes. I just wanted to also, hi Blotto, hi everybody. I also wanted to just articulate my thoughts on the power scaling Trinity right now. Did he make it through the notes? No, I drew a picture, Fupo. This is my brain articulating thoughts on how I think power scaling currently aligns in Ashes. I've been breaking this down for a little bit, honestly. Going back to the VOD when you're a bored cat traveling one day might be nice. It's an ugly picture, it's a beautiful picture. You just don't know what it means. It's abstract art. So, it's like, to break it down very quickly, before we move back to patch notes, you have three parts of the Trinity scaling of power. You have your power scaling, you have your resource scaling, and then you have your mitigation scaling. And over the course of a build, I think of it as typically I have this many attribute points where I can put them into one of the linear paths of progression. And then overall, that gives me my triangle, which shows the weighting of my build. So what we have right now is a meta where the blue is the weighting of a tank, where you can just full force your way up the mitigation tree with absolutely no investment whatsoever. Same thing with health and mana. And then the power scaling, we're actually able to scale within 80 to 90% of most DPS's power scaling without sacrificing much of mitigation or health and mana. So the blue is a tank scaling. The red is a DPS scaling. And with that red, they're still starting out a large majority of tanks mitigation scaling. And then they're also keeping up with about 80% of a tank health scaling, while also not being able to create much of a separation in terms of the power scaling, because there is not that much of a differentiator between how a tank scales off of gear and how any other archetype scales off of gear. There are no separate diminishing return bands. There are no separate waterfall stats. There are no separate payoffs of these attributes going into your character's total output. Everything is the same from all of these scalars to all of these scalars. Therefore, the baseline of every build starts out very, very similar, and there's not a large delta between what these builds are actually presenting as. Again, blue being tank and red being a DPS in today's build, in today's meta. Now, green is what we saw every single build work towards for the 3v3 tourney in terms of the DPSs. Notice how it very much mimics a tank. Every DPS brought down their power a little bit, and then they just stacked MIT. They threw in just a little bit more HP whenever they could, and as a result, you had something that was very similarly weighted to a tank tree with the DPS that were going far, with many of them even going as far as using two-handers. We're so up tremendous. We're so up tremendous. So, yo, Skog, what up, dude? What's people actually headhunting? Heads. Yeah, be cautious. If you have a head, yours could be next. It's never safe. But yeah, so just general breakdown on that. There are a few things that weigh in on this. I just went into it for a few deep minutes. But it'll get better as more gear unlocks. Like, yes and no, because everybody can use the exact same gear and have the exact same scaling output. That's the thing. Like, if you are a fighter and you use my tank build for gear, you are going to be more or less mimicking the green structure of it with maybe a little bit more power. Like, you will be a 95% mimic of my build, regardless of which melee archetype you play, if you use the same gear. I think that's the largest thing. Like, while gear may come in and provide more variance, you can put that same gear on and have no variance archetype to archetype, which means that we can just be the exact same thing with a few different abilities. That's all. It's a pretty good explanation. Good. Thank you. I'm glad I was able to articulate. This is something that I had to think for so long about how to actually, like, draw out. Because I'm a very visual thinker. Like, this is literally how I think, by the way. This is what pops up in my head when I am looking at these builds and looking at this weighting. I'm not looking at the numbers and everything there. I'm literally having this graph pop up in my head when I put a piece of gear on and I'm like, oh yes, power up, health down, yes. Like, this is how I think, just for perspective. This is chaotic, but this is literally how I think, and I had to think about how to put this on paper for so fucking long. And I'm glad that I finally got it put on paper in like a meaningful, not haphazard way. Because this is genuinely the easiest way I can articulate what's going on. And what I would love to see is just more of a delta, more of a change. Where, like, tank power scaling, if we want to also go here and here, is going to be a little bit lower. I'm also very visual. Oh, dude, visuals are so good. Visuals are so nice. There's a reason I have so many paint diagrams saved. I got so many. Wait, Miscreant, what up, dude? How are you? The only difference between classes is basically abilities and starting stats. Yeah, and they took less emphasis this time around in gearing with stat scaling from character scaling and put more emphasis on scaling from gear. So at this point in time, like, if we're wearing the same gear, we're getting the exact same shit. Some people have a small scale PvP tune like Rogue or Fighter, and then a Ranger for large scale, and the gear is 100% interchangeable. Like, sure, that's great, but would we rather have a scenario where that's the play, or would we rather have a scenario where you can have a ranger in small scale build or a ranger in large scale build and then a fighter or rogue in small scale and large scale? I think it's kind of boring. Yeah, I don't like the full gear interchangeable class to class 100%. Like, I think a rogue and a ranger should have synergy in gearing. I think rogue and ranger being grouped up synergistically and tank and fighter being grouped up synergistically makes sense to me. But those are like two completely different things, you know what I mean? And I think that's where it kind of comes in. I wouldn't mind, shit, even if we had like 2 dex scaling fizz, 2 strength scaling fizz, and then 2 int scaling casters and 2 wisdom scaling casters. That could add a lot of variance into how the gear is going. Just 2 different sets of waterfalls where it's basically like, hey, if you are fighter or rogue, fighter or tank, you get this set of waterfalls from strength, dex, con. If you are rogue or ranger, then you get this set of waterfalls. Yes. We see same build versus same build. So we start mastering war strats and tactics like the art of war. I mean, I like same build versus same build stuff. Personally, I like mirror matches. I think they're fun, but I also think there's a point where like everybody being same build versus same build is a bit detrimental because that means there's no variance in anything. There's no player agency. And I, as someone who likes to make guides, very, very heavily encourages player agency. And I always try to tell people that like my thoughts on gearing are best served as a resource for other people along the way to inform themselves on the rough numbers of like what I am, you know, enjoying, why I'm enjoying those numbers and how other people can get that. So what are the balance changes? Are they going to change rogues' useless skills? Like 2 pushing, but same cooldown? What do you mean? The poisons? If you're using different poisons, you can alternate your cooldowns, yeah? It's like 2 independent cooldowns, right? I'll level the rogue to like 20, so I might not be an expert. But I'm pretty sure if you're using both poisons, you can stagger those, right? Anyways. With you about having dex skill, demonstrator for rogues, strength for tanks, etc. Just adds more variance. What's this? I drew onto walls. Having enough with this being this basic at this stage of development probably needs a little more complex when we start talking about 64 classes. I say just base it off the primary and let that roll, but yeah, that's the thing too. Everything is going to be a bit more basic at this point in development, and I don't necessarily expect all of the variants of their finalized point of stats to come in. Nor do I want to doom that they're like not in, right? I think that would be a silly take, but this is kind of my hope with it. You know what I mean? If we see these deltas increase over time, we see the space between, you know, the tank build and the DPS build change up a little bit. And we feel as though everything's not just starting in like the mitigation of the HP scaling so goddamn high and it's an active investment much more than like a passive gain on it. I think that'll be a good step with it. All right, we'll get back to patch notes. I just want to get some Wawa. I'll be back. All right. Here are patch notes. Un momento, chat. I shall return in 1 sec. Good day. Water and bong rip successfully acquired. Tech, you good? You good? Excuse me. You get a what? Rolls in PP are almost infinite. Typically plays a frontline DPS, support backline flanker distraction artist. That sounds like it's a bunch of flavor words thrown into one thing. I was talking about, no, that's what I like about PvP. In instances of PvP where like player agency and decision making really shines through, the variance in builds can be as high as the variance in people's personalities, man. Like, it is genuinely so cool when people are able to reflect what they want to do in their build one-to-one. And I think that Ashes, in the long term, will be able to emulate that in a very good way between pretty much like every system that they have planned, between sandboxy gearing, between, you know, ranks and abilities to reflect what you want your abilities to specialize in, between the secondary archetypes coming through. Man, that'd be so cool. Be so cool. I think my duo bong rip and focus up again on early leveling in the anvils. I mean, shit. Take a rip and get ready, because we got some time. I gotta get through these patches before I do shit tonight. Excuse me. I'm just gonna go turbo mode with the weed I got. What do you got? I'm curious. I have some level G right now, which is it's a Gary Poppins, and what else was it? Hold on. It's Gary Poppins and Next Level from Exotic Genetics, which I'll fuck with it. Into this tanky cleric with regen maxed, pushing the side to force DPS to face the wrong direction. A whole sustaining the rogues, and that's the style I vibe with. I love that. That kind of like flanky push. No, I like that a lot. Yeah, I also like to wait on the turns my brain off. Some people are like that, bro. Some people get debilitated. Are we on PTR this weekend? Yeah, PTR until the 25th. And then on the 25th, the night of the 25th, I want to say, the PTR comes down. And then the 26th to the 1st is the end of Shoal and Lotharia. On the 1st, they'll be doing an end of the server event. You know where to find me. I'll be here anyways. But yeah, they'll be doing an end of the server event. Boost NPCs will be in. They'll be doing some fun shiz for that. And then we go the 10th to the... Oh my fucking god, wait. I'm gonna have to goddamn interview Steven that week. We go with the 1st to the 10th on the PTR. I will be interviewing Steven that first week of December. I'm deciding on the day. I'm trying to pick a good day. I'm also trying to weigh like when Steven's busy, cuz like they put the ball in my court. They were like, "Hey, when do you want to do it?" And I was like, "Well, when's Steven free?" I'm assuming he's got more commitments than I do. Like, I just kind of chill. And they're like, "Oh no, you tell us the day." And I'm like, "Well, fuck. I'm not a good decision maker. I get overwhelmed easy. I get overwhelmed." Oh, we were taking headshots today. Carla and I were, and she was trying to get pictures of me, and I got overwhelmed. Then I had to go sit for a minute. I had to think it through. Usually it puts me in slow, but right now I feel like I'm on 100x coffee beans. Fucking massive. Just add a double wax in my flower bowl. A classy man. A classy man. Fubo, you have dandelions. Oh my goodness gracious. You be careful with those things, Foop. Now, I know you're trying to distract us with the confession of dandelions, but... Do I smell catnip in your pocket, Foop? I wasn't gonna say anything, but like... If you're trying to hide it, then like... I'm telling... Whoa. No narc, no narc, no narc. In multiple ways. In multiple ways, please, no narc. That has even more meaning in this directory, man. Is medical catnip. Yes. The medical catnip, it helps me sleep, and it also helps me wake up after I sleep, and it helps me when I am having an upset tummy after eating, and it also helps me before I eat, and it helps me not hurt after I go for a walk, and it also helps me before the walk to feel excited to go for the walk. Yeah. It's medical catnip. No, absolutely. Shock, someone managed to get you to bed them today. You're so accepting of even people like me who don't believe in the project at all. I always tolerate like many people's opinions, man. And like, I understand that not everybody's gonna fuck with Ashes in a heavy way, but I don't like when people are very argumentative and are clearly only there to be divisive and to force their opinion on others. Like, I will give you my opinion and you can give me your opinion and we can discuss it and we can both defend our sides. And if at the end of the day we agree to disagree, then we agree to disagree. There are many people here in this chat who I have disagreed with about something. And at the end of the day, we always just say, you know what? We're good. Sometimes it takes a day or two, but it has always smoothed itself over in the past. But some people just come in and I don't know what it is, but they are so set on like, if you don't like the same things that I like, then you are wrong for liking what you like. And I don't like that. To be completely honest. That is the one thing. Dusty, can you get Leon over here? Hi. That is really the one thing that will just make me not want somebody to be typing in the community. Is if somebody is clearly just coming in with one intent. And with that guy, it's like, keep in mind, he's been coming in since fucking August. Multiple times to criticize the price of Ashes. And every time I've gone, hey man, I understand if you don't like it. I unfortunately can't make the price. And previously I told him about the 90-day refund period. And he never acknowledged the fact that the $100 had a 90-day refund period with it, despite me mentioning that many times to him. And I always try to be like, if it's not for you, it's not for you. Like, I'm a huge advocate that if it's not for you, it's not for you right now, and to wait until it's actually for you. Unfortunately, some people just want to argue, and I will kindly ask people to not do that. And then if people continue to do that, I'll just fucking ban them. I don't mind, man. Because my core community understands that everybody can bring their own opinions in. There are so many people that disagree with me on a daily and that I have disagreed with on a daily. And like, I think that's perfectly fine. I think there is absolutely nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Pizza sucks? Yeah, that's fucking blasphemous. But I mean, you're welcome to have your take. You're welcome to have your take. All right, patch note number 5. 90 days is almost unheard of in the gaming industry. That is yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is unfortunate that the 90-day is gone and dead. Was that a pizza pick? What here? Ribs. Yeah. It was ribs. We had ribs that night. Those had just come out of the oven. So those were fucking slapping. Those were so good. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's very rare that someone genuinely like annoys me to the point where I'm just like, please go somewhere else. Please go somewhere else. All right, improve presence for learned recipes on crafting stations when not all requirements are met. Tooltip info now provides explanations for recipes that have unmet requirements. So what does that mean? Somebody explain this to me. Does this mean no more crafting at Kadira early and Steel Bloom jewelry early? Did we fix it? Fixed a bug that could allow the use of a tool the character was not certified to use. Oh, wait. That's a huge fix. Okay, cool. Fixed a bug that could allow the use of a tool the character was not certified to use after demotion. Hopefully this also applies to the artisan gear, because people would level an artisan skill and then they would equip the piece of gear and then they would demote the artisan skill and then they would keep the piece of gear on because artisan... not the artisan skill, I'm so sorry. Yeah, the artisan gear. The artisan gear has combat stats on it. So, like, metalworker's pants would have power on them, for example. So people would get their metalworking up, put those things on, and then they would demote, keep those things on, keep the scaling. They fixed a ton. The PTR feels great, 1 to 9 right now, too. Yo, 1 to 9? Wait, I have a questing loop that I've worked on. I was doing it yesterday. No, 2 days ago. 2 days ago, I did a lot of work on the questing. I had done multiple routes. Now, I don't know what they've changed since then, but gonna need to rerun it. I'm gonna need to fucking rerun you. Yes. I have a character that's made at the Alien Divine Gate right now, so I'll be doing some loops.
What are the odds they want to take the NDA down again?
It's so good, though. Oh, fucking really? You like it? Have you checked the anvils? Have we heard anything about the anvils? I have seen a lot of the changes. Like, I have a paint document that's like my starting loop. Destiny rewards are good now, and the XP was reduced to 10. Okay, hold on. I gotta get through the patch notes. This is literally all I've seen for the patches. No spoilers. No spoilers. It's still under the 2-week no spoiler protection policy. They even put a tutorial system in. So... Yo, Sveslight, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So, what you're telling me is that everybody that was freaking out about the Steam launch being a fucking disaster and then it having nothing and then it being terrible might have needed to trust that we had a month until this deployment, just a little more, and maybe Intrepid kicked it into fucking overdrive for that. They're gonna hold your hand. A little more hand-holdy at the start, and then it's like a slap on the ass and out to the world. It's like a first-time user experience revamp that's meant to usher you through systems in a more efficient way while also starting to teach you those systems, where a chief complaint for players previously, especially new players, was like, it's very hard to find things. It's very hard to determine what the objectives are. The linear flow isn't quite there. And a lot of Ashes will be very non-linear. But between like the revamps to the first time user experience and improving the questing, to adding in the Destiny system, which are these like acquirable goals that you can hit along the way, they are doing quite a bit. They're doing quite a bit, which like I'm really happy about. Wait. I think one of the melee ones is bugged. Wait a minute. Oh, never mind. It's completing a full weapon combo. That makes sense. Do I actually have to hit somebody with it? I think the combat one's bugged. Anyways. You got gear along the way also. Oh wait, don't we start with gear too? Yeah, we start with crates of gear, but that's only temporary for testing. But yeah, they want us getting gear as quest rewards along the way. Like, this is huge, by the way. The first time user experience of Ashes may actually be half decent by the time December rolls around, dude. We still have 3 weeks almost? How many days until the 11th, chat? How many days? I need somebody to do the math on it. Because I think it's almost 3 weeks. It's right around there. It's more than 2. 20 days? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like 19 days, 20 days, right around there. We have been getting multiple patches a week on the PTR. Now, the private test realm is never a guarantee. 1-to-1 to come over to live or to work. But if everybody just keeps grinding and testing shit, a lot of this could probably come over to live in a pretty meaningful way. And it could probably be ready. If we get people in leveling groups that are willing to at least pick away a few hours a day to say, hey, let's familiarize ourselves with a few of these loops, you will get so far ahead. So far ahead. Gonna test again after these new quests are fixed and chests are put in the loop correctly. Yep. So these new chests, are these belonging to new quests that were added? Yo, Mel, thank you for the hydrate, dude. I appreciate you. It's so good. You'd tell me if it was bad, right? You're not just being a dirty fucking coping rogue? Like, is it actually... Hold on, no spoilers. I hate questing. I too hate questing. They plan to add a new quest loop for tools apparently as well. The Destiny system also includes tools. Who, me? No, Glow. Glow's talking about how the first time user experience with some of these patch notes are coming in. All right, we gotta keep reading these. I'm gonna be here for fucking 8 hours looking at patch notes today. God damn it! I'm like 7 patch notes in. All right, fix some jewelry recipes that were not properly appearing in the jewelry station. Fixed ancient dunes in recipes so they're craftable with the use of the Palm Forge anvil. Added commodity crafting stations, certificate vendors to each of the 4 starting artisan areas. Added a unique citizen commodity vendor for each of the 4 areas that can be crafted at that location. And oh wait, did I say citizen commodity vendor? Jesus. Added a unique citizen commodity for each of the 4 areas that can be crafted at that location and sold at other artisan POIs or to citizen commodity vendors in level 3 settlements or higher. So, unique citizen commodity for each of the 4 areas that can be crafted at the location and then sold at other artisan POIs or to citizen commodity vendors in areas. Okay, we're up. Removed one-handed copper dagger that had been set up to be a test weapon only. I bet Planadorf put that in. Items. Magical spears and one-handed axes will now properly scale all of their combo hit damage with magical power. Was that not happening before? Interesting. Magical two-handed axes and two-handed mace will now properly scale their extended finisher combo hit with magical power. Fizz wands will now properly scale their beam combo hit damage with fizz power. Does anybody want to get buzzed for science when they put boost NPCs back in? Cause Harry Potter tank build might go crazy. Like, honestly, what are you gonna do against my swish and flick? Two-handed maces now deal bludgeoning damage instead of slashing. Makes no difference to me. Wand is really good. I hate wand. Dude, I don't want to cast spells. I play fucking melee classes. If I wanted to cast spells, I would go play Hogwarts Legacy. I'm gonna be completely honest. I would just fucking play Hogwarts Legacy. But I'm not playing Hogwarts Legacy. I'm playing melee in a goddamn melee game. If you get 3k HP more, you will. Man, fuck a wand. Fuck a wand. Nah, Wingardium Leviosa myself a fucking longbow and put out some goddamn wound in this bitch. No wound, no play. None. Book tank. Book tank does go hard. Book tank does go hard. It goes absolutely sicko mode, if I'm being completely honest, especially for like AoE pulls early. Wait till you see the new models. New longbow models or new book models? Dusty, I'm planning to go to the great land of Mexico next year for Day of the Dead, so plan on that. Are you going to kill me? I feel like I will die. The Destiny quests are working? Define working. Are they giving more stuff now? Because they were like functioning previously. Do they have more than 243? Oh, they upped the XP payouts on some of them. And the glint payouts. Oh my god. Wait. Holy shit, 1,000 XP for hitting level 5 just as a bonus? The fuck? More XP, more rewards? God, dude. Alright. I love that. I like that a lot. So, what do we have for the initiate ones? It doesn't show the initiate ones until we unlock it, huh? Huh. You're almost there in the notes? Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Starting gear now has the correct armor type set bonus. Starting gear? This has no set bonus. There's no set bonus on this gear. Weird. Anyways, reduce the armor value of starter gear. That they did, that shit's ass now. There was previously actually like decent scaling on that. There is no longer decent scaling. Temporarily added 11 starting quest reward choice boxes with gear to the starting equipment of new characters. These are the boxes that every character will start with right now. These are the rewards we intend for you to receive from completing quests in the level 1 to 9 range. 1 to 9 intended questing target is crazy because that means we can quest to 10 super fucking easy. That means we can quest to 10 so easy, and everybody is going to need to know the questing route step by step by step by step. If it's 1 to 9 intended, we can squeeze more out of that. We can juice that shit like an orange, bro. I swear to God. If you don't like questing, church may actually be open. Yeah, like low-key. Everyone else has fun. Have fun for the first 2 hours. Hey, I mean, 2 hours of fun is way better than half an hour of fun previously. Shit. I'm glad that at least we can get through the refund period while people are still having fun. It's a good step too. I'm gonna be honest. This is the vibe that we felt in the New World community when New World's first time user experience first started to get better. We all were able to, in terms of like the OG players that stayed through the shit, level and progress. But the players that fell off along the way that were like, man, everything kind of sucks. Those were the people that we wanted back in the New World scene very heavily. And because New World had launched and it sold 8 million fucking copies on launch, millions of players were like, oh, this ass. Way fewer than millions of players have had that feeling with Ashes, which is great, at least from a first-hand playing it standpoint, and especially a post-launch standpoint, because we haven't launched yet. So to see this coming in, it's like the start of progression with every form of gameplay in every MMO. It is, I make my character and I go through the first-time user experience and I progress outward from there. And while it may also be a play to make people have fun for the first 2 hours, I'm gonna be completely honest, the previous first-time user experience also had 2 hours of content just from fucking running around and smacking trees and shit. So from that standpoint, like, maybe, but I also just see this as them trying to bring up their first-time user experience par between the Riverlands and the Anvils, so that way when they go over eventually to the other continent, they have a better first-time user experience ready over there earlier on, you know? The first-time user experience was far from perfect, and I think it is something that is unequivocally important for holding and retaining new player attention and turning players from that, like, I am first-time player to I am coming back to continue on this first-time user experience journey. Whether that is, oh, I've run out of quests, I'm gonna go explore the world, or, oh, look, they've added more on. So I have been happy with all of my testing so far. I haven't checked out the first-time user experience today. I'm gonna do that after we finish these patch notes, probably next week or something like that, at this rate. But I'm liking this a lot. I think onboarding new players is great. And I think that the largest complaint I had from new players that were trying to progress, this phase especially, was, yo, Dusty, you got any of them hand-me-down pieces, dog? I got 8 naked pieces right now. Bro, there were tanks that didn't have armor. You couldn't even funnel a full set to a motherfucker at the start of the phase. It was bad. It was real bad. So this level of controllability, I think, will be way better. Church of the Seven Quest gives 22k XP early. XP. If you stop on the way to Second Sword, it might be worth a pit stop. What is this church quest? And how contestable is it? Is it... It's part of the route I'm working on? Ayo. Wait, are you guys going crazy on routes right now? Gather 4 trash of different mobs. Oh, that seems easy. Now, one thing I want to test as well, group quest objectives versus solo quest objectives. Because if in the event something is like, kill this mob, loot this thing, and it's an individual, that is a substantial nerf to the group questing early. If it is available for all group members to loot when that quest item is facilitated, that is a huge no, and we should add that for any, like, anything quest that we can actually, you know, get our hands on to test. Yo, human, what up, dude? I gotta say, solo life is looking more and more plausible day by day. Oh, yeah, no, listen, Westone, I say this and I mean it. Anybody that is playing Ashes right now is playing the worst state of Ashes that there will ever be. It's not like we are already post-launch and everything's burning and like you're on the highway and the car's falling apart. They're still building the car. The car hasn't gone on the road yet. And so we're literally looking at the car being built, and they may have to undo a couple nuts and shit like that every now and then and readjust something and make sure that it's getting built properly. It may get built at a slower pace than other cars comparatively. It may get built at a faster pace than some other cars. But we are far from going down the road, car on fire, tires absolutely burning, and very, very, very much in a state of car hasn't even gone. So Oh, the fuel changes and change the recipes. Oh yeah, the trade skill, like the gathering tools being more available is fucking massive. First time user experience changes are gonna be huge as well. Yo, what up, Christ? Oh wait, it's Chris Thunder. I thought it was Christ Thunder, and then I was like, wait, it's Chris Thunder. Ranger's solid. With the new time to kill changes, DPS classes are kind of like in a to be determined spot because a lot of their bursts got devalued because people are so tanky right now. But Ranger has vines. Vines is a circle that goes on the ground that roots everybody in the circle. Never fails. You grab a bunch of people's ankles and you just hold them there. You're useful at the very least for that. And then you have solid burst on top of that. Ranger is always very consistent. Been following Ashes since 2017. Should focus on how leveling experience is Alpha and Alpha 2. Still supported and played all phases in Alpha 2. Have you? Me? Brother, I've got 3,000 hours on stream. Yeah, you're preaching to the choir. Now, are you aware that these patch notes are very heavily rewarding the first time user experience and changing and improving those? Because you say you should focus on how leveling experience is awful in Alpha 2, but these are a bunch of changes that are legitimately improving the leveling experience in Alpha 2 very heavily. So while the leveling experience is far from what it will be, it's getting better for the long term, and that's the state of what Ashes is going to be. Everything that is currently in Ashes is going to be in the worst state that it will ever be. The 1 to 9 level range is getting love now. At some point, we'll probably see them getting quests ready for 10 to 19. And then at some point, we'll probably see them getting quests for 20 to 29. And you know what's crazy? If Ashes stays true to the original vision, mob grinding is still probably going to outdo questing just in the long-term XP, especially once you get to a higher level with the world being as large as it is. If you have a group that is efficiently sitting there in one area just pumping mobs and not dying. That's kind of where I see it. Now, questing will be in a much better capacity. Player onboarding, player progression systems, those will all be online in a much more meaningful capacity with things. But right now, it's not expected to be. Will their new narrative and story system be live for December 11th release? Yeah, so Harbingers, if you're talking about the story arcs and the Harbingers, those are still, as far as we know, set to be live for December 11th. I'll be able to get some clarification on this soon, but as far as we know, nothing has been delayed. They do also have their dev stream that'll be... Chad, are we getting a dev stream in a week? Last Friday of this month? When would the last Friday of this month be? It's Saturday right now. When are we getting a dev stream this month? Dev stream would be Friday the 28th, day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday. Black Friday dev stream? Nothing has been delayed. Well, past the 11th, you goober. In the frame of December 11th being the expected sending date at this point. As far as we know, nothing has been delayed past the 11th. We're all aware that it was originally supposed to be the 18th. Like, believe you me, you're not pointing out anything new. Everybody knows, and also, not to be a well, actually, it was the 18th. It wasn't the 19th. So just if you're gonna well actually, I'm gonna well actually, you're well actually with more information, but it's actually the 18th, just for perspective. So sorry. Well, the community send off of the alpha, I can see it for sure, because they're opening the servers again for the send off. That's fair. Yeah. CT program, Harbinger showcase, in the EA Steam version showcase for DevStream. That's true. Harbinger's being in a better spot with boss testing, showing off the mechanics of the Harbinger Narthax or whatever the fuck it is. They brought in a really weird word. That word's, I don't think that word is English, whatever the fuck the word is with that Harbinger thing where you go like deeper into the Harbinger. It's something weird. No, not that word, Snake. Snake, do exclamation vanish. Do exclamation vanish. Just real quick, one time for the one time. But yeah, they'll have, exclamation gamble all. All right, fine. That works too. Got any fun series predictions for Steam player count on day one? day one's a Thursday. I would say, fuck, day one. I don't know what player count was at any point throughout this phase, just for perspective. The most recent player count number that we have to go off of is phase 2.5, which was a stress test where everybody was on the same server. That was 8,100 concurrent players, 8,100 plus concurrent players. But server infrastructure was worse. Like server worker infrastructure and dynamic gridding was not active at that point. I don't necessarily think we'll see like, excuse me, I don't think we'll see like fucking 10k peak per server or anything. God, I'm fucking dying. Went outside today. Excuse me. So anyways, I don't think we'll see like 10k per server. I think we'll probably see day one maybe 12k total in terms of a peak. Maybe. Like I'm thinking somewhere in between like 8 and 12k. I think 8k is like what I think there'll be day one, with it being on a Thursday with NA and EU server. I think 8k and like with the Steam launch and the price reduction, matching or surpassing the previous, you know, peak total player count of, you know, what we know for phase 2.5 at like 8,100. Granted, that was single server. I think across the two servers will be 8k plus. I think 12k would be like an optimistic high end. Now, it could far surpass that. It could just blow up. We don't really know. I don't think it will, at least early on. Esfan is bringing his community over here. But that's not going to be like thousands of people. Pyro Software is coming back over here, but I don't think he's bringing in like the army previously. Ash is getting up there on the SteamDB wishlist chart. Hold on. Let me peep this. Where are we? Seem to be unknown app. Arc Raiders, Tarkov, RV there. Why is Where Winds Meet wishlisted? Bro, it's free. Just download it. Wait, so where are we at? Oh shit, we're 24th. How many wish lists? 11,853 follows. Bro, that's more than my Twitch following. That's crazy. Goddamn. Okay, cool. So, now I will say, a good percentage of those, like, not a good percentage, I don't want to say that, but like a non-zero percentage of those will absolutely be current players also wish listing it. Me, I did that. Showing out for the streets. But this is encouraging. This is nice. We are absolutely smacking the fuck out of Chill With You Lo-Fi story. So get cooked. Let's see. Restorats is up there. I think we need to run a Restorat smear campaign. Wait. There's Gamba. What the fuck is Restorats? Wait, why does this look so good? I have it. Was Vietnamese dong. Sorry. What is Restorats? Like Ratatouille? Bro, it's a bunch of rats that run a restaurant? This is fucking lit. Oh, shit. All right, down with Restorats. I'm wishlisting right now. Ashes or Restorats? No, unwishlist Restorats right now. Unwishlist Restorats. If I refresh this and this is plus 860, I'm banning one of you guys. Swear to God. Number 23 Restorats plus 859. You're so fucking lucky right now. You guys are so fucking lucky. I better see this go up. I better see this and this go up. I don't know how frequent their pulls are. But. All right, so let's see. For perspective, the total numbers on Arc Raiders. Plus 13,000 week over week on the 7-day gain. 323,000 total follows. So obviously total Arc Raiders present size with everybody that's been over there with the October time. That's great. 7-day gain. I think we're like 5th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7-day gain, we're 6th. So it's Where Winds Meet, Dispatch, Bongo Cat, free on Steam, co-op Meowty player update. Like, what's a man to do? There's so many games that are just absolute fucking slappers right now. Oh my god. Arc Raiders, Tarkov, and then Asses of Creation. Yes. Wasn't Steam only announced last week? Yeah, so 7-day gain is 9,500. And for a recent announcement, this is great. I mean, this is the only December launch that is in this realm of wish listing. Just for perspective. This is the only December update on the screen right now. Now, there are a couple to be announced updates as well, but it seems like these are a bit more long-term as a lower percentage of their, total follows or week-over-week follows. So this does seem indicative that Ashes is going to have a good amount of people now. Peak concurrent player base is also far separated from, like, total active users. So in terms of peak concurrent player base on a Thursday, it's hard to fucking say. Because, like, on a Thursday, people have to work. It's not going to be your peak day. It's going to be your peak day before your peak day. But your true peak will typically come on a Saturday. And I think Saturday EU peak around 2 p.m. EST. And then NA peak around 8 p.m. EST would probably be your point of, like, initial peak population. If in the event word spreads that it's good and that it's fun, you could see week over week growth as well with Ashes. That's the thing with MMOs. Is like MMOs right now are that pool that everybody wants to jump in, but the water looks really cold. So somebody has to dip their toes in the water first and be like, oh, this isn't that bad. And then they get in the water and then everybody else starts jumping in after the fact. And if nobody's jumped into the MMO first, then nobody's going to play the MMO. Where Winds Meet has a 7-day gain, but it's been prominent for way longer than 7 days in the MMO scene. It takes the ripple effect of like, wow, look at this super fun clip. Look at this super scenic scene of me walking through this flowery field doing nothing. Look at me interacting with these 74 menus while on a whale's boat. And then those things hit and people experience FOMO. And then they're like, whoa, gotta play this. Teach their own. But we have not hit that wave yet. We don't have that massive presence in the Ashes scene. I am not that massive presence. I love you guys, but I'm just a small content creator boy in my own little corner. I just try to chill and do me and spread the good word of Ashes. I don't know why people still get hyped for Eastern pay-to-win slop games. Because many people, as they become adults, have much more money than they do time, and they want to experience the joy of completing the content that they felt in MMOs when they were younger with all of the time in the world to invest. And they think that the joy of MMOs comes from winning the MMO, when the real joy of MMOs comes from, in my opinion at least, as humble content creator man, finding a group of people that you really like accomplishing goals with and, finishing your own goal set within your group of people, whatever that goal set may be. And I think people have kind of like lost the concept of MMOs where it's like, your goals don't have to be my goals don't have to be your goals, your gameplay loop doesn't have to be my gameplay loop, right? And I think that's what made MMOs really awesome for a lot of people initially. And I think that's what a lot of people have lost as they've lost their time availability in MMOs, where it's like, I have all of this money available. Not all of this money. In a lot of people's senses, but like I have some money available, I don't have a lot of time. I work a job, I come home and my wife yells at me because my penis is small and my belly is big and I don't spend enough time with her. So I get on mobile gotcha MMO and I can buy power for 1 hour of my workday worth of money, and then I can feel good because I beat people. That's what a lot of MMOs have devolved to, and what a lot of the player-based mentality has devolved to in MMOs. And to each their own. I get it. But y'all got more money than me at that point. When I was in New World, a lot of people were like, Dusty, you gonna go play TNL? You'd probably fuck it up over there. And I was like, nah, dude, I'm not rich enough to play pay-to-win games. I don't have it like that. Genuinely, I wouldn't spend my money on that shit if I tried. Like, I gotta invest time. I got the actual, like, I got the time, but I don't got the money. Point of an MMO is supposed to be the journey. Modern adaptations have been about the destination. I agree. No, I absolutely agree. I call it modernization through linearization, where MMOs have become a very get on a conveyor belt. I take you from point A to point B through daily quests, through you have to do this, and an MMO will bring you stop to stop along the way, place to place along the way, while saying, you go here and you do this. And I don't necessarily know that I like that level of streamline in my MMOs anymore. I have experienced more streamlined MMOs. I've experienced less streamlined MMOs at this point. And I very much enjoy the decision making that comes with something like Ashes, and the element of every decision that I make can either optimize or like lessen my time spent, if that makes sense. That's what I really like. Chinese keyboard not working. Kirito. Oh no. So happy right now smashing rocks and still getting nothing. Yeah, like if everybody just finds their gameplay loop in an MMO and settles in, an MMO isn't meant to be something where it's... How do I say this? It's not meant to be a game where you see I beat this MMO. It's meant to be a living, evolving world where you are a citizen of the world, where you are a participant in the world as a whole. Where you log in, and while you are logged in, your character is you in that world. And to some that may sound corny, but brother, it's a massive multiplayer online role-playing game. Like, it's essentially D&D online with more people, except we're not having to figure out what dice to roll. It's being done for us automatically every time we swing our weapon. That's all it is. And at its core, so many people have forgot that when you're in this world, when you log in and when you're on your character, you're literally just playing a spot in the entire world. You may be one of the more important figures in this world. You may be one of the nobodies that's aspiring to be something big one day, or to be somebody big one day. Everyone's going to have their own role. Everyone's going to play that role. And that's going to, hopefully with Ashes, separate it from a lot of the modern MMOs where your role is already predetermined for you and what you do is already predetermined for you. And everybody just does a little bit of everything. The more I played, the more I realized how huge this update today was. I wasn't expecting so much work out of nowhere. Just fucking RKO type shit. Even the UI work is better, starting to look good. I love hearing people say that it's starting to look good. I really do. I haven't checked it out. I'm still sitting in the ruins of Ayla. But I was doing the first time user experience loop 2 days ago. It's going to be different 2 days ago than it is today, but excuse me. I will learn this. I will learn this. That's why Vanilla WoW holds up so well. With 40-man raids, you can bring your whole community, even the players who couldn't pull their weight, instead of gatekeeping over performance. You want to know what fucking sucks as a WoW player, though, John? 40 motherfuckers doing the same goddamn shit without fucking up, and nobody bricking my fucking schedule. Doss, you out there? Can we take a second to fucking bitch about Vanilla WoW 40-man dumb fucking organizing 40 goblins to try to do the same goddamn Sorry, John. TBC was more manageable for me. We had some scheduling issues sometimes with our guild. People didn't like showing up once they got their gear. God fucking damn it, John. God damn it. Oh, God. I think the stuttering disappearing for Dusty would be nice. Wait. Is it as bad today? I haven't been moving around a lot. Hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, no. I got a baby stutter. Hold on. I'll keep you posted. I haven't moved around a lot today. It's the same stuttering? You bitch. Yeah. I mean, you know me. My chief complaint's still the stutter. That's kind of where I'm at. Like, I really want that stutter fixed. Client looks beautiful. Everything looks awesome. If the first time user experience is playing awesome, then I'm bricked up. If we get the stutter ironed out, brother, I will launch a rocket into space through my pants. This will be such a beautiful update coming in on the 11th if they're able to get this all set up. Positivity to this channel. There's so much negativity kicking around. Bro, I mean, here we are. I complain about things. I talk about things that I don't like. The thing about it is, like, we discuss the things that we don't like in a constructive way, where everybody kind of knows that Ashes is not where Ashes is going to be. And we can either take that as a point of like, man, Ashes is not good enough yet. Well, I'm going to shit on it for not immediately being in the spot that I want it to be in. Or we're just going to say, oh, Ashes is definitely going to get better. And if we provide feedback on it along the way, if you do enjoy it, then you can help make it better. If you don't enjoy it and you don't want to help make it better, then that's perfectly okay. I don't even think it's positivity, bro. I understand that I'm not just like a negative Nancy about things, but it's also not an element where like I don't have my own quarrels and my own gripes about things. I just say what they are and then I kind of move on from them and recognize that at some point they'll be fixed and at some point they won't. Like, I went through and put together an entire goddamn power scaling triangle to articulate how I felt different builds were put together through the trinity of power scale right now, and went through an entire goddamn like 100 level lecture on that shit. Like, I'm gonna be real, I got my own set of complaints, but I also present them in a way that's not just like, well, I don't like this, wah. Sometimes I present them too thoroughly. I'm on some Goodwill Hunting shit with this. Like, I'm out here making spaceship concept designs. Gonna spend $50 for the next 2 years that are to keep us out. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, my bet is that we're launching nowhere before mid to late 2028. If I had to put my money somewhere. Now, my predictions suck. My predictions are notoriously bad. But bro drew shapes for an hour? Yeah, but the shapes made sense. Like, the shapes did make sense. And hear me out. There are people who lecture at colleges that make much more money than I do for conveying way less information to people who are paying way less attention. I would like to say you guys are getting free college level MMO lectures here. And I'm not even charging you, a credit hour rate. I'm not charging room and board. I'm not making you guys pay for meals in the cafe when you stop over. Like, you guys have it fucking made here. These shapes fuck. Theory Crafting 101? Yes. And then we move up to Conspiracies 200 later in the day. Yes. Good to pay attention now. Second monitor content. I don't mind if you're on Reddit. It is what it is. Do your thing. Also, as long as you guys are testing the first time user experience, I don't have to because I can just follow people that tell me where to go. I just have to start the fire and then somebody else tends it. So this is the thing. I got a lot of people in motion now because I'm like, guys, we got to test this first time user experience. I did a day of testing first time user experience. I started the fire. I rallied the troops. I got the troops all organized. And now the troops are on the ground. The general is back in the tent, staying safe, commanding the army. I will soon have many questing routes that do come my way as a result of this. It's normal alpha back up now. That'll be in 4 days on the 26th. It'll be the 26th, the first for the normal alpha being back up, but on the 1st, everything gets wiped. Then we go from the 2nd to the 10th. That will be PTR again. Then on the 11th, the new server launches. Is NDA lifted? No. No. Do not share visuals. Do not. Whoever is saying no watermark means like no NDA is trying to fucking bait people. I saw somebody say that in Discord this morning, and I was like, oh my god, I don't care enough to save randoms in the Ashes Discord, but holy shit, somebody's gonna get cooked because of that. Like, there is no shot that people are just thinking no watermark means no NDA. You literally had to agree to the NDA when you updated the patch today. So, did you say alpha wipe? Yes, I did. Yes, I did indeedly. When the Harbinger update comes out on the 11th of December, we will have a brand new playing field to start up on. Shoal and Lotharia, both wiped to oblivion, everything down to Scrappingtons. And we'll start fresh. You'll have an NA and an EU server, and you'll have a fucking myriad of changes to this point. From everything late game progression, early game progression, trade skills, you've got end game replayable systems, you've got movement changes, time to kill changes. Like, it is genuinely a lot that we're going to be getting on the 11th that I hope people are excited for. We will still have a lot left to come with Ashes, but the 11th is going to be a very, very, very big patch if it goes well. And if dynamic gridding, this is the thing that I'm really excited about. If dynamic gridding comes in and dynamic gridding is smooth on the launch, that could be really good. That'd be really good. Really, really, really good. Basically, wait till the Harbinger drops, restart my cleric. Yeah, I mean, there are basically a couple options because you already have your access, right? So it's like, if you want to wait till Harbinger update drops on the 11th, you can keep playing Arc Raiders or whatever. If you want to test the Harbinger update a little early, then the private test realm is up for that testing. It just depends on what you want to do. If you want to go into the Harbinger update blind, or if you want to test, excuse me, some of the changes in between now and then. That's the largest thing. Will the Harbinger scale, or will it wait before spreading, or will it just get out of control fast? From what we've seen the last one. From what we've seen, we're gonna have to deal with this shit fast as a motherfucker. Now, I also don't know, because settlements were artificially leveled previously. Let me check the map here. They haven't spread over here, and I'm actually not seeing any Harbinger. Oh, no. The Desert Harbinger is the first one that is active, at least according to my map. I don't see the Tropics one. I don't see the Turquoise Sea one. Maybe it's just map UI bugs, but I do see the Jinnah Harbinger. That seems like it's active. It does not seem inactive. Donger, what up, dude? How are you? I hope you're having a beautiful day, brother. Shouldn't you be working? We have patches to get out. Who's letting you on the internet? Still a long way from the 11th, brother. Back to the dungeon I go. Listen, I'm just saying, imagine, and keep in mind, your people management side of things, right? So you'll understand this a little bit more. Nets on the windows so nobody can jump, bars on the doors so nobody can kick them down, beatings at noon, punishments at midnight, meals at 6 p.m. So the morale is sustained between the beatings and the punishments, and 1 meal a day keeps people motivated around the clock to keep working. I feel like meals. Yeah. What do you mean? You have to keep the morale up. Yeah, I'm a kind boss. I'm a people manager. I feel like while motivation must remain high, beatings must remain fierce. And that leads to speed and efficiency. Because when the fight or flight response is triggered, the heart rate accelerates, adrenaline flows through, and you can do things that you never thought you could do. You could lift a car off a man. you could remember to take all the NPCs out before an update goes live. Things that we never thought possible before can happen with just a little bit of adrenaline, dog. IV drip. Yo, IV drip in a feeding tube. Oh shit, because most... Okay, hold on. Most studios and offices will have like the drop down like tile ceilings, right? So the drop down tile ceiling has a hole in it. There's a hose that comes down from the hole to each development cubicle, 2 hoses. Up above the drop down ceiling, there is a food tank and a water tank where basically we blend up these like protein pellets and that's your food. So you're developing and and then you need water tank. The water is fed through like a triple filter system, so it's the purest water. The food helps you hit all of your nutrient macros for the day. And you just sit there, 2 hoses, just properly deving at max speed. I might have just optimized this, because then you could basically just pump into the tanks that are above the ceiling, and then hoses coming out of the tanks to every single like development desk. And then devs would never have to leave. Also, poo chairs. Like, low-key, you have that system, poo chairs and fans. Oh, bidets and fans, too. You're good. We're getting them commode pumped into the floor? Yes. Yes. Poo chair directly into the floor. Bidet with the fan attachment. So you get, like, the wet and then the dry. Trying to invent protosuits. I'm trying to optimize development as a fan of Ashes of Creation. A lot of people want to come in and say dev's too slow, but they don't want to provide solutions. And my dad always told me if you can't do it better yourself, then shut the fuck up. But I can definitely tell you, I can strike a whole lot more fear into the hearts of the developers. And Steven, I think he's leading with too much of a compassionate heart. I feel like they need some muscle on the dev team. Just somebody that's like walking around the studio just dragging like an executioner axe behind him with like the little executioner like dark mask on and shit. Just looking at everybody's work. Just like double checking. Just someone that's like really good at development. That's Jacob. That's his entire role. Just look over people's shoulders and start like sharpening a fucking axe. We need somebody else just dragging a sharpening, like one of the big ass sharpening wheels behind him with like the foot pump. So they just start reviewing work and all you hear is just the sharpening behind you. If you can't do it better, shut the fuck up to 3-year-old Dusty. Yeah, you know me, I always have input, dog. Like, even if I didn't know as a kid, I would try to come up with a solution. And my dad is like, my dad's a very reasonable man. He also says common sense ain't that common anymore. So you can tell what kind of person he is. Just very, very upfront and blunt. There were many times where I was trying to help him fix something. And by help him fix something, I mean getting in his fucking way. And I was the, you know, hold the flashlight and ask questions type, right? And sometimes I'd provide feedback. And sometimes that feedback wasn't good. Because I'd be like, oh, we should at least try it. And then I'd hear, if you can't do it better, shut the fuck up. And I'd be like, all right, bet, we'll do it your way. All right, that's fine, that's fine. So I learned very early on in life the value of trusting the experts to do what they do and not getting in the way of the experts, right? That's the thing. So I'm not going to get in the way of the experts. I'm not somebody that's going to tell them how to fucking code something in the game, but I, as MMO player, can absolutely make drawings like this to help illustrate how different builds are scaling on the Power Trinity right now. I like being able to articulate things like this, but I can't develop better than developers, so I just say this and then I shut the fuck up and let them develop off of it. I got a good system here. Kirito, I don't know what that means. It's a Gen X phrase. My dad's old. My dad is in his 60s. I don't know when the fuck Gen X is. I think he's technically a boomer. But yeah, I'm the youngest of my brothers. Like the last of them. But also probably the largest mistake. Power finally matters in itemization. Did I change? No, hold on. I'll explain this. So Nice to meet you, by the way. Power matters a little bit. Power matters a little bit. I'll explain this real quick and then I have to go back to patch notes because I can't keep going back to my triangles. Within the total scaling of a build, and this is just like my mental take on everything visualized. In the total scaling of a build, you have essentially 3 points of the triangle that represent weighting when you put a total, essentially like plot and connect those plots. So you have the power scaling up here, which is a combination of all of your power effectors. You have your health and mana, your resource pool. This is health, mana, regens, sustain, stuff like that. Then you have your mitigation. This is your mitigation, your block chance, your block rating, your evasion, your parry if you have a parry in game, stuff like that. So essentially what we're looking at is the blue triangle represents where tanks are able to scale up right now. Ungodly high mitigation. Showed this with my build during the 1v1 build yesterday, or the 1v1 tourney yesterday, broke down the build and where the numbers were at, just so you're aware as well if you missed it. 78% Fizzmit with 72.6% block chance. Not block chance, sorry, block mitigation. So I was 78, 73, and then I was 63, 63 on my magic side. So mitigation just through the roof. On the other side, relatively high power, health and mana scaling, sustain, all of that, phenomenal. Also amplified in terms of weapon procs off of the mitigation side. We'll get into that in a sec. But health and mana, tanks able to just scale both of these insanely high. Now, the thing is, we're not having to draw back much against DPS classes. So DPS classes are represented by the red, and then essentially the green is to show like what DPS classes we're going to for a build effectively for the 1v1 tourney. And we talked about the changes that a lot of DPS classes were making versus what would be a large scale build into what the 1v1 tourney build was, because it would survive for 3 minutes and then go to dice. So basically what we're looking at is the overall delta between a DPS build, which is the red, and a tank build in the blue is actually not that fucking varied at all if we really look at what's shaping up with it. It's essentially a relative wash, like 10 to 20% in terms of the HP scaling, which is to be expected between like tanks and DPS. But when you look at the power versus mitigation deltas, it's actually not that much at all. And in terms of percentage scaling, if DPS are running shields, then they also effectively shrink their power down to what a tank is scaling and increase their mitigation, which is what you see in the green. So right now, the deltas are actually not that crazy between how other classes or other archetypes are building from tank to DPS, and how those relative builds are actually reflecting the scaling between power, mitigation, and HP, making everything feel a little washed out and similar, where everything should, in my opinion, like in the way that my mind works, when I am actually gearing, I think of this as I have so many attribute points, basically so much weight that I can distribute in each section of this. And every class should have an equal amount of points that they can distribute, but classes will have a different baseline, right? Right now, the baseline between classes, that delta is so low, especially with the change, taking away a lot of the primary scaling off of your archetype stat gains per level, and with most of your weight coming from your gear. Pair that with all of your waterfall attributes, class to class, being the same waterfalls. No variance in tank, tank to fighter to ranger to rogue. It's all the same waterfalls. So effectively what we saw, and why the green and the blue deltas are so similar, is because tank and everything else in the game were gearing the exact same way. So that's kind of like my summary on it all right now. The deltas between builds based on gear differences, based on like gearing choices, and I don't even necessarily think it should be like gear differences, so to say, but I think the big concerning thing is like, if I am a rogue versus being a tank, if a rogue and a tank wear the exact same gear, they will be 98% the exact same outcome in build, with just some differences in ability kit for PvP. And the variance isn't there in the baseline of what establishes the archetype. So one thing that we kind of talked about was like the potential of rogue and ranger scaling with different waterfalls than fighter and tank, where rogue and ranger are more dex emphasized waterfall as their core progressor, and a strength as a secondary, and then fighter and tank being that strength modifier as their primary gain, and then having a lesser modifier, say like, for example, right now, Rogue and Ranger could take the 3 Fizz power from Strength, move it to Dex, move the 1 Fizz power from Dex onto Strength, and then they could go on the Rogue and Ranger side, 1 Fizz crit power from Strength, and then retain the 2 Fizz speed, 2 Fizz crit chance instead of the 2 Fizz crit power from Strength. Yo, Vicky, thank you for the follow. Whereas, you know, so then you essentially have your Dex scalars, your Rogue and your Ranger. Those are going to be 3 Fizz power, 2 Fizz speed, 2 Fizz crit chance, and then your Dex on your like tank and your fighter would then be like 1 Fizz power, 1 Fizz speed, 1 Fizz crit chance. So it's less emphasized to have Dex on those. Not enough gear with these stats for it to be viable. It's oh, you're talking about something else. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't see the reply. You're talking about lightning damage stuff. Yeah, lightning. Hubsy! Oh my goodness. Hubsy, thank you for the 10. I appreciate you. You guys are throwing so many subs at me today, and I don't understand why, but I really appreciate it. Genuinely, thank you guys. I have no idea how many subs that is over the course of this stream already, but you guys are genuinely going fucking insano style today, and I greatly appreciate that. From the bottom of my heart, thank you guys. Much love, much love. So yeah, like, this is just my general take on the lack of delta between different classes. And when I was drawing it up, it made a lot more sense because it wasn't just looking at it all at once. I can send you the timestamp in the VOD too, so I can like show you like how I drew it up and everything. Because I was bouncing ideas off of chat too, and we're adjusting it based on like the ratios and how we thought everything was going like all throughout chat. So it was kind of a cool discussion point to actually put this together. But like, this is very simply put how I think of scaling my builds. When I am making my tank builds, I'm trying to manage like how much power can I get in without losing too much health, mana, and too much mitigation, which represents the weight. So if we isolate just the blue, like the tank side, you would ideally want to see that being somewhere along the lines of like, if your mitigation is here and your health and mana is here, you'd want your power to be somewhere along the lines of like this range, right? Whereas power is staying at roughly a fucking 80% conversion up here comparatively to these DPS classes. And this general delta between the two is not that crazy, nor is the delta between the two over here with potential mitigation scaling, and the delta between the two with health and mana scaling is even lower. My like tank build that I was 1v1ing with was essentially looking at 22k HP, effectively 95% mitigation because I was chasing the mitigation as much as possible. But this does a really good job between these 3 core scalars of distributing like what part of this triangle your weight of your archetype is going to be in. So you're either going to have your primary weight down here between mitigation and health mana, and then you're going to suffer and you're going to have less emphasis up here, or you're going to have your weight be in this area where it's supposed to be a power and health mana emphasis while you're sacrificing on the mitigation side, or you go and flip the script over here and you have power and mitigation, but you sack health mana. Right now, with the gearing being the way it is, the baselines of health, mana, and mitigation and power are all so similar that there's no delta between classes. What are you yapping about? Your mother? No, I'm so sorry. So basically just articulating thoughts and like visualizing thoughts about how there's little to no separation. The solo train, choo-choo! Wait, we got a little sneaky level 3 hype train. Oh my god, Huffington. Huffington, has been a while since Conductor Hoofsy has been here. Goodness gracious. Thank you, dude. Boys, check your primers, check your biddies. Help Hoofsy with the hype train mail. Thank you, Anon with the 10. Oh my god, wait, is Anon matching Hoofsy? Anon, I don't know who you are. I don't know what your objective is, but thank you. I appreciate you. And I don't know that I would try to match the great Huffington, but it's a brave task to take on, sir. Anon is Steven. I don't think Anon is Steven. We've gone through this conspiracy before. There have been many conspiracies. One was Anon as Hoofsy. One was Anon as Steven. One was Anon as Planendorf. One was Anon as Dusty. I don't have the money to do it. I'm broke as fuck. Planendorf gifts publicly. He likes to flex on people's gifted leaderboards and have his name out there for free promo, so he's recognizable in the community. I feel as though Steven would gift a sub under Steven if Steven gifted a sub, but Steven gifting a sub to one streamer and not all streamers would also probably be a very bad PR move. And I don't think Steven would just be out here throwing clams down on like random content creators. I don't know. How can you appreciate someone you don't know though? Well, I appreciate the gesture. Yeah, I mean, if somebody randomly sends me $1,000, I'm gonna be greatly appreciative of that. Yeah, 1,000%. 1,000%. And it's literally like, you gotta understand, from a perspective of somebody that is living off of the generosity of others as a full-time streamer, I'm not one of the streamers that is large enough to have ad revenue that pays, you know, tens of thousands of dollars a month. I don't have ad revenue that pays $2,000 a month. I don't get brand deals at my size at all, really, other than like, here's a free Steam key for a game, check it out and let me know what you think. So most content creators my size live purely off of the generosity of others, and it's the overall generosity from the generosity with people's time to actually like show up on a daily basis and be here in the first place when you could literally be anywhere doing anything else in the world is something that I'm greatly appreciative of, because whether someone's yapping in chat, whether I know somebody personally, people are taking time out of their day, taking money out of their wallet, out of their bank accounts, out of their personal spending to be generous to myself and to the other people in this community that are also watching. And because of that, I'm very appreciative. I don't need to know somebody personally. I don't need to know who is doing it, but somebody is in here doing it. And for that, I always want to acknowledge it. There will never be a time where somebody follows that I don't acknowledge it. There will never be a time where somebody drops gifties or a dono that I don't acknowledge it. Like, it's just generosity. You may want to do, no. Like, I do not expect any like monetary support from people whatsoever. And I always say, like, if you're not in a position of monetarily support, don't feel obligated to, right? That's why I try not to like hound too much about shit, and why I say I'm just grateful for it. You know what I mean? That's the biggest thing. Like, monetization as a streamer is, you can go many routes of it, but I always feel like if somebody wants to and is in a position to, then they will if they feel so inclined, and if they don't, then that's perfectly okay. So, you know what I mean? Gonna maybe give 15? Well, if you don't give 25, you're banned. Mods? Yeah, I don't know, man. Some people are demons with the monetization, though. I swear to God, some people are demons. Approaching the next milestone. See, I haven't been able to. Oh God, Havoc! Oh my God, Havoc with the fucking RKO out of nowhere to level the hype train. Holy shit! Oh, I felt pressured. God, only 10? Do you even like my fucking content? Jesus fucking Christ. Hoofsy! Oh my God. Oh my God. Havoc and Hoofsy and everybody. Oh my God, it's raining gifties. Oh, it's a level 8 hype train. You guys are fucking insane. This is the second hype train this stream. Dude, why? It's just a random day. What is today? Today's a Saturday? Why? What did I do? I haven't even shown tatas today. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the level 8 hype train. We are actually thumbing right now. I have no idea why you guys are popping off today, but thank you for popping off. Chat, can we get some DustyW booties for the hype train up in this bitch? My fucking God, you didn't hydrate either? Well, people keep throwing money at me here. I got you. Anon! Is Anon matching Hoofsy? Jesus Christ, I think Anon might be matching Hoofsy. Oh my God, I think we might have a duel. Boys, we're 98% through the level 8 hype train. We are almost to level 9. Anon is matching Hoofsy word for word, bar for bar right now with the 10. Anon, thank you for another 10. It's because you hydrated? Oh my God. Chat, who is even dodging gifties at this point? This is ridiculous. This has been an ongoing thing today. I don't understand why. I don't understand who. I don't understand if y'all get paid on Saturdays and you're just not buying people Christmas gifts this holiday season. But thank you. I greatly appreciate you guys. Like, genuinely unreal to me that people even show up to watch me yap all day. Dude, I got a bunch of fucking triangles with some gibberish beside them on the screen right now. And like, we have people that are hanging out, engaging in chat, that are helping me get through my daily yaps, and I'm thankful for that. Like, genuinely, nobody has any fucking reason to show up right now. And so many people are just hanging out anyways, talking about Ashes, spitballing ideas, and throwing that all out, man. I'm so thankful for you guys. I should get back to patch notes because we are now 3 hours in, and I think I'm through like 12 patch note lines because I keep going back to my triangle drawing. The triangle drawing goes absolutely... Jose! Thank you! We leveled up the hype train, boys. We got a level 9 hype train out in this bitch. Oh my god. We'll see. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anon, the ball's in your court. I feel as though this is the Hoofsy heat check. This is where Hoofsy throws down the gauntlet, and if the gauntlet is thrown back down, one up Anon. That's what I'm saying. This is how Hoofsy egos somebody. It's like somebody's in a stoplight, and he's in his Tesla, and somebody thinks they want to race him, and he just goes like a little bit faster than them and sees if they can catch up. That's the Hoofsy play. It's like the carrot on a stick. You demon. Yo, Neophyte, what up, dude? Is this game gonna save us? Personally, I think this game is already giving me a lot to look forward to. I'm at this point like 3,000 hours in roughly, and that's gonna go up a lot with the December 11th update, of course. I'm gonna be playing like a madman, and I still have fun to this day. It keeps getting better. It keeps getting more enjoyable. It keeps getting more fun. More systems are coming online. They are understanding community feedback, and they are doing everything they can, in my opinion, to bridge the gap between their vision and where the community feedback and valid community feedback is bringing them that aligns with the vision. And the changes today, I think, are really illustrating that they are investing in that. Yo, choose. Thank you for the 100 biddies. You are a part of the hype. I appreciate you. You're also a part of me paying my rent this month now. Thank you. I'll report it to the credit bureaus. I appreciate you. Much love, much love. Super curious about what y'all think of the early progression changes. Glow has been glazing the fuck out of the early prog changes. I ran prog changes 2 days ago, the day before the PvP tournament, and I was already having a lot of fun with it. I thought that the changes, especially around, by the way, who the fuck decided Avon's End was Avon's End and why? Genuine actual question. Like, I know you know something about this, and don't hit me with some Berenstain shit. Or I swear to God, I'll have chat spam timeouts on your shit, donger. I'll have you timed out until this fucking game launches. Avon Barksdale said no. Well, like, isn't there an Avon that's like a beauty brand or something? Because I almost wonder if saying Avon's End got them, like, didn't want the makeup company coming for us for legal reasons. This is a joke. Okay, well, hear me out. Also, nice disclaimer this time. That's actually what I thought. I was like, would it be bad for them to say Avon's End and then get sued by the makeup company because they're preying on our downfall? That was what I thought. I'm glad my actual genuine thoughts are this is so dumb that it'll clearly come across as a joke. I'm glad we're on that level where I am actually physically that stupid. So that's good to know. Just got to level 9 for the 1000th time, and this was the best / smoothest run to level 9. The L rewards are great. The destinies,
dead fucking idiot.
The destinies are massive. Good early money as well to get bags. Bags, refining costs. Oh yes. Oh yes. All right. I need a rundown. Top 3 things that you guys are liking if you've gone through first time user experiences. And 3 things that are still missing. Now, keep in mind, there are still many quests that are going to have all the crates that are in our inventory attached to those quests. But was there a fresh start recently? The fresh start is going to be on the 11th of December, Seahawk. It's going to come with the price drop in the Steam launch. So on the 11th of December, servers will go up and there'll be brand new servers. If you don't have your pack yet, it's $50 USD starting on the 11th of December, but it's also on sale for 15% off, down to $42.50 USD. And that gets you in all the way through the remainder of development. My guess is we're probably in dev till mid to late 2028. That's also just my guess. Unofficial time frames, blah, blah, blah. Full disclosure. But the price goes down over half. If you wait like 20 days, you bought yours back when it was like 120. Oh, massive. Okay, cool. So right now, then you have the decision making. Laughing at my friend who bought the game for $100 a month ago. Well, hear me out. Got to play for a month and then also gets PTR testing and then also gets $15 in the in-game store. So assuming those with beta 1 or beta 2 pack will open 2 in December. Yes. So technically it is still alpha 2 phase 3, but they are Hoofsy! Hoofsy, you were going crazy. Going absolutely sicko mode. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, essentially you have PTR access all the way through the remainder of development. The PTR will be up intermittently, right? Throughout the remainder of development and past launch. The PTR access before the 11th is up right now until the 26th of this month. Then it goes down the 26th to the 1st, and live servers come back up for an end of the world event for the end of these servers. Then on December 1st, Seahawk, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Then on December 1st, everything dies on live. We come back to the private test realm for another 10 days, and then on December 11th, we're good to go. So many positives, hard to pick 3. Are you fucking with me, or are you actually this happy about it? Have they said if we get something for participating in the end of the world event? I mean, you get to go there and hang out, and if you haven't logged in yet, then you do get a title for logging in prior to the December 11th launch on live servers. So if you already have your pack, that'll get you a title that then gives you like a cape transmog while you're wearing that title. So that'll be cool. Choo-choo. Boys, thank you for the hype train. I appreciate you guys. You all are absolutely insane with the gift fees, by the way. I have no idea why, but some quests need fixing. Performance needs to be fixed. Those are my only 2 downsides. Favorite stuff is a tutorial for new players, Destiny rewards, and XP and drop changes. Yes, that lines up. I think my biggest negative right now is the stuttering and the hitching in the game client. All of these system changes that we are getting, I'm gonna be completely honest, are going crazy. The zone stutter, just the stutter everywhere. It's like, no matter what I do, I'm just getting this hitching in my game client. It gets better as I'm in an area for a while, but it's just every so often. It's how they divided the zones. No, it's not even related to server worker stuff. No, it's not server worker infrastructure or anything. It's just like within the same areas. Super high prio for us. Oh yeah, no, I had assumed. Anytime there's a client hitch or a stutter, it tends to be escalated. I've been here long enough to play through more than one of these stutters, especially on the PTR, believe me. Yeah, I've been telling people I would assume this is super high prio. Good to know it's confirmed super high prio though, but yeah, I have always felt like Intrepid values game feel very heavily, which is something that I actually really appreciate as a like game feel enthusiast. I want my inputs to be meaningful, precise, and reactive. And Intrepid has always provided that with Ashes so far. And in my experience, anything that compromises that has always been an immediate like, oh shit. Down to, there were a few updates that brought in some really weird carryover of like animation logs being extended a certain period of time by certain actions that then impacted follow through casts of abilities and like locking out some instant abilities and stuff like that. There have been so many weird instances of like game feel, I guess like fluidity issues that have been resolved in a really, really, really good way. I believe the stuttering comes from overlaps of dynamic gridding shifts. The voodoo and wizardry. Yes. Big shout out to the combat and player character team for that. They're real passionate about the game feel. And I appreciate them for that. Like, I hope they know the game feel is one of the largest things that I preach to new players, where it's like systems can always get better, right? But if you're building a skyscraper in a swamp, it doesn't matter. You can build the nicest building, but if that building isn't supported by the foundation, it's either going to topple over, it's going to sink in, the foundation's going to crack, and it'll crumble. It'll just, you know, it'll all go to shit. I really am so genuinely thankful that the foundation that Ashes is being built upon is seemingly a foundation that's made by people who are in touch with what gamers are actually looking for, where it's like, first things first, I want to interact with a game where I make my character, and long-term, character creator will get better. That's huge. That's a first interaction point. Load screens, character creator in the long-term, huge. That'll be great. And then once you load in, game feel is huge. When I move, when I press W key for the first time, do I have a clear direction for my first W key press? As of right now, I'm standing at the character creation spot, looking at 2 gate watchers with quest indicators above their head. I'm looking out the door and I see an Ember Spring, which is a big-ass eagle statue. Seems dope to me. So I, as a new player, would immediately run forward. I see that there are a bunch of like wounded guards and shit. There are some weapons on the ground that I can grab, but I have weapons. I can run out right now and immediately have my object identified. So vision-wise, that's great. Now game feel. When I press my W key, does it take a second for the W key to kick up? Or do I feel as though by the time my W key is actually pressed, my character is already moving? Do I feel like I can snap my movement and actually have it be fluid? Do I feel like I can flick my camera and not be limited by player turn rates and actually play at a faster, more precise pace than other people? Yes, 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 yes. Does the game feel fluid? Not right now, but soon, yes. And in most instances, overwhelmingly, yes. Systems can always change, but game feel, if a game feel is established that is not good, it is so hard to change because you essentially have to redo the entire core of what your game is built on. New World had a really good combat system with really bad game feel. And anybody that played New World will understand what I mean. You would press an input, and that input would have a little bit of a delay, and it would be muddied, and then it would go in. You would have a lot of input overlap and input carryover, where you either had to, yo, Alexander, what up, dude? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Input carryover was a big thing. Inconsistent input registration was a big thing. And then in the movement system, you would change direction, and your character almost had a little bit of like a New World on Ice vibe to it, where you can still see it in the movement system today if you go over and watch a New World stream. Anytime somebody changes direction, their character does this little like, I'm running in socks on a hardwood floor around a corner chasing a dog levels of peel out. And it's a little weird to me to have that associated with all of the movement. It's not very like sticky. What about Bard ability that also increases my taunt / threat gen? Bard tank, secondary. We're up. How do you like the Destiny system? Chris, what up, dude? The Destiny system is fucking insane. Yes. I think the emphasis on first-time user experience and new player retention is a huge move from Intrepid. And I actually talked about this earlier today. But I saw a lot of this same thing start to happen in the New World scene when I was in New World. The progression sucked, and instead of people saying the progression sucks in this alpha, people were saying the progression sucks in this launched game that sold 8 million copies for launch. Therefore, millions of monthly active users were immediately turned off to the game. This is obviously a state where they've been transparent and open about development and shit like that. People have seen it, people have experienced it, some people have been turned off. But this is still pre-launch, right? This is where we should see the first-time user experience making the jumps where we're like, wait, this feels fluid as hell. This feels really nice. And this is encouraging for me. I haven't even gone through all the patch notes yet because we keep getting distracted talking about how cool the changes are and how sick this triangle art is. Really cool triangle art too. So it was something I really wanted when playing Phase 2.5, something you can look at and complete when you're wandering around the world looking for something to do. And for new players, it provides an element of like, Dusty, I've done a bunch of quests. I need a little bit of XP. Or Dusty, I can't find any quests. What can I look to do right now? Anything like that. Just any form of light linearization where there is some form of reward. And for new players that figure out, oh shit, wait, I have this. After, you know, going through it a little bit, they may open up their novice combat or their first steps or their initiated venturing, whatever it may be, and they may have a ton of rewards that are just sitting there waiting. It's gonna be great. Got a big weapon and chest upgrade with Destiny by level 5. Just got free money gathering shirt. Oh, wait. What are the weapons? I saw that they put stats in on those. Okay, we actually got to get back to the patch notes. Fewer triangles, more patch notes. Back to the flashbang in honor of Planendorf. Just moved in, need a quick update. It's Game Up Arena patch at the moment. Yo, what up, Craig? PTR is up. You'll want to download your private test realm client, but the PTR is testing new first-time user experience changes today. Choose the weapon you want, 5 options. Link me that bitch. Link me that bitch. Well, listen, wait till you hear that I was very upset on your behalf that they took out your beautiful work on the Destinies tab. I know for a fact that before they brought in these bogus celestial backgrounds, that sheer bright white background, that look into the fucking sunlight, that was you, buddy. And every time I open up my Destinies tab and I saw that blank white background, I thought of you. And I thought of your hard fucking work, dog. I just want you to know. I'm with you. I'm with you. It's the same stats as crafted version. What item level? Item level 3, 6, or 9? That's what I'm curious about. Because the chest that you get from the first steps is not item level 3. I don't believe that's item level 3, if I am not mistaken. Because that chest gives, unironically, 250 fucking HP. Bro, it's really good. It's really good. Has anyone else had the PTR actually shut their internet off? It's actually when I update Ashes. What? Has anyone else had the PTR shut their internet off? What? Wait, excuse me, what do you mean? What's your in-game name? It is Dusty. No Y at the end. It gets to 30% and my router resets. What? Donger, you got one of your tech guys around? Craig, you picked a good time to come in. Plan that what do you mean? No, I know that you know the guy though. I don't think you're smart enough to hack into somebody's router. I've seen your fucking work. We want to talk about the body oil, bud? What the fuck do you mean your router resets? In what world? Power saving mode is on for networking? Yo, if we troubleshoot this as a community, we're so up. Yeah, Craig, Planendorf is one of the Intrepid employees. I don't want to call him a dev, but I guess technically. We're using that term loosely here. But anyways, Planendorf works for Intrepid Studios somehow. So you can reach out to him and he'll at least get you in the right place. Can you flashbang a router? Yo, the Planendorf legacy will never die. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, I want you guys to know, when it is really bright outside, I will actually say I'm getting Planendorfed right now. Being Planendorfed is a verb. Rusty Longsword versus Wanderer's Mace. Lost Breastplate versus Adventurer's Guard. Wanderer's Mace is 265 Fizz Power, 66 crit chance, 23 strength. That seems like item level. I can codex this. Hold on. Ashes, codex. Then we go database, weapons. And then we go item level 13. I need an item level 6 to comp to. Or an item level 9. Item level 9, 0. That's a fucking shield. 3, 0. So Brooksteel Mace is worse than that. Wanderer's Mace is 265 Fizz Power, 66 Fizz crit chance. So that's immediately going to be higher than item level 3. I want to say that that's item level 9. Just off of the scaling of it, but I need to find an item level 9 mace. Chat, what's an item level 9 weapon set? Do we have an item level 9 weapon set? Cracked Borehammer, of course, that's a fucking green. So that's going to throw the scaling all off. So item level 6? Because that seems a little high for green. God damn it, I hate this game. Bro, why can't you have any item level 9s in the first 4 letters of the fucking alphabet, guys? Jesus Christ. Let's planned this out a little better, I'm almost in the fucking E's. We got goddamn Dune Reach going out. Do we have item level 9 weapons? Surely we have item level 9 weapons, right? How? How far do I have to go? Glassville. Is there an item level 9 weapon set in this goddamn game? Level 3. Okay, this might be good. Item level 9. Moral Root Mace, and it's green. God fucking damn it. I'm gonna say it's probably item level 6. If I had to guess. I don't think we're finding any... Oh wait, item level 6. Mistwood. Oh, thank God. Mistwood. Mistwood Mace, item level 6. 275 to 282. Yeah, so it's an item level 6, right? Seems to be anyways. So, you like the ingredient storage feature they added for recipes? Oh my God. That and being able to pin the recipes? Oh, dude. Oh God, I'm so stupid. And that is such a large help. That is such a large help. Yes. Genuinely in every way, shape, and form, yes. I like it. I like most of... Actually, I'm gonna be honest. Is there a change that I don't like right now? That I'm just like not vibing with? Not really. Like, I think the 11th is actually going to be such a net positive patch. I definitely think there are sometimes patches where it's like, man, all this work for what? I think the 11th is going to be unironically a huge, like, realization of, goddamn, they have been cooking. For a lot of players that haven't played, especially in a long time. I have said for a while that the Harbinger update represents one of the first outward-facing, like, here you go, fuckers, levels of updates. So frequently in the past, it's been like, we're working on this back-end infrastructure, we're working on this server worker infrastructure, we're working on this baseline, we're working on a re-gearing that outward players are not going to, you know, noticeably see without actively playing and having the contrast of before. But when new players look at the game on the 11th, they're going to see a better first-time user experience. They're going to see more thorough progression throughout. I don't like I can't see a sprint button for my horse also. Wait, what do you mean you can't see a sprint button? Is that gone? Raid Boss PTR was real fun too. Very tough PvE content. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. I didn't do the Raid Boss, like, set testing, but we actually did a lot of testing previously over in the Harbinger areas too. I was in an initial bout of it, but I wasn't in the most recent one. But yes, the PvE content is unironically a mix of, like, everything that I was saying I wanted with future PvE, like, encounters, where it was a mix of, you know, direct I mob hit you mechanics while also bringing in those environmental mechanics, like on is it Clued? No, Clued's the Oracle. Which one's the Siren? Whichever fucking one, Yashara or some bullshit. The Siren one, the nautical themed one. The wave attack, bringing in like Yashara, yeah. Bringing like the environmental wave effect in, and like how you actually have this playable arena that now dictates responsiveness through your raid instead of just I boss, I do fireball. Like, it seems like we are getting into so many more working mechanics, and like it's a little bit deeper than Tumok, where it's like I put tree down and roots happen. Firebrand, I have meteors that come down from the sky and they don't really hit that hard, and then ads pop up. Like, this shit is really cool. Some raid boss mechanics were unclear as to how they function, but it was still compelling. Largest issue was mechanics, though not render if you weren't within 10 to 15 meters of the boss. Yes, I did get killed by an invis wave yesterday after the 1v1 tourney. We were going over checking out some of the corrupted areas again. But yes, there is absolutely a level of like the rendering, especially with how hard those things do hit. But also, boss damage is substantially buffed right now in any of the corrupted areas and is quite literally unfuckwittable because we don't have the Heartwood crates to deal with the legions to shrink the corrupted areas to then get the bosses buffs down to then kill the bosses in a meaningful way. So everybody's just gonna get blasted right now. But yes, those boss fights are insane. the fact that it's going to be the boss fight plus PvP over those boss areas, as of right now, is going to be huge. The elements of like how deep the corrupted areas actually go as well is crazy to me. The portal structure of it all, like there's so much that's going to come out from those corrupted areas. But yes, I really like the boss fights so far. I have been very large fan. Also, there's the death from above mechanic, like the split mechanics with the disciples, where you have to deal with the disciples as the AoE expands, and when the AoE hits a certain point, you get like the death from above or whatever the fuck it is, or doom from above. Like, there were, and I say this with no exaggeration, no glazed donger, multiple times when I was testing those boss fights where we got wiped by an ability and my jaw just dropped and I was like, that is so fucking cool. And I think that's a fun thing to get wiped by. Not that anything's ever like a cool wipe, but it's like we miss a mechanic and then there's this long cinematic cast where we're like, oh, what's going on here? And then boom, half the raids Thanos snapped. Avoidable? Probably. But we fucked up. For CN, does it begin to panic? We found ways to live that. We found ways to live that. Yep. The tank is as a tank does. Actually, that was before the rat fucks took away all my scaling. But all I need are my spall rings again. I'm convinced I could live through a Steven Smite with my... Actually, I did live through a Steven Smite. The first smite bounced off of me and killed the person I was fighting. Then he tried to kill me with a lightning bolt and it didn't kill me. And then he smote me. Then he smote me. You see my 3 positives and negatives? No more static resources, crafting cost reduction for tier 1, 1 gear, harbingers, improvements in zone-based crafting, item disparity, anvils, crazy good, verse Riverlands, quests are directed of NPCs. They can all push players to level 4 zones and mobs, PvP banners that turn a radius around the flag into a 4 slug zone. That'd be kind of cool, but I also feel like that'd be kind of abused to a certain extent. But yeah, that'd be a cool element of it. NPC team is really cooking on new NPCs. Dude, the tasting is huge. I love just walking up to those glorious harbingers and just giving them a nice and then just letting the NPC team know what I think. It's delicious tasting. Yes. Good roll up, but thank you so much for the stream. I love that you just show up and get bullied for an hour and a half, take some notes, and then go back to work, or however long it's been. Donger, we appreciate you. Somebody's got to be the soldier on the front lines, and the cat just gets to be a cat. So, you know, someone's got to do it. And just know your role is appreciated within Intrepid. And the Fall Guy always has a job, man. Stunt doubles can work in multiple movies at the same time, you know what I'm saying? So if you're willing to take the beating, there will always be a role. Appreciate you, Donger. Because like the DJ 10,000 damage. Wait a minute. What is that gibberish? Oh my god. How's the patch note review going? Good. Good. We've scrolled down. New patch notes will be over for you. Okay, hold on. This is libel and slander. And I feel as though it's their fault for putting a lot of patch notes out all at the same time. They know that we're going to discuss. And I'm gonna be honest for a second. I'm gonna be vulnerable. I'm an anti-React Andy. I hate most React Andys that just sit there and take some other content and go, yup, right. So I try to be transformative in my content. And let me tell you, I transform it into content that we didn't even know was related to it. Sometimes a problem. All right. I know what I need to focus up. And then we will hit the patchies. I gotta pee. And I'm also gonna take a bong rip. Auto react to triangle. Triangles can tell a lot. Do you know a triangle is the strongest structure in the entire world? Like it's the strongest shape. A triangle is the baseline of every... We're not getting into this. Hold on. You know 2 diamonds are just a triangle? Wait. 2 triangles are a diamond? What up, bitches? A tetrahedron is strongest shape being bound by 2 dimensions. Why are we bringing dinosaurs into this? So what I've figured out so far, I can get us to about 7 in about 35 minutes, and then probably have to go to mob grinding, hoping someone has found a better route. If we can go under an hour to level 10, then we're set. Have you ever seen my montage? Gotchi, I will watch a montage from you if it is a montage of your best leveling route with all of the new quests included. Yes, we need Captain Gotchi, the leveling architect. We need you to find the triangles of this leveling loop, the Tetrasaurus Rexes of this leveling loop. All of the strongest shapes, and we need to build upon that, Gotchi, and we need to build something great together. And we can. We can build this entire guild great together for their starting routes with yours and everybody else's information. Havoc's out on a grind right now. We got a lot of people out on grinds right now. We could probably get a group grind going. Check it out. Quests are borked. Your quests are borked. Some quests are borked and missing, but you can still get a vibe for it. I'm wondering when the rest of the quests will be in. Fupa's here to check out Planetdorf since you need to be monitored. I don't need to be monitored that badly. I'm not that much of a brand risk. Like, you're still sitting in line? I'm still sitting in Ruins of Ayla. I haven't even gone on a line hold. I still gotta get through these patch notes. Like, I'm 0% actual brand risk, but I am pretty stupid. And so you do have to deal with many intrusive thoughts, not many of which are truly bad-mannered. Some are. Sometimes I wish harm upon others, but not frequently. Usually pretty chill with the intrusive thoughts, but everything's relatively fine. What was here? Fupo, if you're here, you can't be eating the server worker hamsters. You stay here as long as you want. You get as comfy as you need to. You can take naps here. You can do literally whatever you need to. We got time? Yeah, but we got more time to get ahead. I'm just saying. We have much time to get ahead. And we should be optimizing that time. But yeah, no, I agree. Once the questing loop is like in and they say that all of the crates are gone because the quests that support the crates have been added, that'd be great. Dusty isn't an Ashes brand risk, but would be a brand risk for something or another. Oh, did you hear the story about how like Amazon Games really didn't want to work with me at all for any events? Because I was like I was basically too transparent in terms of discussing like things that were good and bad and like communications and like how I didn't like things that the developers were saying versus liking other things that the developers were saying. Amazon Games really did not like Dusty. To the point where they were literally like, if you keep talking about the things that you keep talking about, we're probably not going to work with you. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to keep talking about it anyways. Chi-Chi. Hope you guys learn to appreciate feedback in the long term and realize that it's come from a passionate spot. Yeah, I think fortunately, Ashes understands that a lot of the MMO community just has a lot of passion and very much wants to see something succeed. And that passion can come out in many ways. Sometimes for people. I try to keep mine pretty constructive, but not surprised. What, Amazon? They just didn't like people that were not glazing them. I'll be completely honest. Yo, what up, Z6? Is game releasing, game wiping once Steam release happens? Yes. So technically the wipe's on the 1st and then the release is on the 11th. That's because the private test realm for current key holders does have, availability for people to test the upcoming patch. But Steam release, there will be a wipe and there will absolutely be wipes at some point in the future. Best case, just not liking you generally. You dick. That's so good. Fuck. Okay, that got me. God damn it. No, I get it. That's good. That's fucking good. So anyways, best case scenario, Pear, I hope you're having a good day, by the way, dude. Best case scenario is that we make it to beta 1, which is like a feature complete state of the game before they go to betas without wiping. Realistic scenario is that that's not going to happen, and there will almost definitely be a wipe in between now and beta 1. My guess is we're not going to beta 1 for a couple of years. Wipe cadence, just to give you the full perspective, it's been like 3-ish months. 3 to 5 is the longest we've seen. So I would be really, really, really happy to see like 6+ months come out from this server. And it all depends on how the economy is, right? Dupes, exploits, general fuckery, to say the very least, on top of more evolutions of game systems, all kind of like support wipes. So wipe 100% on the addition of the freeholds and barony system. Yeah, they could absolutely wipe at the, at the drop of any systems. They could also wipe specific systems along the way. Yeah, I would most definitely plan for more wipes on the way. But what they have told us, and as recently as last dev stream, Steven said this, each wipe should represent a state of the game where enough significant progress has occurred that the wipe, essentially means a better state of play for everybody. What's endgame? It's kind of like, I'm gonna be real, I'm gonna start out with it's whatever you want your endgame to be, and that's gonna sound a really like cop-out answer, so I'm a kind of like give you more information on this. If you are a PvP player, your goal can be to PvP over areas, but you will need to PvE so you can get your gear, get your drops, gather so you can get high rarity gatherables, and then give those gatherables and those materials to your crafters to then craft you the highest rarity gear so you can PvP. What can you PvP over? You can PvE over points in the open world, mobs, resources, whatever it may be. There are guild versus guild wars. There are settlement versus settlement wars. The reward and loss scaling for those, not into the point where they're like incentivized yet, right? But they will be in the long term. Sieges, settlement versus settlement sieges exist. Again, the punishment of losing a siege is not in yet. So that's more just like, let's practice the siege mode and test the siege mode. Punishment scaling for those modes is not in yet. So what a lot of people lack right now is the incentivization of PvP. That gets better with the Harbinger update on the 11th with the Steam launch. So basically with Ashes, just to summarize it as quickly as I can, big ass open world, multiple different levelable towns that are leveled through player activity in those town areas. At level 3 or higher, you get mayors. Mayors put buildings down. Not every town can be max level or have every building. Towns can be destroyed through sieges, which are PvP. They're leveled through PvE and, different player actions. Leveling a town takes time, input, gathering, player input, whatever you may have. You can be a citizen for your entire gameplay loop. And if you're a casual player where your emphasis isn't like leveling to max and getting like bissed out, then you could spend most of your time just leveling the towns. You could be a merchant that's playing econ that is flipping stuff on the player market every single day. You could be a gatherer that goes through and just sells shit to the crafters. You could try to compete with the crafters to become a crafter. You could go around and just PvP any chance you get. And right now, the end game is the worst that it's going to be, especially pre-Harbinger on live. The Harbingers are the first step of replayable endgame content where it's like, I am incentivized to fight over this thing. What are the Harbingers? The Harbingers are these big-ass corrupted areas that are force flag lawless PvP, where basically Spooky Man is channeling spooky stuff, and if that channel gets completed and it's not dealt with, then spooky stuff expands and transforms more of the open world to Spooky Zone. So then you have more force flag lawless PvP, you have corruption running about, and then that area can continue to expand off of the expansions. So the corruption will have to be dealt with. You'll have people that want the corruption to succeed, want the corruption to fail. That'll bring in PvP. Arenas will be in at some point for PvP. There will be guild castles in for PvP and guild maintenance. Housing, as Glow said, will be in. Transmogs are coming in, so you can be one of those cutesy UUUGE players that just gathers and sells and RPs and does housing. You can be somebody that sweats and wants to do like dungeons and raids. Granted, those dungeons and raids are primarily going to be in the open world, so you may have to have some PvP sweats to compete for those. So it is a PvX gameplay loop. It's a very like sandboxy leaning thing. Right now, the biggest thing is a lot of the endgame systems are not either fully developed, implemented in a baseline, and there's not a lot of on-rails endgame where it's like, I go do this because there's incentivization. It's like, I progress, I get my gear, and then if I don't have a community to play with, I'm gonna run out of things to do. If I have a community to play with, then I will be able to make any amount of content. So a very social game right now. More on-rails content will again come later on, starting with Harbinger update on December 11th. That'll bring some incentivization, some on-rails stuff, and then it just continues to get better from there. So if you have any questions, let me know. That was a lot of information. I just literally yapped your ear off for like 5 minutes about that. And I'm sure there's something that wasn't retained, but if you have questions, let me know. Long story short, there's a lot that you can fucking do already. It is a very sandboxy world. You can realistically invest your time in any amount of things along the way and try to, you know, just progress however you want to. That's the biggest thing. All right, patch notes, because once we get through these patch notes, we're good. What do you think this game needs PvP wise? Just more time. Like they have all of the structure planned out in the long term, because keep in mind, it's still in alpha. There's the remainder of Alpha 2 Phase 3, then there's Beta 1, then there's Beta 2, and Beta 1 and Beta 2 are meant to be like final coats of paint and polish. So a lot of it is just like more time needing to be established. But yeah, that's the biggest thing. In terms of PvP for me, I'm a large fan of like replayable numbers match, equitable start PvP. So like arenas are going to be a really large hit for me if it's truly a, you know, IQ and go up against different arena teams, and then, you know, get to do combat against them. That's going to be really fun. Now, guild castles are going to hit for a lot of the guild communities to try to strive for. There will be 5 guild castles that are on the map. Those can be controlled, and you have to upgrade those guild castles through like questing and doing things for the castles and the little settlements that are around your castle that'll help defend it during your siege. You have to run tax caravans that are going out from settlements or those towns near your castle, out to your castle to get your taxes from your towns, and people can attack those caravans along the way. So for the guilds that want to be on the highest end, guild castles. Once a month, there will be a big guild castle siege. Those will absolutely fuck. They did a preview of those long ago on old systems. But those will be a huge point of emphasis for PvP. Arenas will hit for a lot of people in terms of a replayable thing. Harbinger will bring a lot of PvP in. You know, incentivization for guild wars and settlement wars happening will help with PvP a lot. Settlement sieges are going to be fucking huge. Settlement sieges are already in, but again, like the incentivization just isn't there. So as more time elapses, the incentivization loop will develop. The why am I PvPing will be there, and you'll have that element of like, you know, I have something to do with all this gear that I've worked for. So, brother's getting hit with a Mortal Kombat finisher. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ, Leon. I had a lot of fun testing today. Amount of changes and fixes they did to those changes over the past week are great. Everything feeling nice. It's been really well received today, which is a little intriguing. Not much of an RP gamer, but when Housing Transmog comes in, there's a whole lot of people out there who will come to the game just for that, without a doubt. Oh god, yeah. I mean, and we've seen how clean some of the skins are looking. Okay, I'll zoom through patch notes, and then we'll do a loop while the VOD plays. I'm so sorry. So let's see. Where are we? Oh god. Okay. These boxes will be removed in a future update. It's talking about the crates that are in our inventory. Let's see. Added 8 new dagger models into the game and updated the usage of all dagger models to show a clear visual progression as they increase in level. Same thing with one-handed swords. Updated all one-hand sword inventory icons. Added 3 new longbow weapon models, 10 new two-hand sword models. Updated all the two-hand sword inventory icons. Added several new one-hand axe models to the game. Fixed apprentice mana salve to restore mana and increase mana regen. Destinies tab. Updated the description of each destiny. Replace the use a pylon destiny gathering objective with an objective to gather 50 plants using herbalism. Fixed an issue where certain weapons rewarded from the destiny system could not be used with the default attack. Fixed typos in the crafting destiny objectives. Gear rewards from destinies now have proper stats. Change the system message for destiny objectives to destiny objective complete. Updated destiny objective rewards. Sick. Nothing too much to talk about there. Crates. Unpacking a crate now transfers all materials into the same warehouse storage tab as long as there is space available for them. You can no longer pack glint into crates.
Was there a dupe?
Was there a dupe with glint in crates? Because that seems like something that would facilitate a duping to chat. Flying mounts will now automatically fall towards the ground if you ride one with a crate on your back. RIP flyers. Get absolutely fucked. Get absolutely rolled. No crate and glint dupe? None confirmed or interesting. I hope there are no dupes. Dupes are the largest thing that I'm scared about right now. Dupes that impact the economy with new players that are coming in will be very bad. It muddies the waters. It muddies the state of progression. It makes it all rough. And I'm really hoping that we are not impacted by any substantial dupes. But I'm sure there will be at some point in time. It's almost inevitable. I think it's less of like a, I hope there are no dupes, and I hope it's a very quick response to any dupes, where they're able to corral those dupes and control those dupes in a meaningful way, you know? That's the largest thing for me. It's just, it's gonna happen. Exploits are gonna happen. If they can control those things, if they can stop them from breaking out and stop it at the patient zero, then they win. And the state of the server can be preserved. That's the fucking hope. That's fixed. I tried it with the Eagle flying mounts. Literally too large for mount is crazy. Putting glint in a crate would just turn them into stolen glint, and was a way to transfer the gold value of glint. Oh, okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. Now, not that like glint was being really used for anything even. It's not like the commodity system where you could use it to buy commods or anything. So, yeah, so not a ton of value there, but I mean, putting glint in a crate and then duping the crate itself, though, could have facilitated glint dupes, because there were crate dupes that were in previously, and it was as simple as like transferring a crate out of a caravan inventory into your inventory and then doing a couple other things, tapping your heels together twice, and then you got more crates. So that was a little bad. That was a little bad. But fortunately, that has seemingly been fixed. We can sleep well tonight. I'm so scared of dupes though, dude. Nothing is going to kill this server state more than dupes will. Nothing. Like player actions, if players are dicks, then congratulations, players are dicks. Get more gear to deal with them being dicks. But crates being duped, glint being duped, like money being duped, materials being duped, all of that, just, that's my largest fear. All right, sport fishing. Updated sport fishing fish tooltips to show the length and weight, ayo. Along with turn-in information. Added the sport fishing vendor to the cookhouse service building. Settlements. If a player becomes a citizen of a settlement they were previously a citizen of and did not become a citizen of other settlements in the interim, their previous settlement reputation is now preserved. So you do not lose your rep if you don't become a citizen of another area. Yo, Hennessy, what up, dog? If I buy the alpha now for $100 is it worth, because my character will get wiped all the time and have to start from level 0. I would wait if you want to hop in until December 11th. December 11th is a very large patch coming in, and it goes down from $100 to $42.50. So 20 days-ish, right around there, and you'll be able to hop in for less than half the price. So I would personally wait, unless you're just really excited to test on the private test realm. But on the private test realm, your character will get wiped almost daily. On the December 11th server, we can hope that there are not a lot of wipes. It could always happen, but I hope that we get at least 6 months. That's optimistic, fingers crossed. But I hope that we get 6 months without a wipe on the December 11th launch. If we make it to like June, we're good. I was wondering if they had boosted settlement XP. Oh, yes. Yes, we continue. Temporarily increased settlement gain, settlement XP gain by 10x for testing purposes. Not permanent. Characters starting in the Dunes and Kill Divine Gate will now initially face south. Massive change. Processing crafting stations have been removed from Lionhold and Samia's Hope since the Sweatier Brow quest is being deprecated. Does that mean poop? Anyways, no more Sweatier Brow? Question mark? Very intriguing. I'll have to check that out because I was doing Sweat Your Brow in my previous loop a couple days ago. Yep, we do this loop. Yo, why is that dude named Dustin just running through? Everywhere I go, I see his face. Havoc, look at that guy. Look at that. Look at that Renkai taking the quest right now. Dude's literally using my fucking Govy name. Look. Taking the Gatewatcher quest. Bruh, I swear to God. Brody impersonating. What the hell? Havoc told him. No, that's crazy. Bro, I keep seeing this guy over here. I get uncomfortable seeing my Govy, bro, because like I'm not even DustyWhy over on the PTR. I'm thinking about just dropping it to the OG Dusty, just like the clean one, for this next set of servers. But I also like the DustyWhy name. But Dusty is just so clean, you know. So that's where I'm kind of torn. Either way, I think I might do DustyWhy. I almost have to. Anyways. Let's see. So Sweat Your Brow is cooked. Take sweat out of loop. Noted. Does this mean that it's going to die? I was planning longer. You don't have to lie. Did he fucking pay you to say that? I don't think anyone's ever said that and meant it. I'm kidding. I also love and miss Planet Dogger. We all do. We all do. All right, corrected an issue wherein, ooh, fancy, eloquent, bespoke. Some of the discarded items around the Divine Gates could be interacted with, but did not provide items as expected. UI, fix an issue upon relogging objective markers would not reappear. Add a new toggle in the artisan page, which allows you to search recipes by the ingredient name. Summoner, the spirit vessel's mystic healing abilities should now scale with player healing power rating. Is that a buff? Or is this a nerf? Chat! Buff or nerf? Buff or nerf? The Spirit Mystic Vessel's healing ability should now scale with the player healing power rating. Is that it? Is that huge? Because that seems large. Buff. Oh. Okay, Summoner might be annoying to kill then. Revise the Spear Hunter's logic after using Incapacitate while in melee stance. Spear Hunter will now return to his, following its owner after incapping a target and may be recommanded to attack the target at any time. Spear Hunter will no longer automatically refrain from attacking targets incapacitated by other players or their pets. Cool. Fix the Summoner's Mystic default cast on its... Wait. Fix the Summoner's Mystic to default cast on its Summoner even when it was previously fighting a different target. Fix the Mystic's basic attack to not heal targets when the owner's PvP flag is toggled. Fixed a bug that could allow summoners to use extract essence on targets that are not their vessels. World. I'm gonna go lower. Resolve numerous gaps in the environment that a tester could fall through. Yes, I fell through those, by the way. I fell. I would like to say I was pushed even. Any gap that I have fallen through in the world, I was pushed against my goddamn will. Address the placement of numerous trees that were floating or penetrating the ground. Nice. And then, quests. Reduced XP requirement to reach player level 10. That is huge, by the way. Getting to level 10 is phenomenal. That is massive. That is genuinely huge. If we can get even close enough to 10 to go into 10 plus grinds and chase adept gear, that is monu-fucking-mental. If we can get 10, that's even better. Every questing loop should be trying to get 8 plus. If you get to 10, you are so fucking set. All right, starting area goblins and clay warriors now drop rations. Think you can for sure, but not with some of the quests bugged right now. Gotchi also has some super techie quests too. Gotchi is a questing wizard, and as soon as the questing loop is like in the spot that it looks like it's going to stay in, it's seeming like Gotchi's going to be pumping some loops with us too. So we'll have all the information soon. I'm confident. Each starting settlement's quest line now rewards a different mount item. So like Lionhold and Samia's give different mounts? Is that what I'm gathering? Get horse at start. Right, I know you get horse at start. I had a little guide that I had typed up. I'll pull it up. Let's see. And then players will again find goblin trash items whilst actively seeking them on Riddance to Rubbish quest. Word. Enemies. The NPC east of Samia's Hope have had a re-leveling pass from 1 to 6. Dope. Final patchy. Raids. Players in raids can no longer gain any adventuring or weapon XP. Oh, fucking really now? Was there raid leveling tech last phase? Was there raid leveling tech this phase? On PTR? Who's been raid leveling? Because I always told people raids were dog shit XP anyways if you're doing trash mobs. Maybe raid leveling for boss mobs and like name mob rotation was big? Maybe like getting to Forge super early? And then just doing name mob rota in Forge? This stems from the Carf Tower event, I think. Nova Ornament and Supple were the largest users. What was the tech to raid leveling? Did you just name mob rotation and boss mob? Few of the big guilds did it in halls last phase at start. Pourquoi? Just have 40 people running around the tropics. I was seeing quite a few people doing leveling in raids. What's the radius for XP payout in raids? And what's the benefit? Like, were people just sprinting around on separate islands and getting XP payouts from afar? Or like, it wasn't efficient, but it shared XP and let half the people AFK and allows for shifts. Okay, so it's essentially people would run raid leveling so they could AFK. Wait. Okay. So people would raid level, pull entire like POI floors, and then just AFK in shifts, and then just 24-hour level and hold down an area. Ooh. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. So people were doing that and then still got cooked by a group of 8 people that level in 3 days? Or did they raid level as well? Because if people were raid leveling and like still got cooked by an 8-man group, that's kind of a... It's kind of a yikes. It's kind of a yikes. It's okay for mass leveling and gear grinding early. I mean, the advantage to it just comes from the fact that you can walk in and zerg and hold down an entire area. Right? I think that's the big thing with raid leveling, is that if you're benefiting from the leveling, you're also just holding down that entire floor. Now, this will also just lead to a bunch of groups of 8 going and like doing the thing, but at least people actually have to be there now. That's a nice change. Yeah, I mean, we hadn't done raid leveling, although anytime we did Steel Bloom, half our fucking raid was AFK, but assuming that's for different reasons. We just have some goddamn leechers, if I do say so myself. And it's okay because they will wear that badge with honor. And they know who they are. We got some goddamn leechers. I like the change, but there's been some complaints in the forums. Why? You so do. I most definitely do. Most hecking definitely. 1,000,000,000%. And it's okay because I still love them all the same. I love them all the same. It's still better to level in groups. But the idea would be to level 60 to 70% efficiency, trying to get 40 people to level 10 plus. so they could start leveling in groups. That makes sense. So people were doing it. Is used most by the groups without completed 1 to 10 leveling pass. Right. So people were doing it as an intro instead of like a late game thing. Because that makes sense. Someone said it gimps small guilds from running 10-man groups now. They have to leave some people out. Okay. Well, recruit 6 more people. And then you have 2 groups. I don't see a problem. A lot of people playing. Did you notice this, by the way, in the notes? No, swah. Leave me on a cliffhanger. Not a big deal. I thought the same. Yeah, I mean, we were already doing that. Like, I'll be honest, there were many times where we were just like, hey, we already have 8. Wait until somebody leaves. I thought it was more efficient to do that. I power leveled a whole lot of people, and I was like, yo, we got 8. Wait until someone leaves. If we had like 10, because it just nuked the XP too much. It wasn't worth it. I would just have a whole ass list of people. Emu said, did you notice this in the patch notes? And then quite literally did not post a single thing. Emu, why? I am being baited. I am being led on. And this shall not last. I guess Emu's dead. Chat, does anyone want to check out some leveling loops? Because I want to give a look to the Riverlands. Did you notice this last week? Did I notice what last week? Bro, I'm just getting cooked. Temporarily increased settlement XP gain by 10x. Yeah. So everything's gonna level fast as shit. Cause like Jova's already level 2. It's help finding new leveling because can no longer use raids. Jinso, I hate you. I hate you. Bro, it's the cliffhangers. I always try to investigate like too much. I always want to know. No, I have the new leveling. Hold on. I will pull up. This was my previous route that I had planned out. I just have to save this. Save. Triangle. So, this was what I had set up for an immediate, like, go to second sword previous to starting second sword. And then I went to start second sword and do Road to Jova stuff, and then I got distracted. But this was also pre, like, XP reworks, pre-everything. So I'm assuming quite literally everything is 1,000% different at this point in time. 1,000% different. I think there is nothing that's going to carry over 1-to-1. And I need too much testing. Goodness freaking gracious. The old leveling paths are 100% borked. Yup. We're down horrendous. We're really down bad. Do you have any opinions on Guild Wars 2? I have a buddy trying to get me to play it. I only played Guild Wars 2 like relatively casually. I don't know all of the ins and outs of Guild Wars 2. From what I've been told, Guild Wars 2 is good if you are looking for something that's a time filler and not something that's an everyday or like a long-term type thing. Who's running the loop? We're over in the Alien Divine Gate. It's me, Havoc. I think Z's around as well still. Level 6.3 now, sitting at Brian War Workshops. Have you gone to the harbors and checked out the harbor quests? Because once you get 20 silver, you can go to the harbor, accept the caravan quest, do a caravan, and then that's going to give you a nice chunk of XP as well. Message Havoc for invite. It's not efficient, but I am quite literally AFK. What are you doing? Are you just chopping? Absorbing people doing the world quest. Wait, so you're sitting AFK on a world event and you're level 6.3. That's it? Wait, that's doing nothing. All right, new tech just unlocked, chat. New tech just unlocked for our AFK time. Incentive, sorry, it's gonna be like participation-based rewards coming soon. Steven murdered people for that in P2. Steven would never touch me. He wouldn't have it in him. Spawn at level 30 oculars on the event. Wait, bruh? What do you mean, level 30 oculars? I mean, shit. But like, is it truly AFK? If I am still at my computer. Because AFK is away from keyboard. If I am asleep on my keyboard, I am not AFK. I am simply napping. They'll wipe you for that. People got wiped and deleted in P2. What if I'm running through the world and I have a medical emergency? That essentially leads to me getting like carted off stream in one of these world event areas. Oh my god, I'm like dying. You get logged out after X time. Right. But what if I was like dying and I was like, please move my character every 7 minutes. And then like Carla just kept my character active in my honor. Would they be upset about that, or would they honor my legacy? Set a timer? Yeah, in my honor. They got snapped because they prevented their account logging off, I believe, in the event areas. Would manual input violate anything, though? Because if I'm just chilling in an area and I'm like manually inputting things, then that seems reasonable. Manual's fine. Okay, so if it was just like inputs exactly on X cadence, then people would get snapped. So I could just sit there in a world area, world event area, and just AFK. A GM would tell you to do something before Thanos snapping you. Wait, that's so good. So they didn't mind if you were AFK as long as you were responsive AFK. Can you imagine you leave as a part of a group to go like pee or something, and then you just get yoinked because of it? I would absolutely COD timing myself on that. They'd float down and chat with you. That's crazy. See, phase 2 I started a few days after the launch of phase 2, a little bit after launch, and I had no idea what I was doing my first time leveling. So it was much more of an adventure. This last phase, funny enough, I actually went Titan's Ring for the leveling prog. But what I was doing was like just minnow farming, dude. Infinite amount of minnows existing all the time with good loot even before the loot table changes. It was phenomenal. Wolf Venom Briar gives 3.6k XP. How quick is it and what's the respawn on it? Because I feel like that's the largest thing about events is they typically go on a cycle. Kill 30 wolves. Instant respawn. And you can just keep doing that. Quest works for 22k XP. Oh, fucking really? Now you've cracked the code? Well, make a new character and come show us the way. Do you have the route? Because we have a group of 4 right now. I'm gonna go fill up my water before we take off on this route. Because he's getting coffee. It was bugged, but they fixed it. Oh, they're fixing shit! Oh my god. Oh my god, our heavenly overlords at Intrepid are fixing shit that's broken. Fuck me. Oh my god, it's beautiful. Alright, I'll be right back, chat. One sec. day. Ever turn. Nice music. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I try to find music that fits with kind of like an MMOE vibe, right? It's a lot of like bardcore type shit. So it's like familiar tunes, and then it's just randomly bardy. And it really fucks for MMOs. I don't know. I stumbled upon bardcore because of a chat recommendation when I was in New World. And then I was just like, oh, what? This is new. This is very new. Literally jumping to this one right now too. So this is the first playlist that Carla put together for stream. We're gonna do another one that is more of a, we're gonna do like more specialized ones as well. So, dude, I love that. I love that. I think the audio element to a stream is honestly such an important element of a stream that is often understated. And as a yapper, like, some people will ask sometimes, why music with no lyrics or anything like that, right? I feel like trying to yap over a bunch of other shit and trying to yap over like lyrics and other people singing, like, dude, it's so unnecessary. Where's my third bar? Gameplay, interface, action bars. Show action bar 3. Show empty slots. God damn. Fucking took away. Where's my third bar? My third action bar is not working. Show action bar 3 is showing action bar 2. You whores. / bug. Edit UI. Two men walk into a bar, except they don't because action bar 3 is bugged and there is no bar and the men are sad. UI. Settings. I have nowhere to put my rations, and now I shall starve. My death is on your hands. T-Pain sponsored stream. Hold on. T-Pain sponsored stream coming soon. Unironically, this is my bug report, by the way. The brief description is 2 men walk into a bar, except they don't because action bar 3 is bugged and there is no bar and the men are sad. Type UI, subtype settings. I have nowhere to put my rations and now I shall starve. My death is on your hands. T-Pain sponsored stream coming soon. Submit bug report and listen. Bug report submitted. Bingo, bango, bongo. Brothers, they couldn't stop me if they tried. We're improving Vera 1 bug report at a time. This is what they ask for. Escape game options, action bar, show action bar 3. Yeah, it's not working. Show action bar 3 is like one of those light switches that has a light switch at the top of the stairs and at the bottom of the stairs, and you can never quite figure out how to get the 2 light switches on the same setting. It's just impacting action bar 2 at the moment. Yo, Mystical, what up, dude? What's the game like? Very like bare bones right now. Edit UI and then move it and then save. All right, hold on. Edit UI and then move it and then save. All right, cool. I found the fix all by myself. So chat, if you're missing your action bar 3, you can just edit your UI and then you can move it and then it brings back the action bar 3. I'm such a fucking investigator out here. I appreciate me. Thank you, Dusty. So rebug it with the fix / bug. Never mind that last bug report. See previous. I found a workaround. UI. Subtype. Settings. Report details. You can show UI and kind of wiggle the third bar a little bit, and then it comes back. It was just shy with all the new changes going about. All right, we're good. 2 for the day. That is 1 more than what's expected. Bare bones, but it says release in 2 weeks' time. So far from a release. If I could explain very simply, it is just being put over to Steam. So what you're watching right now is a 1v1 duel tournament that Intrepid put on yesterday. So basically a duel event, and as you can see there, like the dueling system just came in. For whatever reason, that duel bugged. So we had to go back and run back a second duel after this one, and the duel system is brand new, just coming in. On December 11th, we have a huge update coming in that's going to bring in the Summoner, which is a final primary archetype or primary class, base class. That is going to be our final base, but we still have secondaries that are yet to be added. The level cap currently is level 25. It's going to be level 50 on the true launch of the game. So in terms of the release that you're seeing in 2 weeks' time, that's essentially just from the current player's perspective, a wipe of our current servers and then new servers opening up on December 11th, and then a big update coming out. The only thing for new players is like, it's coming over to Steam. So if you hadn't heard about it before, it may be your first interaction with it through Steam, but there have been people, like I have about 3,000 hours in this playtesting environment this year, and there are people that have more than that this year. There are people that have been playing for, you know, years already. Ashes has been in a very, like, accessible state for a long time, and a lot of people have already got their hands on it. So what you're seeing over on Steam is, again, a continuation of the development process. So we're still in what's called Alpha 2 Phase 3, and that's going to mean nothing to you as, like, a new player. But essentially the remaining structure... Oh, they added, like, new tents and stuff. What the fuck? But essentially they plan to have the game near feature complete before they go into the betas. Beta 1 and Beta 2 are supposed to be short betas where new things aren't added at that point, but it's just a final coat of paint and polish on, you know, all of it all. So prior to that, we're still in Alpha 2 Phase 3 for a very long time. I would say more or less 2.5 years in Alpha 2 Phase 3 before we go into, like, the betas. That essentially means before the game is feature complete, I expect it to be about that long. I don't think we're actually going to see a launch until mid to late 2028. It's just, like, the early access period is genuinely just hopping in. So, is there much of a storyline? Dungeons and Farming? Oh, goodness. So the world, like, building is, like, started with the lore and stuff, but there's still a lot left to still come with that. So that's going to be, like, the baseline, how I start every response to everything, right? Because it's true for so many systems in Ashes. But there is lore, there is world building. They just put in a huge patch today for the first time user experience. Sorry, I'm on, like, autopilot right now. Where they are trying to build more of an immersive, effective first time user experience through questing accessibility, and through, you know, just that little bit of hand holding before it dumps you out into a very, very large world. Ashes is entirely open world, but we do have 2 grand dungeons right now. Basically, we'll get more of those grand dungeons, or what most games would just call dungeons, as the world continues to grow out. So essentially, I wish I could show my fucking map. So I'm playing on the PTR server right now, and it's visually NDA'd. Before December 11th, most of what I'm going to be playing on is a private test realm, so we can get a look at the advanced patch, but unfortunately, it's visually NDA'd, so I have to go off fucking visual, no visuals, and audio only. It's so toxic. But basically, there are 5 biomes right now. I can show you on the full map, and maybe that'll help a little bit more. Yo, Reaper, what up, my boy? I hope you're having a beautiful fucking day. I appreciate you coming through. What you getting up to this evening? Ashes here. Chat, get your bingo cards ready. It's about to happen. It's about to happen. Hiya. So, right now, we have the Riverlands, we have the desert, the Junedark, the tropics, and then the anvils up here, this flat top area. The Riverlands and the anvils are the 2 starting areas, right? and these are meant to be the end game areas. So as our level cap continues to expand, we'll be forced out of this starting area and this starting area, which are meant to support level 1 to 30 progression, as our level cap is only level 25 right now. So these will be your 31 to 50 areas, and everything around that that's not a starting area also will be 31 to 50. So our map is going to be absolutely fucking massive. Running from the anvils to the riverlands, you're probably looking at, on most mounts, about an hour run. If not a little more if you don't get distracted or, griefed by mobs, lose a mount on the way or anything like that. So the intent is 1 to 30 in starting zones, and then 31 to 50 in the end game areas, and kind of having like, a scaling throughout those zones. Now, keep in mind, these are massive areas with each of these biomes containing multiple towns. So as of right now, we have 5 biomes, but most of the development is in the Riverlands. The Riverlands is an OG. The Riverlands is the benchmark right now, and there's not a lot that pulls people out of the Riverlands at this point in time. So they're trying to bring the current areas up to the bar of the Riverlands, where we'll actually start seeing some parity in different parts of the map. So that's kind of, yo, Mystical, thank you for the follow, dude. I appreciate you. So that's kind of like where you're at right now. If you were to hop in for December 11th, you'll see the anvils having more first-time user experience changes and points of interest. But the Riverlands is still very likely going to be like the hub of players, and will still very likely be the capital of player base, Winstead and Jova being your 2 T4s that initially pop up. Maybe if Jova gets vassaled by Winstead early on, then we could see one of those not T4, and we could see Nuela sneak up. It's going to be intriguing to see how it works, because there's a system called vassaling that stops every town from reaching the highest level, and some will get locked out. It's down the road a little bit in terms of like your knowledge base, but that's okay. Vassaling is hugely impactful. Friend of mine seems to be dying to play, so I thought I'd check on it. December 11th, in my opinion, really good time to hop in if you are looking to check on it. The patch notes today included, here, I'll show you the patch notes. So the patch notes today included a ton of like over 500 artisanship gear, consumables, cooking, caravan parts, and other recipes have been reviewed and updated for consistency with adjustments to the recipes. A bunch of like quality of life stuff for initial crafting, initial progression, a bunch of quest fixes as well, and first time user experience revamps. They have a new destiny system, which is essentially like some soft guidance of objectives that you can complete. So with the destiny system, you press L to open up that tab, and it has different categories where it's like adventuring, combat, gathering, refining, crafting, and it's got like soft objectives to complete where it's like, gather this many of this thing, and then when you complete a certain threshold, you can get rewards, including like gear pieces, consumes, shit like that to start out, some XP, some money. So they're coming a long way with the actual things to do. Questing is going to be hugely impacted, comparatively to, what it was even back in December. First time user experience will be up tremendous. The point where you would be hopping in at is essentially waiting until December 11th, $42.50 instead of the $100 USD that it's been since May 1st. So you're saving good money there, I'm going to be completely honest, to get in for the remainder of development with that $42.50. That is, in my opinion, probably going to be till like 2028. Like I mentioned, you're in the entire time, no matter how long or short it goes with that one pack purchase. Don't have to buy anything else all through development. Then from there, what you're looking at for content is essentially progression will be questing and kind of like handheld up to, my guess is like level 10 to level 15, maybe, if you'll push it to 15, pretty fluidly with what we're seeing. As of right now, they revamped the 1 to 9 experience really heavily, which we're going to be checking that out as stream progresses. We're getting into that right now. But yeah, so I would expect way more to come with the 10 plus. As a purchase only or subscription like WoW, once purchased, still any sub. For development, purchase only. And then when the game goes live and like launches, like not early access launch, but launch down the road, like the full launch, it goes to no box cost, no DLC cost, sub only, $15 a month sub. So like WoW, but you don't have to buy TBC and Wrath and Kata and Miss, and you get the idea. So all you have to pay for the remainder of development before the game actually fully launches is the box cost. That's going to be the 42.50. And then if you get it December 26th or later, it's going to be $50 USD. It's like a 15% off sale from the 11th to the 25th. And then from there, you're good until the launch of the game. There will be cosmetics store that is cosmetics only. No pay to win, no pay to progress, no, pay for convenience, anything like that. Just drip. Entirely optional. Also, you'll get a referral link when you make your account. You can give that to your friends. That'll give you kickbacks that you can use in the cosmetic store. 15% of all of their purchases come back to you as like basically the embers. You can redeem that in the cosmetic store for skinjish. So from there, if you have any questions, let me know. But you're good with that one pack all through development, and then you're good from there. All right, I need to catch up to this group. If we're gonna do 2 weeks in your launches, will the servers wipe? Or do you know if they would keep going and allow progression or make a new tune kind of thing? I mean, in terms of the full launch of the game, there's no way that's coming anytime soon. There is still so much of Ashes to actually be added. It may seem like there's a lot to do already based on how I describe it, but the scope of Ashes and how much they want to have in is grand. Like, it's huge. One of the largest criticisms of Ashes in the long term from people and why they're skeptical of it is because Ashes is so ambitious systems wise and wants to do so many things very well and integrate it all into one loop. So I don't necessarily think the risk of like launch happening is anything to worry about. Wipes could happen at any time. This wipe was a little unexpected to a lot of the player base. Some people saw it coming. Some people said it could happen. Some people hoped it wouldn't happen. But it was a really bad state of affairs beforehand. Exploits can happen. Dupes can happen. Bugs can happen. You'll encounter some janky shit along the way. And sometimes the janky shit that some people encounter can throw the entire economy out of whack. And it can be really bad and necessitate wipes. My hope is that we're going to get at least 6 months, fingers crossed, before needing another wipe. But it's been in between 3 and 5 months so far before they've just like completely scrapped the servers. Most instances. So anything over 3 is great. But I'd say realistically, I'm hoping for 6. Do I got marketing game? I'm not even trying to market the game, dude. I just try to educate people about like what to expect. I would rather be upfront with people about what's good and what's bad in the current state of affairs than try to sell people on this fantasy that Ashes is like perfect and awesome and nothing's gonna be janky, because we can find spots to get under the entire world and swim around and then fucking pop up from the ground like we're a goddamn zombie. They fixed a lot of the holes that I could get under the world. Did you just almost trip?
No.
The fuck? Why are you so loud? You're clonking. Oh my goodness, wait, you have donuts?
Why are you clanking?
I don't know, I think so messy. Oh fuck, I left my water in the kitchen.
You have to eat it
Can
now.
you grab my water, please?
Eat it on stream.
Can you grab my water? Carla brought me a donut. Sorry, there was a distraction. I heard footsteps and then there was a donut burglar here.
Crazy how that works.
Thank you, Olivia. Yeah, donuts are always good. No, do not stare at me eating this donut.
You have white.
I hate you. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Sorry, back. All right. I may have assassinated another donut when I went out there. I may be doing big back things right now. I might have just ate 2 donuts in that time, chat. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. I might be out of control. Anyways, donut murder. You're just jealous you couldn't get to him first, you bastard. I know how you think. I know how you feel. You wanted those goddamn donuts to yourself. Fucking hell, Foop. All right, hold on. Let me get the VOD back up so you guys have something nice to look at. Hold on. Where VOD? Not there. Here VOD. I find VOD. I run VOD. I'm gonna put it on the corrupted exploration, actually. That was fun towards the end of it. Let's see. Actually, I'll let the 1v1 tourney run so that people can see the PvP. We'll do that. I will get to a good spot with the VOD. And then we shall run that back. Here. Okay, we're good. And main winter insulation. Bulking season, cultivating mass, winter weight. Yeah, whatever you want to call it, man. Whatever you want to call it. For me, it's just, I'm a call it like I see it. It's me playing into my metabolism being good as shit and not having to worry about what I'm putting down my palate. No, I'm not going to eat 2 donuts and half a breakfast sandwich. You get the fuck out of here, devil woman. I'm sending you Miskiff energy telepathically right now.
Hey, I'm sorry. What?
Just trying to get me to eat a goddamn breakfast sandwich now. So anyways, this game is Alpha 2. It's better than a lot of fully launched games. But it's a game for 2 phases. Welcome back to something to do in this game. Yeah, the thing that I always say about Ashes is like when you find a community that you really enjoy playing with, it starts to feel like everything you're doing in the world matters to a certain extent. And even in the current point in time, you can still find a valid time investment through gathering, refining, crafting, through being a citizen and helping the settlements themselves progress, to helping people mob grind, assembling mats and assembling gear grinds and stuff like that for people. Like, there's a lot that you can do to contribute to the overall community and your overall community. Right now, for example, we're trying to do our best to stay up to date on all of the changes and all of the very rapid changes that we're going to see to questing and first-time user experiences all along the way. So we are trying to not have to take in all that information at once. We are right now running new player loops despite having done like 17 of these new player loops on different characters already. We are doing these first-time user experiences in the Riverlands because they just changed a shitload of the steps today. I'm going through a quest that I've done a million times, but we never know what's different about it. We never know if it's worth it. We never know if it's getting cut out, if it's gonna still be valid for us. Like, it's changing very rapidly. And we're also getting more endgame content on the 11th. Well, that endgame content has already been tested on the PTR. There is just... Did you neigh at me? There is a lot to do while simultaneously being able to say that there is nothing to do compared to what we will have in the long term, if that makes sense. And I think with Ashes, that is the most important thing to remember. Anybody that tries to tell you Ashes is fully finished, fully polished, fully put together, fully ready to go anywhere is lying to you and is being unrealistic with you. I'm gonna give it to you straight as shit. I run a community that will help run a community. Most people do most of the work. I get to recruit, which is where I come in. We will literally give you a ton of gameplay options. We will help you find gameplay loops. We will help you get more access to content. There is a whole lot that you can do in this game with the right community. Exclamation Guild is the first step to finding a lot of that. If you guys are coming to Ashes on the 11th, it's a very community-based game and it will continue to get better as it goes. There will be more patches, more development, more everything. You're still streaming PTR? This is the non-NDA'd content from yesterday. Thankfully. That content is being used for promos and stuff. So like clips from there can be shared, whatever. So that's like the non-NDA'd content that was covered. Thankfully. I now have to be even more careful because now I have to make sure that it's the right VOD. Because then if I show the wrong VOD, it's bad. But I shouldn't have anything in VODs anyways, but there's some type of Guild Wars and Ashes? Yes. Yes, indeed. The Guild Wars and Ashes of Creation are essentially like an open world enabler, right? So there are wars and sieges that essentially are the two like escalating types of PvP modes. So with the open world flagging system, it's like you can flag anywhere in the world. You hit me, you turn purple, I hit you, I turn purple, we duke it out Barney style, and then we both die consensual PvP deaths. Anytime it's a PvE or a consensual PvP death, the only thing that you are at risk. What is that mount? Wait. You have a fucking rhino? When did you get that? You got a fucking rhino? Wait, where's the mailbox in this bitch? Wait a second. Hold on, I gotta get my mount skin. I have mount drip. Oh, it's right next to me. Nice, awesome. I'm so observant. I'm going to kill it at the Easter egg hunt. Oh my god, wait, my entitlement expires in 35 minutes, 39 seconds. Should I see what happens when it expires? Have we tested that yet? Like, does it just go away forever or do they resend it? I grabbed it. I was scared. But what happens if it gets like, if it gets got? Because that'd be kind of sad. Oh wait, that's like the baghorn. Is that a mule? Is that just a mule skin or is that like an actual mule? What the fuck is that flare? Oh no. It's so good. All right, can I summon mount? Please? Where'd mount go? Oh god damn it. I summoned my mount and then I didn't see it because it was behind Z's mount. There we go. All is well. Edward's a good name for a rhino. I feel like Ron the Rhino gives like very chill rhino vibes. I like Edward a lot. Edward just seems like he'd be very aggressive. And I feel like Ron would be a much more, I don't know, space accommodating type of rhino. Oh yeah, so rhinos aside, wars and sieges. So in the open world, normal deaths, PvP deaths, PvE deaths, that's going to just result in materials dropping. Materials, gatherables, glint. Glint can be used for, you know, getting gold, just baseline shit there. Z, did you talk to this guy over here, Jaren? Do grab that from him. I'm assuming you have in the 30 minutes that you've been standing AFK waiting for my dumbass. Okay, cool. Good, good, good. More of a Team Jacob gal. He was the werewolf, right? Are you telling me you want me to howl at the moon a little bit? Oh, sorry, I can't. I must not. Does my mount flare howl? No, I don't have a mount flare right now. We're down horrendous. Hope people are doing good videos from the event yesterday for the Choice Cosmetic. It's gotta be 30 seconds or less on the clips, right? I might submit a clip of me getting unrightfully pushed off of my roller of choice and then losing as a result of that. I'm just putting that one out there. 30 to 60 seconds. Oh, at least 30 up to 60. Okay, word. Yeah, I mean, I still think there was a hit put out on me because I had all of the momentum and they didn't want to see a tank win. I feel like if a tank won and I won, it would have started too many controversies. It would have been bad. What's this? What's what? Oh, talk to this guy. And then we'll go down here. Just follow me. So once you talk to that guy, you want to go south of the, like, the marker, the indicator. And then there's a body on the ground that we'll interact with. This is part of the new questing loop. This is a lot of the stuff that I had tested previously. Where is it? It's like right over here, right? Yeah, it's right here. They gave him a little camp. Wait, people weren't finding the body, so they gave him a little camp. That's so cool. Goodness fucking gracious. I love that. People weren't able to find the body, so they just like put up a camp around this poor dead dude. That's so sad. But may he rest in peace. Okay. Need to do the smite death from Steven was death. Steven with a PH. Steven? Because the PH goes at the start. It's a V in the middle. But yeah, PH at the start. It's Steven. And that's what he likes to be addressed as well. He's actually asked many people to address him as Steven. But people refuse to for whatever reason. They just assume that his name is actually different than it is. The smite also, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like the smite was intended to be me the first time. I think it was supposed to be me. Also, Godspeed, hi dude, how are you? Sorry, I'm running new player loops to try to like figure out some informational changes that we're going through and get some reps in. That is my large goal right now. I think we go to Harbor, then Second Sword. If I'm being honest. Although, how much glint do we have? Because ideally at Harbor, we have 20 silver in glint. And I don't necessarily know that we're going to get that through early claims. I still don't think that'll be quite enough. So I would say we go over to Second Sword, check Second Sword, and then go glint. You reckon they have the tank pally added soon? That will start coming in probably, according to Steven, the milestone patch after the December update. Which milestone patch cadence tends to be, they try to shoot for like 3 to 4 months, it seems, with like these major updates that they call milestones, and then they kind of like troubleshoot and, you know, add on minor stuff in between those things. No Diddy, no Drake, no Doctor Disrespect, no Minecraft, no Roblox. And then from there, like, we just look forward to each milestone as the big implementations. In terms of secondaries, they are going to start with Cleric and Tank secondaries becoming available to every primary. So that's what we have to look forward to in the first place. It's just a matter of when. My guess is probably April-ish if content cadence holds up. I mean, that'd be a little bit slower on the milestone side too. That would give them 5 months to kind of hash out those first couple of secondaries as they do come in. So I feel like that'd be a pretty safe guess of like April-ish for secondary timetable. But dates are always so tough with development because so many things can pop up that are like more important triage things, things that are more in the back end that are less emphasized to fix at the point in time. So it's so hard with dates. This game support macros, not anything more than like a 1 input 1 output. Like if you're rewazing to have a 1 input 1 output, then that's fine, but you can't have like slash macros like with WoW. No like multi-input macros or anything like that. They're very anti multi-input from anything, but they have said 1-to-1. So, you know, say you're trying to rewaz to something along the lines of like, I want this to actually be an arrow key, or like you have a foot pedal that you want to rewaz to something. As long as it is actually 1 input 1 output, then you're good to go. But other than that, would not recommend any macros. That would be bad. It's like the name Jeff, a horrible spelling Jeff. Fupo. What the fuck? Why the Jeff hate? Jesus. Jesus. Isn't that how Game Awards guy spells his Jeff? I feel like that's an influential Jeff. I'm sure there are many other G-offs that are quite influential, no? Everyone allows you to 1-button mash? Yeah. No, I like it a lot as well. Now, that's also part of why I'm a huge fan of the game feel and the fluidity of Ashes, and why I really appreciate that they are seemingly like protecting that game feel a lot. Other than, of course, like the client stutteriness that we're dealing with right now, but they'll get that fixed. That's a confirmed very high priority for them. That's awesome. But in terms of like actually being able to control multiple fast-paced inputs, have all of those inputs be very clean 1 input to 1 output, you know, actions where you don't need to button mash to feel like something's going through, because if something is going through, go to the vendor where herbalism is. What over there? Like the Axablide on this way? I shall go there. But yeah, so with Ashes, it does genuinely feel like you can have very clean, precise inputs in combat that are like responsive to other player actions, to pretty much everything. Go to the priestess there. Oh, okay, word. She's kind of like chilling over here. So, okay. All right, we're up. I got 2 of the scrolls too. This is a big value play. I don't know what these things are doing, but I got them both. So, make sure to read them. Both of them? Are they different or no? Okay, I've read them. And then we just go up to where you're at right now? Because if this... Okay. Yeah, I'll come up to you. If you get to this early, that's gonna be great, but holy shit, this is gonna be so contested. And it's like a level worth of XP. So that's great, but is it worth the amount of contest and the amount of time that you'll spend there? How much do you actually have to kill? Is my immediate question with it. But yeah, JD, just in terms of like, my thoughts on combat, man. The ability play, the ability econ of Ashes, it's well done. I think that it is still going to continue to evolve a lot. Like, Sigmus, my boy, what up? From like ability ranks coming in and differentiating there to secondary archetypes, obviously differentiating a fucking ton, right? With every gameplay loop. That's going to continue to be so impactful in the grand scheme of it all. But I don't think they would ever devalue it to just like the one button mash, and I really hope that they wouldn't, because combat is one of my favorite parts of this game right now. They have a very strong basis to build their combat system on, and hopefully they can continue to build upon that and just keep that core in touch, man. I think they've got something really good going here, and it's something where, very simply put, like, fighting things and fighting players feels fun. If I could just get all of my gear squared away and then have those repeatable areas, replayable areas where I can just fight things and players a little bit easier, brother, I'm fucking never leaving. Granted, I'm probably never leaving anyways. I'm kind of here at this point. I'm having too much fun with it, but I think it's one of those, just one of those missing hooks. Is this lower difficulty over here now, boys? Am I tripping? Also, message Keith for an invite. All right, not Keith, sorry, Havoc. I don't know why I just called Havoc Keith. Getting all my children's names confused, goddamn. Is church no longer like all elite? And did they lower the stars on mobs over here? Cause this is a complete game changer. Also, flashbang. Planendorf. Not the outside. And then inside is elite, question mark? 1 stars. Okay. They also dropped the level of it, right? It was like that last phase. Oh, is this just pre-Jova level up church? That would make so much sense, actually. That checks out. Can you invite Sigmus, Havoc? He's level 4. And Cat. Zoro Tremendous. What am I supposed to be doing for this quest, by the way? Because I have legitimately no fucking idea what I'm supposed to be doing for it. Gather evidence. Oh, this is like the loot stuff, huh? So, with the gathering evidence for this quest, is this an individual basis where it's like we have to find X amount of drops for every one of us? Or is it group where we get 1 drop and then all of us get it? I got afford killing Grems for about 15 minutes. Do you think just skipping questing and going to mob grind is the way? Like low-key, high-key? Just do a super initial, like, questing round and then get the fuck out? I don't think it makes a ton of difference in the grand scheme of it all regardless. But, chat, what are you guys leaning towards? Are you guys actually going to be trying to prog up to level 10 off the new questing? Or are you guys leaning towards, like, questing to 5 and getting the fuck out? Because part of me is just like, large mob spots would be good. Especially if drop rates are good. That's really what I'm thinking. if drop rates are really, 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 really good, then why wouldn't we want to take advantage of those really good drop rates? And then farm up along the way. But questing is going to include drops as well, so then you have that element of it where it's like, I think industrial questing to like 6, 7. Oh, I hate you. I hate you so much. I can't even say those words anymore without it feeling cursed. Yo, Vinicius over on YouTube. Thank you for the sub, dude. All these quests might help the spot stay less crowded. Linearization will guide the crowd. I hate myself. You should. You should. I hope you think about what you've done. Fucking generational pain has been brought upon your family. But yeah, no, the guidance of questing will absolutely dictate the flow of where a lot of the players will go. Which also will open up more availability for people to just grind and get out ahead of the curve outside of that initial questing. I think quest the second sword in Jova, then go from there. Yeah, like, this is a 22k XP quest, but this is going to be so contested. I don't know necessarily that this is the most worthwhile in terms of a start. Like, 22k XP is great, but 22k XP is going to be literally anything. I could go do the fucking... I could go do any quest. I could go do the harbor quest. Quest further with a higher 5 to 10 quests take time. Right. So, are we thinking is just hit initial quest to like 6 and then hit the fucking grinds? Bonus points if we can get to 7? Cause that seems fast to the grind, and we would absolutely have to at that point grind under level 10 as well, which would be less than unfortunate. Not less than unfortunate, less than ideal. Oh wait, what'd I get here? Lost weapon chest. Oh, that's from a quest. Oh, that makes sense. So I can get a lost weapon, which I can grab. Daggers have max HP on them. Am I leveling daggers? No, I'm not gonna level daggers. I'm gonna get a longbow. That'll help. All right, dope. So we got a weapon crate. Currently level 5 of Just Quest Solo, 22 minutes, started again. Yeah. I don't think investing in this quest over here is worth. Need to go up top to get the other mats. Yeah, Havoc, this is cooked. I hate to break it to you. While you do this, I'm gonna run down to the, I'm gonna run out of the harbor. I'm executive decisioning this quest, because this is gonna be so con. I'm gonna peep the harbor and see if they've changed anything with that. Because the harbor is going to be another... Outside Lionhold by Grems had another quest line for raiders, but it's bugged right now. What do you mean, like a secondary quest line? From whom? I think it's 6 in Mob Grind, unless our next quest pass brings more. The quest pass should bring more. We should see all of the crates in our inventory being granted through quest rewards. So, started quest worked yesterday, now it's disabled. Which one? To the side of the gate. Right. He had the one where you go into the field and then you get the dude's body, and then what else did he have? What was the one yesterday that he had that's missing now? Maybe I'm tripping. I can't remember though. Alright, so the lost weapon chests, those give you an eye level 3 weapon. So that's nothing too crazy. I did just grab an adventurer's health kit. That's gonna give me a novice scroll of con. We can pop that, and then that'll be nice for fights. Bearing 3 tides. Then it's talking about dangerous raiders. Agdalego's gonna... Oh, wait. So it just never, like, completed the quest? Now it's disabled, so maybe it'll be a good one in the future. I mean, we can always look at, like, what's coming from... There's a recipe box, lost weapons chest, wanderer's stuff. Wanderer's stuff is what we're gonna want to get, but that's level 10. So the wanderer set is really, really, really good if you can get your hands on it. It's... Initiate gear. Wait, what? Oh, really? So Wanderer's gear is supposed to be level 10 stuff? Because the Wanderer's cape, Wanderer's chest, adventuring level 9 on the Wanderer's chest. Wanderlust vestment is bugged / bug. I don't think this chest is level 9. Yep, items, equipment, reward from this chest. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Wanderer's chest, Wanderlust vestment is definitely level 20 in a level 9 chest. It is 1,095 magic defense, 229 con, 183 crit power, 219 magic crit power, and 329 mana regen. Meanwhile, the next chest down is 77 fizz defense, 77 magic defense, 32 con, 153 max health. So that Wanderer's chest is kind of huge. Wanderer's shoebox. Oh wait, it's the Wanderlust set. Wait, what? It's the entire Wanderlust set that's in here. Alright, / bug. I think it's the whole Wanderlust set being in this box, by the way. Because I can open this at level 4. Items, equipment. This whole set is seemingly level 20. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can open that. Oh, I can. Wanderlust treads. Open. And then... Wait, I can equip those. Oh, shit. Okay, so... I just put on, for any of my caster lads, 172 wisdom, 822 magic defense, 165 magic evasion, 247 magic crit power, 137 magic defense. So the Wanderlust set is a level 20 set that's available through the Wanderer's boxes. Wanderer's longbow, Wanderer's shortbow, Wanderer's wand, Wanderer's tome of spells. Those are all good, but the Wanderer's chest options have Wanderlust capes and Wanderlust like armor pieces. Those should not be in. So I reported both of those. Raw tremendous. I got the pants. Wait, they're pants too? What the fuck you mean pants? There's adventurer's chest and adventurer's melee weapon. Where do the pants come from? Oh shit. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are there bugged ones? Got pants? I got trousers and feet that are level 22. Where'd the pants come from? I see the chest. I have a chest piece. I have a cape. And then I have shoes. Wait, so is there stuff with the Lost set as well? No, the Lost set's all good. Lost gloves. Pants. Recipes. Lost weapons. Those are good. Out of one of the level 4 boxes. Wait, did I equip them? Not even see it? No, I have adventurer's pants. Am I missing a level 4 box? What are the goddamn hell is going on? God fucking damn it. Bruh, I swear to God, nothing good ever happens to me. I am down bad all the goddamn time. How did I not get this level 4 box? Might have been from a quest I didn't turn in. Have you gathered? No, is it from a gathering thing? Because that might be it. Okay, let's see what's available over here. We're over at the harbor right now. And I'm gonna peep the new crate quest and all of that to see what we're looking at here. Then I'd like to pop over to Mr. Caravan Master. And then run back to Caravanserai Assistant. Maybe they actually fix this. Thoughts and prayers? Because if they actually fix that, that'd be great. Let's see. Where is the caravan crate? I haven't delivered sweat yet either.
And then lover lost. No, Griffin's knows preventive measures. Where's my crate quest? Did that just bug?
Wait a minute. I don't have my crate quest. But I have my crate. What the hell? Did I like accept it too quick? Oh, never mind. There we go. You have to ask, you have to get your practice crate, and then you have to go back into the caravansary assistant, and then you have to ask about running a caravan, then you have to interact with him again, then you have to accept the crate again, then you have to go to the caravan master, and then once you've done that, you go into the caravan manage page, and then you'll take your crate, shift right click your crate, pack your crate, seal your crate, seal crate, and then you should get the objective complete, where you can then go back over to the caravansary assistant, unpack a crate, got it, complete. Boom. All right. So almost level 5 off of that, and that is complete. You just have to pack that and put it in your storage once you've actually talked to the caravan master more than once. And then your goal through that is to get up to 20 silver. Because at 20 silver, you can buy a caravan for 10 silver, launch it for 10 silver, and then you get 7 of that silver back immediately, and you get a shitload of XP. Now, it does seem like they nerfed the crate XP a little bit, if I had to guess. Maybe it just feels slightly different because of the XP changes. But, adventuring box. Oh, wait, it's an adventuring box? So it's Initiate Adventuring, Adventurer's Legging Box. Oh, really now? Okay, we most definitely need to give a look at those. Character started with boxes inventory. Oh, wait, it's one of the ones that were in your inventory? Interesting, because there are some from the Destinies tab as well. Yeah, you can start with like up to 11, but I only had, for ones that were being weird, the Wanderer's Chest, Wanderer's Cape Box, and then Wanderer's Shoes. Even the Wanderer's Weapons are just fine, but I think Wanderset got paired with Wanderlust. Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Yo, what up, Panda? Since that character from yesterday, no boxes for me. Literally tanked away at the starter area for mobs and had all the slots filled at level 5. Wait, you had every slot filled at level 5 from an early mob grind? Because that's actually really solid. What the fuck? That is really good. That might be better than questing. How was your experience on the way to 5? Like, were you able to actually pump out a lot of XP or no? Because if you were able to level even like semi-efficiently on the way up, that's fucking huge. So once a caravan goes up, there is also a quest to defend a caravan. You get defend a caravan and deliver a caravan. Defending a caravan was not previously working. So maybe it has since started, but we have no reason to believe that it has in any meaningful way. So we'll test. We shall see. We shall absolutely see.
35th power, disable power, grab you.
These crates are nice though, I will say. Now, getting these from quests will make a lot more sense than just having all these in the available in the inventory to pop. But, you know, I'll still take it while I got it. And the initial starting sets are actually kind of solid. I got 3-piece medium already. I'm kind of up tremendous. So, the Wanderlust will get taken out or tuned down to normal level 0 stuff. These weapon drops are quite nice. Chat, are you guys like targeting your destinies, or are you just kind of doing them as they come about? And there are no rewards with the combat tab, right? As of right now. As far as I know anyways. No rewards with the combat tab. So that's also missing at this point in time. I just got glint from all of those. So I almost have enough. Let's see. Caravan Defender. Caravan event started. Alright, now you turn it in. Just like anchor from the caravan itself. Like go into the caravan. And then you'll just hit the anchor and like the turn in. Oh no, did you delete it? Did you just... Snake, did you just delete your caravan? I think the box they gave to us to test our random. Oh, interesting. I turned it in. I still have a protect the caravan thing. That was my first caravan I ever ran. Word. Wait, so you hit the turn in on like the caravan interface, right? And then it completed the quest for you? Okay, cool. Cool. Give me 3 silver. The anchor? Alright, bet. Give me 3 silver. Get back here. Yo, Kraken, what up? How are you? I hope you're having a beautiful day. We are checking out 1 copper. What the fuck is this? It's a goddamn scam. I know you got 7 silver from that quest reward. I know you're stacked up. I'm at 17 silver because I haven't gone over to second sword. I think, wait, what's this sell for? Hold on, let me see what these daggers sell for from the crates. 48 copper. Okay, that's bad. Can I sell a horse? I cannot sell a horse. All right, we're down horrendous. This is a new playtest update. So what you're seeing is the VOD from the 1v1 tournament that Intrepid held yesterday. Basically ended up being a death roll tournament, but it was still fun and it was on the PTR environment. So that was a sneak peek into like the PTR and the new update. I can actually move it past the death roll tournament into like the corruption stuff that we did after the fact. We went over to the corrupted areas and Mr. Steven was there and it was a fucking blast. Now, I did spend a little bit of the time dead along the way, but this is yesterday's VOD. These are the Harbinger areas, and they are actually some really cool areas. I think I actually turned my graphics up a little bit later on so you guys get a good view of it here. I'll go through here for you. This will probably be a little bit better of a time because this is just us getting absolutely slaughtered by one of the new Harbinger bosses. And then we go around and actually progress through some of these corrupted areas. So this is footage from the PTR yesterday. This was not covered by the NDA. They lifted the NDA specifically for this part of yesterday after the 1v1 event. So people could get more footage, get more clips out, and then, you know, submit the clips, show the footage, whatever. So this is a look into that new patch. I'm turning the settings up right now so you guys have like the best view of everything because they have done some visual changes as well. Even in today's update, it seems like there were some visual changes along the way, which is awesome. But December 11th's update is ungodly large. There is even more than what you're seeing at this current point in time on this build. And there's so much on the back end that's also getting changed with progression, with gearing, with movement, with time to kill things that like it's a really good time to be in Ashes. So if you have any questions about the update, please feel free. Let me know. I will yap your goddamn ears off about everything Ashes has coming to it. We are currently in a group just trying to do some first-time user experience testing along the way. Because today they went through and added even more new changes to the first-time user experience. So everything we thought we knew about early progression is now even newer. Changes. So they have been working on the Destiny system, which is essentially some light guidance and like objectives for you to complete where you get rewards and like XP and money for completing those Destiny's tabs. So some light objectives that aren't tied to quests. And then they have been working on the questing system very heavily. And like the most optimal starting route is very frequently going to be through questing at least to a certain level. What we're trying to figure out is which quests are accessible and worth doing versus which quests are a waste of time. And we're trying to figure out like how we can be optimal with our questing route and not have any downtime. So they have brought questing a very long way. Definitely, especially in the first time user experience to, you know, the level 9 standpoint. That's been a large point of their emphasis. So yeah, we're going through right now and we have a group of 4 people that are just going through doing quests. Everybody's kind of keeping track of their XP and just familiarizing themselves. Because we have almost 3 weeks. We have like 21 days until we actually go live with the update. So there is still so much time for us as players to actually, you know, actually figure out what's going on with it. Wait, do I have to shift F to mount up? Oh, I do. Oh, word. Okay, cool. And then we turn in, and then I got massive XP. But yeah, everything's changing really quickly, we have new archetypes coming. Well, a new archetype coming in with a summoner. We've got a new race coming in, new systems coming in with a corruption system that you're seeing there. It's genuinely fucking massive. Arrow, what up, my boy? How are you, handsome? What you getting up to? Yo, Dusty, question, is restreaming the PTR allowed? Yeah, so this is content that is not covered by the NDA. You can post clips and stuff like this on social media. You can show what was not covered by the NDA. The NDA was lifted for this portion of the existence of this event. So your determination on this game is insane. Dude, I have fun with it. And like, look at this fucking sunset, dog. This is VOD from yesterday where they lifted the visual NDA on the private test realm. So this is the, like, obviously a more rudimentary build. But this is a sneak peek into what the build's going to look like for the December 11th update with like Steam and with the price drop and everything. Brother, it's going to get fun. And earlier in this VOD, there was a little 1v1 tourney they put on so they could get time to kill information. And they immediately acknowledged that there was, you know, so much they could actually do with time to kill to make it better. And we're well on our way, man. I feel like every minute that I invest over here as even just a small content creator, dog, it's investment that is going to actually lead to something, with Ashes being a very fun game in the future for the people that aren't vibing with it right now. And I'm already vibing with it right now. The 11th hits, I'm gonna rock a 24-hour stream. I'm about to grind and hopefully be one of the first groups that gets up to level 25 with the gang. I'm gonna be going crazy with it. And if other people decide to pop over and check it out, like Esvan's bringing his guild over, Pirate Software's coming back, I'm sure a lot of other streamers that I just haven't heard from or heard of coming over are going to be coming over as well. So I'm excited, dog. I'm very excited. Combat gets better, content gets better. The Harbinger area, which is like what you're looking at right now that we're about to go into, this is something where like it force flags everybody that's in it. It literally transforms the open world and corrupts the open world, new mobs, new gatherables, new everything. So it's a form of incentivized PvP where if you don't respond to the Harbingers and kill them in time, like I showed my map a second ago. Show your map again, you dumb fuck. So the Harbinger basically started out in this circle and it wasn't dealt with the open world events quickly enough. So it then expanded down here and then expanded up here and then expanded over here with the Squidward nose. And it's just been spreading and expanding, corrupting more of the open world, turning it into this like lawless area and having an actual impact on like mob spawns, drop rates, everything, dude. It's finally a form of replayable content that will have impacts on the world and will bring in a form of like, I have gear, I'm going to do something with this gear. It's fucking huge. Is Summoner already in the game? Summoner is going to be in for the December 11th update, Kevlar. It'll be in for that fresh start servers. Well, the wipe, the new servers that are on the 11th, the Steam launch, all that shit. Busty, what up, my boy? We have Gamba % on sand. I almost don't like that. Shit, that might kill some people's hopes. Is it good % or is it bad %? Gobby, hi. Did you just pop up near me? Wait, where'd you come from? Oh my god, there are two of you. Oh my god, hello. It's less than I thought. There are two of you, that's huge. I love that. What are the Gambit equals 100% win rate? It's Trip. Oh shit. What up, boys? How are you guys? Word. Okay, cool. Cool. We got Gobby time and Gobby times here. Oh my god, is it all of you guys? All three of you guys are together? Jesus Christ. I'm being pulled up on the PTR. Everywhere I go, I find the squad. Yeah, go do the quests here. These quests are massive XP, especially the caravan one. Hold on, peep this. Because if you do the caravan one and then you turn that in, you get 15k XP, and then you also get a whole shitload of glint. So, if they can get the defend quest working, defending a caravan still isn't working, but that will be another 15k XP and 7 silver and glint, which would get us to level 6. And I still forgot to turn in Sweat of Your Brow, and I also did not go to Second Sword yet. So if defending a caravan works at some point soon, TM, then that would enable the harbor route to push you to 6. Honestly, probably like 6.25 if you turn in sweat, because sweat's another 2,600 XP. That's nothing. So honestly, way less than 6.25. Just remember they're taking sweat away. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So probably disregard sweat. Sweat's also a time sink. I don't think sweat's the most efficient. So it's probably get mount, exit south, turn right, get body, turn into guard guy, see what his other quest is going to be when that's in. And then once you do that, go to second sword, push through second sword, get road to Jova. Oh, but dude, doing road to Jova and then swinging down to the harbor is so inefficient. You're running entirely off the river, entirely around the riverlands at that point. Maybe it's like get road to Jova and then run to the harbor and then do road to Jova. But like, I feel like there's got to be a better way to incorporate the harbor. But incorporating the harbor early is necessary. Unless you're going somewhere else where there's a harbor, but there's not another harbor in the riverlands to go off of. So that shit's kind of cooked. I feel like you have to force the harbor early. And it really, like, the restricting factor is the silver, because you needed the harbor with 20 silver with every person in the group. And then ideally you all just drop your vans with the 20 silver, and then everybody defends everybody else's van. And then that's going to be 15 silver worth of glint paid back between defending the van and deploying a van. So does the game lag? The PTR build has a hitch and a stutter with it right now. We got confirmation from Intrepid today that they're aware of it and it's a super high priority for them. The live version of the game does not have this hitch, this like stutter that you're going to be seeing throughout this. That is the worst part of this build right now. It is annoying, but it'll probably be resolved quite quickly if I had to guess. Probably quite quickly. It typically doesn't hang around for long. This has now been... God, this has been a few weeks of it. So I'm really hoping they get this all shored away. They do still have about 20 days until December 11th hits. But in terms of like normal scenarios, lag minimal. The hitching and the stuttering that you're seeing visually, minimal. It typically runs very smooth, which is part of why this is so infuriating about it. But yeah, so in the price drop question, because you and Garcoon had asked about that, the $100 pack does get you in right now, but on December 11th, it drops significantly in price. If you're a new player and your focus is anything other than like, I want to get in and be the sweatiest I can be on December 11th, then there's not really going to be too much of a benefit in hopping in now versus then, unless you just really don't care about the $50. And if you don't care about the $50, I have a few other things you can spend it on /gift 10. So with that being said, I would recommend waiting until December 11th. And on December 11th, you'll be able to hop in. It'll be even cheaper than 50. It'll be $42.50. And at that $42.50 price point, that gets you in the remainder of development, no matter how long that goes. So that's the big price drop that everybody's waiting for. That is the Steam, like the Steam port as well. So you'll be able to launch through Steam, purchase on Steam. That'll get the game in front of more people's eyes. There are going to be a lot of big content creators that are hoping, well, a couple that we've confirmed that'll be coming in to check out the new update. I'm sure there will be some larger content creators that come in along the way and check it out once it's already started up. So that's going to be a fucking blast. In the meantime, it sucks because I can't show my goddamn screen. But what I can do is continue trying to parse out as much information as I humanly can. Now, fortunately, it seems like a lot of the questing loop that we're going to be hitting is the exact same questing loop that I had, run a couple of days ago. Pending more quests being added, more quests being, put in over time. We'd be eligible for a refund from Steam. It is the Steam standard refund policy, which is far inferior than Intrepid's old 90-day refund policy. But that refund policy had to be retired when they did go over to Steam. So Steam standard refund policy is up to 14 days of owning the game or up to 2 hours of playtime, which I'm actually kind of grumpy about.
I understand the Steam standard refund policy is like the industry standard for gaming and this, that, the other. I get it. I get it. I don't mind it, but it's like they let us drive a fucking Lamborghini Urus for a little bit, and then they were like, all right, Dusty, back to your Civic. Like, I liked as a content creator being able to tell prospective players they had 90 fucking days where they could just get their money back. But also from a business standpoint, it was probably not in their best interest to have a 90-day refund period with literally no hour limit. I get that side of it too. So, you know, it is what it is. With the price drop, there's a little bit less risk. I mean, I would say approximately 50% less risk associated with it. So at least you do still get some refund period with it. A couple hours will allow most players to come in and check out that new first time user experience. Maybe gather, refine and craft a set, get themselves squared away. Like, you can do a good amount in a couple hours. It's nowhere near enough to figure out all of what Ashes is about, but it is most definitely enough to figure out if you're really loving or really hating the state of affairs, you know? Actual headache-inducing stutter. Dude, it's so bad. The stutter is the worst part of the PTR. I swear to God. Everything else over here is such a W. Everything else over here is so fluid. It's like not the gameplay, of course, but like the first time user experience actually makes sense now. It has some form of linearity to it where people feel guided. The Destiny system, awesome, very well received. The pacing, the item drops, people are loving it. But bro, that fucking stutter. Oh my God, I swear to God. I swear to God. Can't wait for the last week where we try and break servers. Oh, we will. We will. I just don't know that we have enough people. If dynamic gridding is functioning right now, I don't think we have enough people to break the servers. I don't think we have enough weight. I don't think we can make it happen. I'm gonna be honest. Steven gave a comment, and this was just something that was posted. I didn't see Steven actually make this comment, but I saw it posted somewhere. Basically where they were considering merging the two servers into a legacy server and then having a fresh start server, and then they determined the population wouldn't have been enough to support the legacy server, so they just decided to wipe stuff. So they changed anything with TTK feedback from Dual Tourney in today's patch? Day over day, no, they didn't make any like snap adjustments or anything. Today's patch was more built around like, I can bring up patch notes. Here. Oh. Over 500 recipes were reviewed and some were reworked and updated. They added in some quality of life improvements. So processing stations no longer require fuel. Excuse me. Chat, who just yawned? The fuck? I'm not even tired. Reduce the price of crafting and processing reagents. Reduce the apprentice recipes for apprentice and journeyman tools have been modified so they can be crafted with ingredients from any biome. A lot of quality of life stuff. Some new visuals for weapon models. Let's see. Destiny updates, crate updates, a couple sport fishing updates, settlement citizenship rep update, just quality of life thing there. But primarily the biggest thing that you'll notice is like reduced XP requirements to reach player level 10, some first time user experience changes, and then you also have like players and raids can no longer gain any adventuring or weapon XP. An absolute bombshell. You saw how Night Reaver and Pyrebrand looks now. I did not. I did not. Please show. Is this like in the trees? Or not in the trees, but like in the menus? Can I see it from there? Hold on. Weaponsmithing. Night Reaver. Wait a second. Icon updates? Oh, interesting. Oh, very interesting. Can we see those visually? Is there like an inspect on character thing? Because that'd be kind of fire. I don't think there is. That's tragic. That's so tragic. That's tragic. Changing room when? That'd be so fucking good. Changing room would go so hard. Wait, your caravan got destroyed. You were supposed to turn that in. Uh-oh. Something terrible happened. It's too red? Well, it's a corrupted area. It's supposed to be red and corrupty. Das, buongiorno, my boy. How are you? What are you getting up to today, dude? Yeah, I think I have the first time user experience kind of down, if I'm being honest. Players in raid can't gain adventuring XP. Is that enforcing leveling is only for smaller groups in solo, or am I not understanding that correctly? They don't want raids just holding down an entire area and splitting XP and also being able to, I think, like AFK cycle people in the raids. Because a lot of what was happening was like people would group up raids and then they would AFK people in their raids and then just cycle through and just mass hold down an entire area. So, you know, X amount of people are benefiting and then the total experience gained per kill is higher over the course of having 40 people there benefiting from the XP than what you would be getting from having all of those 40 people soloing. You know what I mean? So basically people were looking at it from a standpoint of this mob generates this much total experience on kill. Therefore, it is more popular for us to be... it's more efficient for us to be killing highly populated mobs quicker, generating more XP per mob for the entire guild. Ben, Minecrafting, are you building a Batcave? Is it supposed to be this cold in this bitch? Are the windows open in the bedroom? Because if it's cold by your desk, check the windows. There might have been an open window bandit last night. They were, I closed them. Oh yeah, you'll be fine then. You'll be fine. It was probably cold in there because of me if I had to guess. Friend made an auto sorter with copper gloves. So Jesus Christ. Yo, Momo. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you much love. But yeah, so I'm not entirely certain on the full decision making of why they did the like players can't gain XP in raids at all. But I also don't mind it. I've always told people raids are kind of dog shit for personal XP gain in the first place. Mayhaps I slept on the ratio of total XP generated per mob over the course of 40 people for actually leveling. But we don't have to worry about it anymore. 8-person statics are up tremendous again. Is sad 70s cold in Cali? That's very sad, yes. That is incredibly sad. It is... Let's see, how warm is it? It is 32 degrees. It's freezing here right now. Our low is going to be 28, and then tomorrow is a low of 26 and a high of 38. So, that your raids? Yeah, so right now, I mean, Ashes has the capability to have full 40-person raid groups. But basically with Ashes, everything's in the open world. So where we are right now, this is a corrupted area. This is what's called like the Harbinger system. So this is something where you'll notice we have a lot of people in the, you know, in the player, in the group UI. We have a raid together for this. This is a force flag lawless PvP area, and we're just fighting like the elite trash mobs that are out and about trying to complete the objectives that are on screen. But there are bosses that will absolutely shit through raids. So raid content in Ashes isn't necessarily restricted to you have these spots where you bring your raid to and then you complete this linear raid. There can be a necessity for a raid at, honestly, any point in time. So there are two large build-out areas, which Ashes calls Grand Dungeons. You have Grand Dungeons, which are like the large build-outs, and you have Pocket Dungeons, which are like better than Points of Interest. Then you have your Points of Interest, which are below Pocket Dungeons. And that's kind of like your structure, right? With Grand Dungeons being at the highest tier of that. Those are open world. Ashes' big emphasis is open world. So everything that is like primary progression based will always be very heavily rooted in that open world aspect. There will be some light instancing, that comes in the long term of Ashes, but it's all meant to be in the open world. So you'll have these like large build out areas. For example, Befallen Forge is a massive, like, sprawling, you know, you go down into this mountain and you've got the flowing lava and shit, and there are just these multiple routes that you can take, some jump around cut throughs and stuff like that, where you have named mobs, boss mobs, trash mobs all throughout. Everything respawns pretty rapidly. Named mobs are like a 20-minute respawn. Bosses are, I think, like 2 hours or something like that. Either way, what are boss timers right now? No way, it's 2 hours, right? I don't think it's 2 hours. I think that's too much. Guess just making it so raids are specifically for accomplishing a goal, like doing a raid/raid boss, and not anything to do with progression. But I think you would want a fat chunk of XP when taking on a boss together. Mayhaps. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's something that has been elaborated on anywhere else. I can't think right off the top of my head, other than maybe like stopping a raid group from just holding down one massive area and splitting the XP altogether. I'm not entirely privy on that information. I think they're still going to be doing a dev stream at the end of this month, I hope. Because that would be on like the 28th at this point if they were going to, with like the Harbinger preview and all of that. So maybe they give some more clarification there around some of these changes. But it's definitely intriguing. It's definitely intriguing. Probably early December. Well, I'd love it if they put out a fucking date for it so I could schedule my interview after the developer stream so I have more information to follow up on. That'd be so peachy. Be so peachy, because I'm waiting to give them an interview date and I'm playing fucking chicken with the dev stream date right now. I'm trying to strategically plan this. I'm trying to get smart about it, you know? Trying to bring in all that strategery. Yo, Long, what up, dog? Thanks for Harbinger raid yesterday. Good fun. Dude, it was a blast. It was a fucking blast. Hopefully we can get in there with more people and actually be able to take down the, you know, the full events once we can heal the lesions. Because I want to see how quickly we can shrink those areas too. Maybe it has something to do with PvP and wearing down a group with XP debt. Because, like, then you can just take a bunch of 8-person groups and opt them into the same side of a caravan defense for PvP, and then they can work together through that caravan event. So I'm kind of, I don't know. I would assume it's probably something to do with like AFK levelers and groups. I don't really know though, because there was a very heavy split. There was a very heavy split with it. Yo, Parch, what up, dude? I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, like I really want to get out there more soon with more people, man. And being able to actually complete these areas, that's gonna be nice. How long does it take to hit level 25? Shit, depends on the group you got and the route you got. If you have a really good route for progression, the World First group did it in just under like 3 days last phase, like at the start of the last servers. I think that'll probably be a little bit quicker this phase. I don't think it's like a 1 day to 25 for World First pace, but probably like 2.5. With that being said, average players, I'd say probably average player, probably around 100 hours of playtime for level 25. Can easily go longer if you are exploring the world, if you are gathering, refining, crafting along the way. It can absolutely be a little bit longer of a path. But it's all about like what your goals are in Ashes, right? Because you can focus on your level 25 progression, and then you can double back and you can gather, refine, and craft whatever you want to do on that back end. Or you can gather your way up to 25 and you can hit 25 with all the materials that you could ever possibly fucking need and a good amount of money, but be like behind the curve on hitting level 25. That's the cool element to MMOs, in my opinion, especially like early MMO server progression, where coming in for the 11th, you're going to have fun, at least for a little bit, just because of the population. And that element of, do I want to get ahead early by any means necessary, or would I prefer to fall behind early so I can get ahead late and make those long-term plays because I know what I want to craft. I know where I need to gather those things. I know where I need to get everything from. Like, those will be the difference makers in terms of the decision, right? But it's all what you're going to make of it. But yeah, like, lag had ungodly amount of gathering. What's your favorite top 3 updates today on the patch notes? Top 3 today on the patch notes. Trade skill tool availability. That convenience there, I think, is quite nice. Shit, I don't want to group them all into like back to back to back, but like just in terms of the patch notes, the trade skill tool availability is a good change. The reduced cost of processing jobs, I think, is a nice change. And or like the mat cost there. And then the reduction of fuel, or I guess the removal of fuel, I should say. I think fuel was a very like extra step. If I could describe it, it was a very, very extra step. Yo, what up, Hank? How are you, dude? Doing fucking blessed. How are you, Doc? It's not as much as you think. When you're lower level, all your gathering takes so much longer because of mobs. Yeah. No, that does make sense. Fuel was annoying and took up too much space. Agreed. I think it was just an extra step that didn't really matter that much. What you yapping about? Shit, just about everything. We got a huge patch that came in today that brought in some first-time user experience changes. They talked about how they want more gear coming from those first-time user experience quests. Destiny system improvements as well. So the Destiny system is getting some, like, chest tweaks to it, some reward tweaks, some scaling there. So that's awesome. I've basically been trying to parse out where I want my starting route to go and where I want it to take my group. And I'm just trying to get everybody familiarized and on board with, like, let's get to level 7 as fast as humanly possible. And then as more stuff pops up, we try to figure it out from there, you know what I mean? So there's still a few quests that are borked. There are still more things that are going to determine what we do in the long term with our prog. And in the long term, I mean in 20 days from now. But yeah, dude, it's an exciting time. The patch today, I think, was an overall great patch. I think that it brought in a whole heck of a lot of good with it. And people are very receptive to the new player experience. What's the Destiny system? The Destiny system is basically these sets of objectives that you can complete along the way, and you will receive different rewards for completing these destinies. For example, the First Steps Destiny tab. Each of these tabs has like 8 to 9 objectives so far. The First Steps is complete 5 quests, use rations, summon them out, kill 10 enemies, loot 5 items, sell glint to a vendor, reach level 5, and talk to the storage clerk. So they essentially bring you through these very baseline functions of the game and give you these very, very easy objectives. Then up at the top, you have like these threshold based rewards. So I just got the 8 piece for the First Steps tree, which gave me a adventurer's melee weapon chest. So I then open that chest and I get a really, 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 really solid weapon choice that is essentially going to carry me for a decent amount of time as a starter weapon. So that's now going to ensure that everybody has at least one starting weapon along the way. Just something to get squared away with, and then they have something to build off of. So it's essentially this very light guidance and this light linearization. You have First Steps, you have combat, you have novice crafting, gathering, and processing, you have initiated venturing. So there are multiple objectives that you do get to follow. Reaching level 10 gives you like 10 silver worth of glint just immediately. So you have some task-based achievements for learning basic game function. Yeah, very simply put, yeah. It just gives you this little bit of linearization where it's like, I have nothing that I can find to do. I can't find quest givers, which you will eventually run out of quests. Or I've been questing and I just want a little bit of a break. Is there anything I can do that's in the immediate area? I need to get crafting tools. I go into my novice crafting, or not crafting, sorry, gathering tools. So I go to my novice gathering and I see gatherer's tool chest, right? So I get the gatherer tool chest at the 8 reward for novice gathering. So what I'm looking for is equip a gathering bag, catch 10 fish, gather 5 carcasses, gather 10 uncommon materials, gather 50 wood, stone, or metal, 50 plants, a rare material or better, and then raise a gathering skill to apprentice. And completing all 8 of those objectives will get me a gatherer's tool chest, where I don't know what that tool chest is, but depending on what those are, if those are like anything other than novice, like if those are apprentice tier tools, which are like the T2 tools, those are fucking huge. I don't necessarily know that it would give apprentice tools, but I think the apprentice gathering down the road would. So it's intriguing to see where that's going to go. Between questing experience improvements, between the first time user experience improvements, like your boy's optimistic over here. I think new players are going to come in with a lot more than they previously had, both in terms of guidance, in terms of a little bit of, ushering into the right directions. Like, I think that's the biggest thing. I feel like you need to highly incentivize the town board missions a lot more. You talking like the commissions and settlements? Commissions are such a big thing, though. Like, in terms of the incentivization is to get the buffs up. I feel like getting players into the commission cycle is a big part of it, though. I think that's the big thing. Yo, Sir Alwyn, thank you for the 19 months, dog. Much love. I appreciate that.
You were big W.
Ooh.
19 months.
Yo, thank you, dog. Much love, much love. I hope you've been well. I hope you think about me in Ashes and everything on December 11th. So, other times where I spent over 1 hour to find a group, I had no choice but to grind solo, and solo grinds completion. I mean, so that's where the Destiny tab is going to come in. That is where commission structure can come in as a complement. And that's also part of why they're going over a lot of the leveling curve areas. But also comparatively to group play, solo is typically going to be kind of boo-boo, you know what I mean? That's always something that Ashes has been clear about, is that solo players will be more or less at a disadvantage comparatively to group-based players. And by design, Ashes is trying to lean into a very multiplayer base in all of its systems. And I totally understand that level of solo's complete shit comparatively. Solo will get better though, is also the counter to that, you know what I mean? But yeah, no, I feel that. I think solo players do have a rough route, especially when it was a point of, very little to no linearization, like pre-Destiny system. When the first time user experience was worse than it's going to be on the 11th, the state of affairs for solo players coming in with the ability to target objectives and say, I'm going to get a weapon that is going to be extremely impactful. I'm going to get armor pieces to fill up all of my empty sets. I'm going to get my gathering tools and stuff along the way. And that's just coming from targeting different objectives that are available to me as a player. Oh, fuck yeah. I think that's such a big step. But no, I definitely agree. I think with any MMO and with any healthy player base... Yo, Zuko, what up, dog? I hope you're having a beautiful day. I think with any player base, you got to keep in mind that a large percentage, such a large percentage of your player base, bro, it's going to be your casuals. And the second you lose your casuals, and the second you lose your solo players, and the second you lose all of those people that, are touching toes down, are checking in, are just trying to grind a little bit here and there when they have the time, that's going to be rough. And I really hope that through the systems that Intrepid's able to put in, through the Destiny system, through acquiring all of those crates, through acquiring quest rewards that are going to give gear, there's this balance where solo players can say, I am opting to do something less efficient and less optimal, but it is allowing me to play the game in the way that I want to play the game. I think that's a great trade-off. I think if solo players are able to say, it feels fluid, it feels fun and engaging, the questing is world building. The questing is rewarding. The questing is getting me set up so I can join a group with a baseline for those players. Because keep in mind, there is a non-zero amount of solo players who play in solos because they don't want to burden a group. And they literally just don't want to be a waste of space in a group. Now, what if you took away the element of, I'm a clueless solo player who literally has empty slots of gear, and you give a solo player the confidence of, well, at least I have a full gear set, and at least I've got all of my starting weapons. I've got my 8-piece first steps weapon. I've got my armor rewards for my combat and my adventuring trees. I'm ready to go. That small layer of confidence that can be gained from a first-time user experience for a solo player could actually lead to a solo player finding a spot in a group much more confidently along the way as well. And that is something that I think is a very understated effect of a proper first time user experience. It gets players ready to take on your world. And I think with Ashes, people understood what was out there with the world, but new players, especially that didn't have the shepherd of knowledge, they didn't have the person to take them like directly through all of the systems, all of the information. Those people were not ready to take on the world and everything that it was offering. So it would be cool to get a prox chat. Open world prox chat would make me lose my sense of peace again. I think prox chat in taverns is going to be so fucking dope because everybody will just be prox chatting and like RPing and drinking and shit. Like, I might make us host all our guild meetings in taverns if I'm being completely a Buckington. I genuinely may host every single one over there. I might make everybody huddle around a table if we want to keep something secret. Can you imagine Gotchi with open world procs? Do I want to? Gotchi's been good so far, dog. We need to keep the muzzle on. Gotchi's been representing cats well. We're thankful for Gotchi. But yes. Keep in mind, Gotchi's not even the worst of them, bro. Oh my god. There would be, like, open world prox chat scares me. Because open world prox chat can either be, like, the best thing in the world, or it can be a very stressful experience immediately. Prox chat would add a ton of content exposure. Yeah, prox chat kind of fucks. It's just, I worry about people being goobers on prox chat. I always wanted to do in New World before it died. The capability wasn't there with the prox chat settings anyways because they disabled it in Wars. But I always hoped that they would enable prox chat in Wars so then we could host Wars with 50 versus 50, like everybody going at each other with full prox chat on and no Discord comms allowed. Gonna worry about the Aussies if there's prox chat. Oh, fuck. Oh, dude, the Aussies are out of fucking control. Yeah, no, they're out of control. And then Zombie would be in-game yelling at another raid. Like, can you imagine, bro? You just walk into a town and you just hear people yelling at each other because they're in like a guild versus guild war. And they're just sitting there screaming back and forth at each other, calling each other pussies. Bro, oh my god. Like, part of me is glad that there's not open world prox chat. Like, I know it'd bring in some goddamn content, but like, holy fucking shit, dude. Oh my god. Part of me, it's like tranquility. It's relaxation. It's like I'm kicking my feet up on a beach and the waves of the world are washing in and it's so peaceful. And I don't have to listen to people's voices and I don't have to worry about it. So, it's supposed to be the worst people shouting. Listen, I don't want to say the worst thing people would be shouting. It'd be really bad. I can't say those things and still have a job, nor do I want to say those things. Yeah. No, yeah, we're both aware of the woes that come with prox chat. Just have a toggle for it, have it off by default. Yeah, I mean, you could. I also kind of like the prospect of the exclusivity of it coming into like the tavern exclusive area, you know? You want a prox chat, you want to RP? Do it in the goddamn RP place. Keep that furry shit out of here. I'm not a goddamn VTuber. I don't need fucking prox chat. ESO had people blasting music. My YouTube VOD would get fucking annihilated. My YouTube VOD would get pillaged if somebody came around blasting music. Bro, whenever somebody donates on Twitch, YouTube detects the audio that is in my donation notification and then demonetizes my entire YouTube VOD. Unless I clip out that segment. YouTube has no fucking anything. No chill. No patience. No nothing, bro. I will get off stream, and the second my stream ends, I get a notey that's like, your video cannot be monetized. Then I gotta go in and fix shit. People running around just blasting music. Oh. Dude, I'd get sued by record labels. I can't afford to pay that. We'd have to put the sub goal up. We'd have to put the sub goal up a whole hell of a lot. I would get my shit absolutely fucking cooked. Yeah, I'd have to have that shit off. I mean, I understand that it's fun for RPers, but also, like, you want to RP, just hit me with a DM and I'll take my pants off. Boys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna fill up my water. And then I may make another one. I don't become your Hank. You can be whatever you want to be, Mr. Huffington. You can be whatever you want to be for me. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. Un momento. I'm very thirsty and out of water. And I also have my feet up on my desk. One RP servers a game. Have it against rules. To play music through your mic. I mean, I can see why. Hangs your Johnny Somali. Anything but that, OC. I don't want to be the Johnny Somali. I don't want that. There are some things in life that just aren't worth it. I will say. It's not worth it. Although... No, hold on. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I need this water. Good day. Ripski time. Proper hydration. 1 hour, 17 minutes, solo to level 7. Probably less if a quest wasn't bugged. All right. All right. I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna actually do it to it. Hoofsy, thank you for the hydrate. Man, no Johnny Somali. Like, bro ruined his life for $5 donos. You know, it would have to be way more than $5 donos for me to ruin my life. Like, I at least know my worth, right? Like, I know that I'm at least entertaining. The thing with him is he's not entertaining unless he's ruining his life. So nobody wants to watch that shit. I know I got something to market. There's a little bit of a difference here. $6 donos? Ooh, how many? Hold on. Here. Start running them up, and I'll let you guys know.
when we hit the point where I'd be willing to do it. Yeah, we'll get him run. Wait, what the fuck? I had to spawn in on a new character and it spawned me in way the fuck to the right. Oh my god. What the goddamn Hellington? Alright. How quickly can I get out of here? So we're starting at, oh no. We're starting at 9:11. That's not good. That's not good. Alright. My goal is to Thuum an early questing route as quickly as I physically can. And I'm gonna be honest, not having to worry about sweat is actually such a huge change. Because Sweatier Brow is such a fucking time sink that diverts you so far out of the way in terms of a reasonable gameplay space. And I am very, very, very happy that I don't have to spend my time there anymore. So I'm thinking, why'd you put a wet towel in the bed? Well, because that's where I threw it when I was done showering. It was wet. It was supposed to be dry by now. Yeah, I'll forego to hang it up. That's on you. That's your fault. Honestly, Anvil's better start right now to get a 5. I think the 1 to 5 is very doable anywhere. I think the important thing is like what gets me ideally to level 8 the fastest that I possibly can. That's my big point where I'm just like, how can I optimize that? And have full loadout? You have full loadout from Anvil's at level 5? Is that through the additional crates or like what are you doing there? Cause I'm not like an Anvil's hater by any means. I think eventually there will be many reasons to start at every starting area, right? I think there will absolutely be a certain point where the Anvil's gets the implementations that it needs to be in a relatively equitable spot. I'm just not sure that that spot is right now. So, mass tank the robots. Oh yeah, I mean, that's great if you can get that all working and get that all pumping. But the thing with like I don't know, the thing about trying to mass tank anything and like mass pull anything early on, especially if it's in a heavily populated area, it is near impossible to get those places to yourself and near impossible to get them consistently, you know? Don't think the Anvils was that bad. The Anvils really isn't that bad, especially since they've changed the bird population. There were a lot of birds out there that were cooking a lot of people early on, and then the Anvils also kind of fell off a cliff at a certain point throughout. So, like, the Anvils is okay. I still think, by the way, everybody should grab Safe Fasher on their way through Lionhold. I fucked up. That's gonna add like another minute to my route because I have to run all the way back up to the top of Lionhold and then back down. Fuck! So, I could be leaving Lionhold in 3 minutes if I didn't blank on grabbing Safe Fasher. Like, mount up leaving Lionhold within 3 minutes of my character logging in. And that's with all of my quests, with commissions, with everything that I need. So, that's nice. Safe Fasher is not going to be something that I like prio doing. But it is something where if we do get it done, that gives... Why does that give surplus tokens? It gives 5,300 XP. And all you have to do is pick up 6 things along the side of roadways. So that's super fucking chill. It's one of those do as you go quests. Yeah, it's free XP. And then on the way out, you want to make sure that you're grabbing gathering comms as well, I think. So that way you can just complete comms super easy. You have room for 30 quests or commissions. And being able to complete those while you're on the go, just, you know, in downtime while you're mob grinding or whatever, can give you those initial caches. Those can be quite nice. So getting out of Lionhold, even with the delay, 4.5 minutes, which is not bad. Mounted up, leaving Lionhold with quests. And then first quest that I turn in is going to end up giving me another quest where I then drop down. Until they put gathering tools in some other way, gathering comms will be cooked without sweat. Right, because you also can't...
You also can't complete the gathering tree without sweat. Just craft. Mep said they plan to add new ways to get tools. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, because they're planning to take sweat completely out. They said sweat was going to be deprecated, which I thought meant poop at first, but it was going to be completely taken out. I think that means killed. So sweat's gonzo. Just until then. Yeah, I mean, I guess at that point we would just, oh wait, how would we gather the materials to craft them? God damn it. God damn it. Yep, nope, you're right. All right, so level 3. So now I could interact with storage people if I wanted to. This could be done a bit faster. I think I could be level 3 in 5 minutes, out of line hold, no sweat, heading over towards second sword. I think what I want to try to do is complete second sword stuff. Because I'm gonna be real, right now I have 2 silver in glint. That's not going to be enough for the 20 silver that I need. I know that's a crazy revelation to some, but I need 20 silver in glint to get my caravan quest done over at the harbor. So that's not going to be the play at this point in time. And sweat would be a nice little bit of glint at the start, but sweat's also just such a fall off in completion. It's not a lot of XP reward for the time investment. Sweat's way more straightforward now too. Not needing to do for the mounts, great. Right. Isn't it 10 silver for the caravan? 10 silver to buy it, 10 silver to deploy it. I think second to road to harbor. Yeah. No, I kind of agree. Hopefully they fix Giant Threat. Somebody was saying Giant Threat was working. Is Giant Threat not working right now? Didn't know how to deploy fee. Yeah, every caravan's a 10 silver deploy fee on Forge. So you want to have 20 going over there ideally. Now, you can get that from any form of shit. Like, I've got 6 silver worth of glint now in my inventory, but I have 0 copper. So, turning in quests, completing any commissions along the way. But if we don't have gathering tools, then we're not going to be able to do those. There's a bit that you can do though. There are also like survey commissions that you can get in certain areas. It all just depends, man. There's a lot that we'll have to test along the way. I don't think grabbing the quest from Lorik is the play, the priest. That's the one that takes you to church. I don't think that's it. I'm on a Giant Threat, and I think the NPC due to the climbing is broken or only comes out at night. I think it might be a nighttime thing. From what I remember from chat, I believe it's a nighttime thing. Anvils, just pick up tools off a bench, chop one tree, and done. Oh, wait, that's valid. Yeah, sweat gives you all of the tools in the anvils, huh? I mean, that'd be kind of cool, too. Just a quest where it's like, hey, I'm an NPC, here are all of your tools. Thank you. Or it's even just like, hey, go talk to this person, they'll give you tools, and then you get XP and some tools. Fuck it, I'd be fine with that. It ain't gotta be too crazy. I would be so fine with a very easy tool intro. So I have to do an hour and a half to try. You probably do a lot of questing in that hour and a half, though. You can do multiple new player loops and then have multiple characters parked outside of that NPC. I believe in you. What if you got this shit? So I'm pulling up the second sword outpost right now. Second sword has some solid quests for us and can get a couple of levels, and then we'll get us started on road to Jova. And it's got a little bit of a back and forth, and then has a couple of different quests that we can go. Are there storage vendors in encampment? Which one are you trying to find? Or which encampment are you at, I should say? What level are you? I just hit second sword at level 3, but I started this character 7 minutes ago, so I'm kind of like going through and just, you know, haphazardly yapping and going about Prague, and trying to see what I can solo up to in a meaningful way while not having to invest too much time. That's the big thing. I'm trying to just pump this super early loop and get really familiar with this, because at the end of the day, once you get the initial loop down, nothing else matters. The only thing that matters is getting far enough ahead of the rest of the population where you can hit a mob grind first and then push off every single person that tries to come to that mob grind after you. And if you do that, you win Ashes of Creation on launch. Because for me, I'm streaming probably 24 hours on launch. I mean, the sub goal gets closer and closer every single day. So if we hit that, I'm doing a 24-hour stream. Storage vendor at Avens to turn that question. Yeah, there's a storage vendor at Avens to turn that quest in. There are storage vendors at the harbors that you can turn that quest in with as well. Yes. And you can't turn it in until you're level 3 because it's got to be ±3. So it is doable, but yeah, it doesn't have to be a settlement. The harbor is a big point of like leveling early on for me. It's got a couple of very solid quests along the way. All right. I've got Road to Jova. That's going to give me a little more glint, a little more money. That'll be awesome. My mount's spazzing the fuck out. That's super sad and down horrendous. So we'll skip the Minotaur quest right now. That one's not going to be worth it. I'm going to hit Road to Jova, and then I am going to swing down to the harbor probably. I have 11 silver. Road to Jova is going to give 7 silver, 30 copper. So I might have to kill just a couple of things to get my 20 silver. But Road to Jova, just immediate Road to Jova rush, get level 5 off of that, should be enough to support getting to the harbor. The harbor between turning in, establishing a settlement, because I'll have 3 silver from that as well. So Road to Jova and then establishing a settlement, which I'll complete at the harbor, will give me more than enough to actually run my van. And safe fast sure packings on the road. Yeah. If you find safe fast sure packings as well, that's going to give you a little bit more too. But yeah, so we're good. We're good to just shotgun Road to Jova. And then if you shotgun Road to Jova and do establishing a settlement, which is just talking to the storage person, we can do that at the harbor. That'll give us 20 silver. That opens up everybody being able to get their van. So we're the safe fast sure guy in Lionhold. It is as you're on the road going out of the north side of Lionhold. Darlata Surefeather or some bullshit like that. Darlata something or other is on the left side of that path. So you're like heading out of Lionhold north, left side of the path as you're going out north before you get to the gate, like still in Lionhold. They moved it? Yeah. Darlata be walking around sometimes and shit. But she usually over there. And it now gives surplus tokens instead of the direct, like, 3 pieces of gear payout, which is intriguing. Very intriguing. So I'm not necessarily sure how I feel about that one. Because I think the surplus tokens don't have a vendor in right now. Which I'm not going to make a fuss about, but I don't think they have a vendor in right now. I'm just putting that out there for consideration. So I'm sure we'll see that corrected in the long term. I'm almost certain. I don't think that's something that would be allowed to persist for too long. Do check new recipes, some very interesting ones. Hey, yo, wait. Talk to me nice. What you mean? What you finding? Because now I'm intrigued. I have not checked out all the new recipes. Like new recipes? And how see which ones are new. Look at the bags, artisan belts, or enchanting scrolls. Journeyman enchanting scroll. Fine paper, fine shit. 40 red ink and 60 magic powder. Journeyman enchanting scroll of frugality. Oh, so they've added in all of the different types of enchanting scrolls, huh? Interesting. Yeah, enchanting scrolls are easy as shit to get. That's really not bad at all. And then you have the enchanting scrolls of perfect success. Phantom Echo. 90. This is that phantasmic echo. Where does that come from? Okay. So you have Journeyman Scrolls of Redemption, which is minus all enchantment prevention, all negative effect prevention with divine protection. So there are essentially like different tiers of enchanting scroll and different augments of enchanting scroll. This echo's new? Yeah, the echo is new. I saw that. That is not something that was previously in the recipe for it. So that's great. I like that a lot. Huh. And then you have Journeyman Guild War decks. Let's see. Journeyman Guild War Declaration Scroll. Braidwood paper, Weeping Willow paper, Oak paper. So, paper is... Oh, God. I'm about to die because I'm looking at these new fucking recipes. Oh, I'm so down horrendous. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. Everything's perfectly fine. Everything is so okay here. Surely I'm not gonna get dropped on by fucking mushrooms. I got distracted while I'm testing this, like, this new loop for first time user experience stuff, and I'm trying to pace it out. And now I'm being harassed by mushrooms. Unironically, that might be speedrun route. Because I can just respawn up here. And that saves time from having to go back out. I actually might have just made tech. I don't want to say I'm a genius, but the bags are super simple, especially the tailoring ones. Yeah, I'm intrigued by those new enchanting scrolls. And then you said tailoring bags? Let me peep. Journeyman hunting bags. Linen thread, bluebell thread, spindle hemp thread. Is that it? Five linen, one bluebell, one grave. For a slag breakers. What? Wait, bags are really easy now. Oh my god. And then it's just linen thread and bluebell thread for apprentice. What the hell? Artisan gear got a mat nerf. As in, requires fewer mats to craft, or requires more mats to craft? Fewer mats? Oh, that's good. So they're making a lot of the stuff easier to craft on, like, the artisan and the accessory side? Nice, I just got one-shotted by a gremlin. We love to see that. Everything's fine. Yo, Cartago, what up, dude? Is PTR server. This VOD that you are watching is from yesterday when they had the NDA lifted from the PTR server. So I'm playing on the PTR server right now, but I'm now playing on NDA'd PTR server, so can't show any new gameplay. But this is from when it was not covered by the visual NDA yesterday. So I'm happy about fewer mats. Yeah. Slag breaker use Scott's dried braidwood boards in 10 glittering steel ingots. Wait, deadass? That's a huge change. So it's down from 10 dried braidwood boards in 10 glittering steel ingots to 1 glittering metal strand, 5 linen thread, 1 bluebell thread, and 1 grave thread. I could gather the materials for that in a few minutes. If I'm being completely honest, like, that's not a lot at all. Weaving. Did they change thread? Bluebell thread is just a bluebell. And a moonbell. And 1 spindle. Wait, bags are so easy now. What the fuck? The slag breaker pick? Weaponsmithing, slag breaker. 6 dried ash boards, 5 copper ingots, and 1 glittering steel ingot. What the fuck? Wait. Dreadwake. Okay, so weapons are still expensive to make. Glassveil greatsword. Still expensive to make. What? It costs 600 gold on live to craft a slag breaker. Yeah, you got fucking hosed on that slag breaker, dog. I hope you got your good value out of it. But yeah, that was a whole journey, huh? That wasn't necessarily the most efficient long-term investment. Didn't even use it. Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. That's a little sad, but is what it is. At least you can say you did it before the nerfs. At least you've got that to hold on to. You did it back when it was hard, before it just got handed to everybody on a silver fucking platter, Snake. And if nobody else says it to you today, dude, I'm proud of you. You weren't worried about something coming your way for free. You weren't worried about a lot of materials and a lot of gold and a lot of time investment stopping you from accomplishing something. You said, I'm gonna do it regardless. Good for you. Good for you, dog. I'm not. Okay, maybe it's more empathetic, but it took 2 days to process the wood. I was at this lumber mill for 2 fucking days. Is it easier to trade mats with guildies than it was a few months ago? I mean, same thing. Like, the guild storage isn't really seeing a ton of usage, if I'm being honest. Because guild material storage, you have to have a voucher. When you go into your guild UI, you have in the bottom left of it, it's like a voucher that you can unlock a guild storage tab with. So there's like 1 tab, and there's not a lot that's being facilitated through guild storage stuff. I would say the most convenient part of the guild storage is being able to put in recipes and then having like a crafter role that can withdraw from the guild storage to take the recipes for your main crafters. That's always awesome, but then it can just get convoluted with like extra recipes sitting in there, people forgetting to check it, duplicate recipes, you know, adding up. But like guild storage is a nice facilitator of things. Material crates we're not really using that much. That's not really being heavily worried about. More or less it's just player to player trade, but it's definitely being incentivized more, to say the very least. It's definitely being incentivized way more. You coming back to get your 1 dim glint in your pile? Oh my fucking god, wait. It's only 1 dim glint? Nah, I'm fine. Wait, I might have lost too much dying. Establishing a settlement is gonna get me 3 silver. And then I need the crate. Oh, wait, dying might have cooked me. Fuck. No, I'm sure it's not that bad. I'm sure it's not that bad. Although dying definitely is less than ideal. Try not to die. I didn't even think of that. I have all of my glint on me. I need 20 silver worth of glint to not fucking die. Whoops. Yeah, that's bad. Because I still have 11 silver worth of glint on me. Which leads me to believe that I lost, unfortunately, a couple glint. That's okay, though. I'm sure I'll get it back. Bro, somebody's just out here on a fucking rowboat. Wait, what? There's just a random rowboat in, like, in the lake in Jova. So I'm hoping that I can shit out maybe a quick 8 silver and glint. That'd be great. That would be best case scenario. Can I steal a rowboat? Like, just hijack it? If somebody leaves it there? Wait, I can. Wait, what the hell? I'm in a rowboat. I haven't used the rowboats. I think dude got his rowboat stuck. Oh no, this thing zooms. Alright, cool. I just, like, Grand Theft Auto'd somebody's rowboat? Question mark? I don't quite know if I'm supposed to be able to steal somebody's rowboat. But there was just a rowboat that was chilling in the water that I just came up and yoinked. And now I'm driving a fucking rowboat around. Doss, you're stacking up the points. You're on a fucking win streak, chat. Who feels as though they could also catch a dub right now with the gamble all? Not Doss. Not Doss. Well, that's tragic. Doss, I tried to get somebody else to take that for you. You just jumped the gun on a dog. You just got a little fucking excited about it. Alright. I can confirm rowboats are slow as fuck. Rowboats very cool, very relaxing, but incredibly fucking slow. It is faster to just jump through the water. Rowboats are not meant for speed. Oh, it's bad earlier? Oh, dude. The losses cut deep. They really do. And I think the most important thing about losses is realizing that for every loss, you've taken many wins in your life. And you gotta remind yourself about the wins as much as you remind yourself about everything else, dog. God did. God did. And if God doesn't, then who will? You know what I mean? Where you at? If I can see your boat. It's parked at the, like, the Jova Lake where it starts to get narrow into the river. It's right at the bend of that. Yeah, go over and take the boat, dog. I'm not gonna use that shit. For the love of God, somebody gotta do it. So, I mean, it seems like I can at least tank a little bit. So this is nice. I'm not sure what else I'm supposed to have for gear right now from rewards, so I'm trying to not take, you know, additional rewards from the crates. But I stopped to kill something on the way just to see what would happen. I wanted to feel something again. I feel like I'm gonna get a piece of gear from killing one goblin that's within a level of me. I don't know why, I'm just feeling lucky. I did not get a piece of gear for killing one goblin. Although I did get 422 XP. It's 2% of a level. 50 goblins will take you 5 to 6. 50 to 60. So, that's not too bad. So, my mount died a few minutes ago. About 8 minutes ago. That's absolutely tragic. But right now, I'm a nice casual with a death and some fucking around about, what, like 25 minutes into this loop. And I'm going down to the harbor where I will be able to get, say, about 30k XP, right around there. Because I have establishing settlement as well. So I have the crate quest, I have establishing a settlement, I have the caravan quest off of establishing a settlement. We complete the caravan quest. That's going to get us to level 6. So we need a little bit more off of that. Safe as sure is not a substantial amount of XP. So that's going to leave something to be desired along the way there. I'm trying to think where we could pump a little bit more. And just get like a little bit more XP out of this. Because I don't think going over to the Tamiya side and keeping up with the free XP from the Destiny's tab, yeah, for the most part. I mean, plus 1k there is nice. I just got 5 Dim Glint, actually. I just hit a couple of large first steps, I guess. Goddamn, hold on. Alright, cool. So, I got 1500 XP there. That's dope. But I haven't really done much else with it. The combat tree, the novice combat tree doesn't exist yet. That's nothing that's giving reward scaling. I haven't done anything in the adventuring side. Let's see. First steps I could probably farm up. Storage clerk. We'll talk to a storage clerk, reach level 5, sell glint, and then kill 10 enemies. Kill 10 enemies. Probably be super easy on the way over to, like, getting the storage clerk. Group up some huntables on the way, because completing that is going to be a decent amount of XP. That's also going to be, if you complete your first steps, the 8-piece for the weapon. So that's just going to be a free weapon. So that'd be kind of silly. Should kilograms at lions for the 10? Yeah, I mean, you can do it anywhere. Like, my biggest thing is I want to get out of Lionhold as quickly as humanly possible. Like, staying in Lionhold is awesome in, you know, in Prospect, but once you actually realize that everybody and their dad... Oh, there's a new sound when you, like, put something in, like, put an attribute point in. Everyone and their dad is going to be there, though. And I'm gonna be real, that's probably the most likely spot to crash. I would get the fuck out of Lionhold as quickly as humanly possible. And if you're getting caught in Lionhold, then I'm so sorry. You will not want to do that, though. I want to see the new weapon cosmetic. No new weapon cosmetic. No. Talk to storage clerk on the way out of Lionhold at launch. You have to be level 3 for it. So they made it so you have to be plus minus 7 levels of the quests that you're trying to do. So you can no longer just complete quests that are like way outside of your level range, which I think is nice. So until you actually hit level 3, you'll be level 2 coming out of Lionhold, even if you have sweat completed, because you don't get the sweat of your brow experience until you complete the quest chain. You'll have to double back in if you want to hit that in Lionhold, but they added a storage clerk to Avon's End, and Briarmore. So that's a lot better now, in my opinion. Like, a lot more functional. So much less concerned about that side of things. Loving the new 1 to 9. Are you going full 1 to 9 on it? Like, what's your experience with the questing at this point in time? Are you full, like, 1 to 9 in the 1 to 9, or are you... I'm level 6 now. Okay, word. I'm level 5. I'm heading over to the, whatchamoo's at the harbor right now. So that way I can do my crate quest and my caravan quest. I was trying to do the quest in Destinies. Nice, nice. I'm trying to see if I can get myself a nice quick little loop together. I feel like that would be absolutely wonderful to be able to get squared away in that capacity. Because it's all about, in my opinion, just starting out hot as soon as servers go up and then not falling behind and staying hot. So I want to try to get my group and our progression up as fast as humanly possible. And then once we're out ahead, like we're out ahead, I'm not worried about that in any way, shape, or form at that point, right? But getting us out ahead of the curve is so important to me. So important. But that's number 11 fresh start. Don't think I can do the starting quest. Why no starting quests? Oh no. Because, like, I think the starting quests are actually going to be solid for a baseline start, but I think you'll go mob grind pretty early on. I don't think you're going to stay there for an exorbitant amount of time, but, like, I think the starting quest... I just finished a fight with 22 health and 8 mana, by the way. Jesus Christ. I mean, the kill mob starting quest? Right. You have to make your character, and you have to get 3 goblins fast as fuck. Now, the good part about that is that goblin kills will be really easy to get. Because you'll just get a tag on a goblin and everybody will be killing goblins so fast you won't have to worry about anything. So that'll be nice, and that's going to be your facilitator for it too, because you're going to miss out on a mount if you don't get the goblin kills. This means more people will kill him. Right, but like that's also how you get your first mount. You can get them out in 2 minutes. You spawn in, you get goblin tags, and then they die, and then you just run through, because it's only 3, and then that unlocks your chain of quests. So, like, you could 1 to 5. I mean, I'm looking at a 1 to 6 in under 30 minutes with stops on the way as soon as I get over to the harbor here. And I'm doing a couple of, like, mob pulls along the way, too, so I can have my first steps completed when I get to the harbor. So then I'll also have my first weapon. So that's what I'm trying to pace out right now. I want to see completing first step side of the tree, getting my first, like, actual usable weapon from that first step side of things, and then also having as much XP as possible while getting very far ahead of the curve, right? They didn't give named items a stat bonus, force bonus. Yeah, that'd be nice early on, too. Source clicker harbor will work as well. Yeah. I've been parsing out this loop for a little while now, fortunately. I think getting room doing the second sword quest would be good. Oh, yeah, you can do the second sword quest early, like Road to Jova and stuff. Yeah, I already progged through second sword. So I do lion hold start, get mount, skip sweatier brow because sweatier brow is getting taken out and replaced anyways. Go second sword, finish second sword, go road to Jova, complete road to Jova, and then double back and head over towards the harbor. Because at the harbor you can get about 30k XP really quickly. So I am getting to the harbor right now. This is 33 minutes after creating this character. So first thing that I'm going to do is stop over at the storage clerk. We'll finish this quest. That's going to be 7k XP, and that's going to be some glint. I now have more than enough glint to get my caravan quest done. So we'll go over to our caravansery assistant. We'll talk to him about the crate situation. He'll give me a crate quest, and then I have to go over and talk to the caravan master. Wait. Why isn't caravan master giving me my quest? Alright, caravansery assistant. Teach me the way. Oh, I have to ask him about the caravan of my own. Right. And then I have to help me with my crates. Then I get that. So now I have 2 more quests that I can complete at the caravan master right now. So I'll talk to him. I'll ask how I can launch my own caravan, except the other one, because eventually defending a caravan is going to do it. Manage my caravan. Oh, I got to sell glint to a vendor. Whoops. Sell to the caravansery assistant once you have the quests. Ha ha ho ho. And then you'll go over to the caravan master. You'll turn in your quest through him. You'll purchase your caravan for 10 silver. And then you'll deploy the caravan for 10 silver, insta-deploy the van. While the van is deploying, you will do the crate pack. So you'll go into manage my caravan, then you'll go to your storage, and you'll bring up your crate, and then you'll pack your practice crate, seal your crate, seal the crate. That'll complete your objective, where you'll go back to the caravansery assistant. You turn that in there, another 6,700 XP, and then a minute and 40 seconds of downtime while you wait on the caravan to deploy, where you can then turn in your destinies. Once your caravan deploys, you want to get into that as quickly as possible. You want to turn that in before, I mean, I don't think anybody's going to kill it like this early on, but you turn that in and then you'll turn into the caravanserai assistant. That's going to get you another 14.6k XP, which will finish the 8k that I need for level 6 and get me another 6k or so into level 6. Would also recommend that you do the quests that give items at Samia's Hope as well after Second Sword. What are the good Samia's quests? I know there are definitely some good quests on the Samia's side of things. I just haven't run thoroughly through all of that. How far do you have to drive the caravan? You don't. You just summon it and then you turn it in. Yep, easy peasy. And then while you are claiming your destinies, you'll get some bonus XP, you'll get some bonus glint. So like I have 12 glint after deploying my caravan, which I'm going to turn this quest in and I'll get 7 silver worth of, 12 gold. I have 12 silver worth of glint, and then I'll get another 7 silver from turning in my caravan quest. So 20 silver until it deploys right now. Once it deploys, I hop in, I turn in, I hop out. There is also another quest. Keep in mind, if you're doing this with a group in the long term, defending a caravan, join a caravan as a defender that's supposed to give you another 14k. However, this isn't working right now. So defending a caravan should, in theory, give you another 14k, which would get you even closer to level 7. So the caravan gets turned in, you get the objective complete notification. Once that happens, you go back to your caravan master, you level, and now you're 7.5k out of 41k into level 6. So we need to now muster up 37,000 XP from various quests, destinies, whatever it may be, to get to level 7. Then we move to a level 10 grind and we are quite literally home free. That is the entire goal set at this point in time with our early game progression. And I have hit level 6 plus in, I mean, I could probably streamline this without dying and playing like a goofball and getting distracted yapping to chat. Under 30 minutes to level 6 to get out. And that's without any crazy quests. That's without anything that, like, I'm not immediately seeing. There is that one area that has the big ass, like, flesh golem. What the fuck? Oh, it's a mostly harmless group. Jesus Christ. I just saw a bunch of fucking people come down on a mount. What's good POI for level 6? Church? So, like, the caveat to this is if you're the first group to level 6, there is a 22k XP quest that you can get that does bring you to church, where you could then bring your level 6 group to church and contest church. The only problem is that requires you to get things from multiple types of mobs, and I don't know that church has like the most friendly spawns for that. So what I'll do is run over to Samia's. The thing about Samia's is it's just like, it's so far out of the way to start out, where it's going to slow down like getting through Road to Jova, which I guess that doesn't really matter because there's literally no mob competition through Road to Jova, which makes it a really strong start. But hopefully I had hundreds of Destiny quests to help all the way to Grandmaster Professions in level 50. Oh god, yeah, I really hope I hope they do, and I'm sure they will. It seems like, I mean, even right now, we could benefit from up to Journeyman. And that makes me really excited because the Gathering one's giving a full set of Journeyman tools, potentially on a baseline. Really kind of cool. It's a little bit of a gold generator as well along the way. You've got the Adventuring tab to look forward to. Like, there's some cool shit along the way that they are working on right now. Thought the Destiny's quests were kind of a tutorial. It seemingly is guidance along the way that bring you through some objectives with scaling rewards. You've got your first steps, your novice combat, crafting, gathering, and processing. Then you have your initiate adventuring. And that initiate adventuring is seemingly going to take us into like that apprentice tier, you know? What would be the fastest way to level? Heard quests are not it. So funny enough, what we're ranting about right now is a questing route. Questing route is going to be 1000% your fastest start on launch. The only thing is questing routes are only efficient up to a certain point before they fall off. And questing routes can fall off all at once quite quickly. So what we're trying to do is figure out a 1 to 7 really efficient questing route. I've got 1 to 6 in under half an hour if I really, really want to do it. Like, I'm gonna make a character and I'm gonna time it out with a little bit of focus. Mr. Streamer, sign my bow. Oh my god, is that the drippiest man in human history? Red? Holy shit. I'm gonna remake a character real quick. Because I think pretty confidently that I could 1 to 6 in less than 30 minutes. And that's as a solo. So I could have an entire group level 6 in 30 minutes. And then, due to the goblin trash quest, I do not. No, that involves killing goblins, right? This is no comp whatsoever possible in terms of like mob grind or anything. This is entirely uncontestable. So, yo, Rectify, what up, dude? I try my best. I'm just trying to put on for the boys, put on a little bit of a show, you know. It's nothing too crazy. Yeah, what up, Rectify? How are you, dude? How are you? Red, I hope you're having a good day, man. You having fun testing? I am making a new character right now, and I'm going to load in, and I am going to fucking pump. I think it can be done in under 30 minutes, 1 to 6. Like doing this test with a timer to find out which is the best starting path. I know, I wish I could show it. That'd be a nice little step for me, but find a drop from the goblins. Grub Fiddle's note, it starts a quest to return the note to them. Oh, interesting. Like, to return the note where? To Grub Fiddle? Or how far do you have to bring it out of your way? Because the thing with any of those quests is it's like, how far out of my way do I actively have to go to complete it? If not far, then fucking awesome. They're a little to the north. Like the wretched goblins right at the start, or very close to the mobs that drop the quest. And which mobs are those? Are those the goblins that are like a bit to the north or what? All right, there's level 2. Also, you can just grab 3 goblins and then pull them into the guards, and the guards will kill the goblins for you. Ha ha ho ho. I know the way. The ones that drop the goblin trash. Okay, so those are the ones that are to the north. Yeah, I'm not going up there. That is, like, bro, I'm gonna be real. A Bonnie Blue orgy is going to be less fucked than that goblin grind area is. My goal is, again, I want to get the fuck out of Lionhold area, Samia's Hope area, as fast as possible. And I want to start grinding. Now, there is almost definitely another route where, you know, you can grind and shit. Or you can quest and all that stuff. I like them adding quests like these. Oh yeah, 1000%. No, I think it's great that those things exist. But yeah, my personal plan... oh my god, I'm dying. I need throat coat tea tonight. My personal plan is to find the route that allows me and my group to avoid all of the, oh shit, everything's bad, everything's falling apart, everything's hyper-populated, and get into the, oh wow, look at us having a completely free path to coast on with no competition. And that starts out with getting your questing route before everybody else gets theirs, and then just hitting mobs like a motherfucker. If you're one of the first groups to reach level 13, going to Anvils to the Pocket Dungeons could help. I mean, depending on Anvil's first time user experience changes that come in, could see that side of things right now. Like, I'm gonna be honest. The Anvils is not a slouch by any means, dog. Like, if you can get ahead through anyone, get to level 10, get into the desert grind. I mean, you can. You can. I feel like the tropics, anywhere that there's a lawless area is going to be the best grind. Like tropics, maybe like certain areas in the Goondark. There will definitely be good grinds everywhere though. But yeah, I think getting into the level 7 area is the huge threshold. There'll be a ton of the anvils, but it'll be full of first-time Steam players who don't know better not to pick that starting area. Well, I mean, in the long term, it's good that there are going to be multiple starting areas to pick. I'm hugely supportive of that. Like, don't get me wrong there in the slightest. Oh, they take out the braidwood and the weaving willow board from the anvil's weapons and armor molds with biome wood. Oh, is that specifically an anvil's problem now? Did the other ones get reworked? Or is that like an ongoing thing? But yeah, I just think the map opens up more as you level naturally. You get out of that little bit of a reverse funnel at the front, and if everybody else is getting distracted along the way, if everybody else is stopping to hit something, if other people don't know where the objectives are and you know where the objectives are, dude, it just saves so much fucking time. So much time. Also, I made this character at what time? Like 55, I think. I'm fucking thuming right now. This is such a good start already. And I feel like once you figure out where to go in the pacing, oh my god. If they had any more quests along the way, it just gets so much faster too. Alright, and now we are off to Jova. Or Second Sword, and then Road to Jova. So right now, Road to Jova is the big point of completion that's going to facilitate a lot. And then while I'm working on Road to Jova, I want to find a good spot to at least kill a couple of mobs that are not going to be a large detractor. But I can also get those mobs on the way down to the harbor, because there are a lot of low-level beast mobs that the group will be able to grind on the way to the harbor. And that's also going to allow us to complete the first steps tree way easier. And as soon as we can complete that first steps tree, getting those weapons and getting ahead of the curve there just means that we're going to be killing more shit. So I'm all in around that. Let's see. Lost Mace. That should say Lost Scepter. Wait a second. What? There's a Lost Mace and there's a Lost Scepter. And the Lost Mace is magic power. This is a goddamn scam. I only have one fucking weapon choice out of the Lost crate. Alright, no, that's fine. I'm actually getting hosed out here, but everything's fine. That's fucking America. I think if you get into an area with first-time Steam users, by the way, you just cook the Steam users. But yeah, I'm avoiding Avon's End. I am not going over that way. I am going directly to Second Sword. I am going to hit every single quest at Second Sword so ungodly fast. Like, low-key, a group could get out of this in 20 minutes. I think if everybody does it hyper-efficient. But yes, if you're one of the first groups to reach level 13, if you're one of the first groups to reach... Shit, I think level 8's a big threshold. I launched my caravan at the harbor. Now what? Get in your caravan and turn in your caravan. Yep. You will get in your caravan. You will immediately click the anchor to turn in the caravan. And then once that turns in, you'll get an objective complete notification. And then you'll talk to the caravan master again. And make sure that you got the crate quests properly squared away as well. There's a little bit of a cadence with it where you talk to the the caravansery assistant, except talk to the caravansery assistant, except talk to the caravansery assistant, except the third interact where you have the talk to the caravan guy, and then you go back in and accept that. So, yo, Bohanglaze, what up, dog? There'll be Steam users? Yeah. Yeah. Steam wish lists are actually going crazy, by the way. It is the most wishlisted game to be announced in December, or to be announced for the December Steam deployment, that is on Steam right now. The wishlist week over week have it 6th on all of Steam, which is kind of solid. Kind of solid. I don't necessarily think it's going to be a crazy launch. I don't think it's going to be like 100,000 players, but I think we could absolutely grab a few thousand new players on the way through the deployment of this content. It's kind of crazy. All this content is just for up to maybe level 30-ish. The detail by max level is going to be crazy at this rate. Oh, dude, the amount of fucking different routes and options is the crazy thing for me to think about. I'm taking this route because, in my opinion, the anvils can't match this right now, but the anvils could very well match this in somebody else's opinion. And it's legitimately just down to, like, how the development feels person to person. Like, who thinks that they have the best route? Who thinks that they've got it all figured out? And I mean, at the end of the day, somebody's gonna have the best route somewhere along the line, you know? Wait, objective complete. What the fuck? Oh, God. Wait. No, what? Why are you bugged? Did this fuck up? Did I just... Oh, no, we're good. Okay. Somebody else had interacted with it, so I got scared. Kind of reminds me of well, Classic felt, but a bit more mob grinding. I mean, the questing system's gonna come along so much, though. Like, I totally get that, though. I like the mob grinding, personally. I like that shit a lot. Trying to find you up, but who trying to find me up? Whomst. Do you think putting it on Steam was a good idea? Putting Ashes on Steam was a good idea? Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything negative that's gonna come from it that hasn't already existed from it, if I'm being completely honest. I think that there has been negative feedback, like the entirety of Ashes so far. I think any negative feedback that was going to exist through Steam is going to exist through the Intrepid launcher, you know what I mean? I think that it's inevitable that both things will happen, right? So from my personal perspective as, you know, Ashes man, right? I'm always here. I think being on Steam brings in a lot of accessibility to new players to hop in. There will naturally be a percentage of players that come in and enjoy it, and a percentage of players that come in and do not enjoy it. And that's perfectly okay. I don't think that Ashes is in a state where it needs to have everybody on board and everybody loving it right now at this point in time, because Ashes still has so long before it is truly announced as like, this is the finished product, enjoy it, you know, read it and weep bozos. Like, it's got so much left. I don't think that Steam is necessarily going to be a... Hunter, thank you for the idea, by the way. I don't think Steam is going to bring in anything that we haven't seen. I think that there's going to be negativity. I think that there was going to be negativity in the first place. But we have to remember, anybody that is going to buy the game on Steam will still have to launch through the Intrepid launcher. And anybody, whether you're getting it through Steam or Ashes, or like the Ashes website, can do exclamation Ashes, make your account. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. There is nothing that is stopping somebody from playing the game in the current state. Nothing that will stop them from playing it in the Steam state. Like, it just doesn't exist in that capacity, you know? That's my big thing on it. I think Steam is going to be long-term great for Ashes. I think that what Ashes can benefit from very heavily is an increased player base. More people testing, more people finding bugs means that builds come in with fewer bugs existing because more people are here to stress test. More people are here to figure out the dupes earlier and report those dupes so those things get passed up. I understand the element of like, it's far from finished and polished and perfect. But shit, even if Ashes was out, even if Ashes was in a live service state, even if Ashes was finished and polished and perfect, brother, you telling me people aren't going to complain about it? Look at gaming. Look around, bro. Look at life. Motherfuckers could complain about Game of the Year candidates, man. There will always be some... Not that Ashes is a Game of the Year candidate. But, like, there will always be somebody with something negative to say. So, imagine if Trepid just told people that the game was an alpha, they would understand. If only. If only. You would think that people would understand if Intrepid said this game is in alpha, please treat it as such. And I don't know if it's because it very much does resemble a playable MMO to a certain extent. But like Intrepid could scream from the mountaintops, my dog, this shit is in development. You're buying into a like in development product that is in development, and people would still buy it and be like, why MMO not finished? It's because they're selling it. I mean, a lot of games have pay to enter like development periods and early access periods at this point. I spent fucking $100 on my Path of Exile 2 early access only to play that half-cocked game for 100 hours. So, weird question, but why do they need to play test this game at all? Seems like they're leaning super hard into play testing when most games don't do that. I mean, there's internal QA and then there's the additional, like, I call us external QA, right? and internal QA teams always exist. I don't think they need to go this route. And this is actually like the unconventional route, if you ask most people, for a game developer to like actively try to pursue, which I think is probably one of the largest things that they've had to deal with is, you know, the problems that have come up with transparent development. So I don't necessarily think that this is the norm. Just got a Protector's Pride at church, first kill, and it's not nighttime. Oh, wait, not nighttime. Oh, that's huge. So do we think the drop rate's gonna be more common? But yeah, so I don't necessarily think it's something that they need to do per se. Nor do I think it's something that most developers would place such a heavy emphasis on this early, especially gathering community feedback when the vision of the game is still being executed upon as a whole. How are you making a leveling route with caravan quests without a village node? I'm using the supple overlay. Yeah, next question. Next question. Fubo! No, wait, you cannot unprotect the pride. No. The pride needs to be protected at all costs. You cannot eat it. You cannot eat the protector's pride. No, Fupo is big cat. You wouldn't eat another cat, right? You wouldn't. Oh God, Fupo ate the fucking cat. All right, -1 protector's pride, chat. -1. We're down 1. But yeah, no, like I feel as though Intrepid doesn't necessarily like need to go the route of the transparent development, right? I don't think they ever necessarily needed to go the route of the transparent development. I think that it is something where they are making their road a lot more susceptible to hearing a lot more voices along the way that will have both good and bad things to say, right? Naturally, as I say, both good and bad comes with everything. But what it is allowing them to do, in my opinion, is open the door to a lot of different, like, there's like the level of voices where it's just like white noise and people yapping. And then there's the level of voices where it's like somebody giving meaningful feedback. And the transparent development opens the door to both of those, where Intrepid can simultaneously, you know, they're gonna have to deal with more bad, but they can get more good, valid feedback as a result of the transparency and the accessibility of development. That's kind of like my take on it. Development doesn't need this level of player base here, but I'm sure in the long term, having this level of player base and this involvement of the player base will help shape the future of Ashes in a meaningful way. That's my take on it. Also, I am 15 minutes to level 5. Just for perspective. I am pumping right now, and now we head down to the harbor, where we will do a couple of destinies on the way through. And then I will get a couple of mob kills, hit the harbor, I will hit level 6. So, we're all tremendous. They're literally only hammering out mechanics. The actual content's far from being seen. I actually think the Harbinger update is one of the first updates that does bring outward content. But yes, they have been working on core iterations of things for so long, and the foundation of what is to be built up upon for so long. And I think that that's good. I would rather have them take their time on establishing a core that they're like, this is ready to support the accessory systems, than rush the accessory systems out only to have them fall flat on their face, right? Because they don't have a core to stand up on. It's like that dude that is all arms and he skips leg day at the gym, right? Do you want to be that guy, or do you want to be that person that's absolutely yoked? Well, for me, I'm looking at Ashes and they're going to be absolutely yoked from the foundation up. They're going to have a good core, they're going to have good legs, they're going to have good dong. So, you know, they got it all. Do you do the first Goblin quest? The Welcome to Vera with the Killing 3? Yes, because that gives you your first mount. But I do not do any other quests that keep me around Lionhold. My objective is to get the fuck out of Lionhold. So stoked for Summoner and Harbinger. Yes, and all of the changes that are coming in with this. Like, we're testing a first-time user experience right now that is far progressed comparatively to the state of the first-time user experience that a lot of people experienced even back in fucking December. Not December. Back in whenever the fuck these servers came out. August? What the fuck was it at this point? God damn. Back when these servers launched. So, the progression is I think, a big thing, right? But the progression has always been something where new players coming in that don't have that comparative state, they won't know that state of progression to identify that line of best fit along the way. So for new players, now they're starting to come into a point where Harbingers, replayable content exist. The biggest thing that I have always said is like, you get dripped out, iced out for a party, you get ready to go to the party, you get ready to hang out with your friends and ball out and do a bunch of fun shit, but you don't know where the party is and there's no ride to the party coming to pick you up, so you kind of got to like find it yourself. That was Ash's endgame. The Harbingers are now an outward facing system that a lot of people can see, a lot of people can look at, a lot of people can identify, and they can say, oh, I go here for content. When more systems like this come online, boys, the sky is the fucking limit. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you what. It's beautiful. Today's patch is wild. No XP when in raid is quite a change, for example. Yeah, so like, I was not raid leveling in any instances, right? I was always doing statics. Was raid leveling that good other than having people AFK and then being able to run shifts? Like, was there that much benefit to it, or is it being blown out of proportion? Can't wait to see anvils get some love. Oh, dude, if they hit the anvils just right with this first time user experience, and that cooks for the anvils as well, oh my goodness fucking gracious. Yeah, no, that'll be phenomenal. If they are able to give the players who know what they're doing and where they're going a reason to go anywhere other than the Riverlands, it's so good. Think they'll have an Anvil's PTR start? Oh god, yeah. Yeah, Steven has said not only are they looking at the first time user experience for the Anvils for a patch, but they are also assigning, or they have assigned, I should say, a micro point of interest team. So like normal points of interest, but micro team over to specifically look at the Anvil's POIs and hopefully get some of those online and functioning. So I would expect to see an Anvil's patch come in at some point. At least I'm hoping, right? If it doesn't, it's not the end of the world, because there still is the Riverlands and the Anvils will get better, but I would really love it if they were able to get the Anvils in with some new POIs, maybe just like some form of something. Trust not all Cats Guild promo, swing and a miss. Hey, listen, Cats needs no promo, brother, exclamation guild, shit. Cats speaks for itself at all points in time. The exclamation guild is there, and that thing, shit, that does its own work. You have much love, Practically. I'm humbled. Listen, I'm always humbled to be here, dude. Humbled and blessed. Humbled and blessed. In many ways, I get humbled to be here. Hunter, thank you for the hydrate, dude. Lately, I've been humbled because I'm realizing I'm dying. I look to the left a lot, right? Like this. And lately my neck has been hurting back here a lot, so I need to do neck stretches because I got a lot of neck to cramp up too, bro. I got a long boy on me. So we can tell me to read chat. I know, I was thinking about like moving my monitor and trying to figure out like a different setup where I wouldn't just be cooking my shit, because this shit kind of hurts. Cheeto's addicted to mob farming, but he had withdrawals since there was no reason to farm mobs during P3. Do you think with the new corruption zones and stuff, Cheeto will be satisfied? Oh god, yeah. Yeah, I mean, even in terms of like the leveling experience, mob grinding is gonna initially start giving drops again too. So like, me personally, I'm immediately trying to quest as quickly as I humanly can, so that way I can go mob grind and start working on drops. Because it's just genuinely, it's unequivocally the best time spend that is humanly possible, right? I am just, like, I round up a pack of mobs, and I kill them, and I hope for something. If I don't get anything, we're gonna go. But when Church Quest from Jova super close to 7 now, maybe added 5 to 10 minutes. Right, but how competitive is that Church Quest gonna be? Did it add 5 to 10 minutes solo or with group? Because if solo, then that's not bad. The question about it, if we're doing it in a group, solo, right? So like, if we're doing it in a group, do the objectives, like the resources for completion, drop for everybody in the group with 1 kill, or is it everybody has to find their own? Because that, my friends, is a problem. They drop for everyone if they have quest. That's intriguing. That's intriguing. Cause like if we can get there and do it early, then that's chunky. That's... Oh! Whoops. I just bricked this character. I didn't brick this character, but I fucked up. Alright, so I would have been level 6 in under 30 minutes. Got them from every mob we killed. Really? So you have to kill, what, 12 mobs? So that would also fill out the Destinies tab. So that would be super easy. Now, would you do that before going to... Before going to the harbor? 4 skeletons, 4 cultists, 4 spiders. That easy, huh? Okay. Okay. Quick question, what summon are you playing? Fun fact, I'm actually playing tank. Since it's a wipe, I gotta play my tank. I have to. I'm forced to. I know, I wish there was another alternative. And then 3 random drops from all. Okay, I like that. That's not bad at all, if I'm being completely honest. Adventurer's chest. We got you. Oh, I have a lost and a second sword chest. Interesting. And then the Wanderer's weapon. The Wanderer's weapon is huge. That's a huge jump. So you should take the Lost Bow, then the Wanderer's weapon, and that's going to be your best scaling early. I'm 23.7 fizz power right now, so that's huge. I have a couple of things that I can sell. Granted, it's not going to be much. Splintered longbow is not going to sell. Lost chest piece, that's going to sell for 24 copper. All right. So, I mean, not the worst set of circumstances. Is the novice combat bugged? Novice combat, they just added that one. I think that was just added today, if I do remember correctly. I don't remember seeing that one prior to today. So, I would assume that one is going to get its rewards. Shit, hopefully soon, TM. But, that'd be nice. After church, where do we go to level Nuela? I don't quite know where everybody's gonna go for their loops, if I'm being completely honest. That is the point of variance, and that's what we're trying to figure out, like, from... Also, I kind of ran into a weird bug. I was able to get 2 caravans. I guess, oh wait, no, that just, never mind. Everything's fine. I'll report it. Let me make a quick stop at church to peek at
I'm not good at math.
Yo, Crackle.
I'm not very smart.
EDU dog, how are you? What's the minimum level for HUUUGE? I don't like POIs, I'll be completely honest. Minimum level, I mean, probably go there like, what, 5? Fucking 6? Somewhere around there if you wanted to. Like, you could quest into church or HUUUGE. Like, you could. If you really wanted to. But also, I haven't gone to HUUUGE in a while to see what it's at. Probably just started leveling in the Riverlands. You just gotta avoid everything. HUUUGE is a maze quest. Maze quest where you turn in the tower quest. Takes a while though. Yeah. It's also gonna be con shit. Like, I just want to get off of the beaten path as quickly as possible. Out to a nice start where I can just post up with the boys. If we can hit 6 from questing, go to a grind that is like level 8 to level 10s, and then grind there until level 10, get weapons, and then transition elsewhere at level 10, then we're set. That's literally all we need to worry about. But yeah, I think have everybody grab the church quest in case it is yoinkable. Like, if you have a full group that gets in, that is 22k bonus XP. That's quite nice. So if we know where to go for that, if everybody knows where the mobs are, if everybody's in sync for that, that's a huge chunk of XP. That is definitely worth, that's going to be half of your 6 to 7. So if it lines up, that's phenomenal. Do I immediately think that it's going to line up for most people? Nope. Make one loop around the back of church, it's done. Yeah, if everybody else isn't making their loops around the back of church. Like, I'm just, that's my concern with any POIs, dog. Now, if you're the first one there, then you're fine, but... Just a church and a 3-man team in under 5 minutes? Right. Without thousands of players trying to launch through this one area. Everything's easy when there aren't thousands of players at the ruins of Ayla. This is why we're trying to get the fuck out as fast as humanly possible. Like I am right now, under 30 minutes to level 6. No killing. Well, technically killing 10 mobs. Coming out with a bow, a weapon, a chest, bracers, and a necklace. That is enough for me to start mob grinding as a tank. So what I'm leaning is like, why would I not just hit that and then take my entire group to like the tropics or to the desert or some bullshit? What do we have for interesting desert AoE grinds? Cause like low key, we could swim from the harbor to the desert at the end of this and probably be the first people in the desert. Get some broodlings at the same time. We don't have gathering tools right now. Only problem with that, someone would have to do sweat. Don't all desert towns have a lot of mobs right outside? Yeah, but it's kind of like, are they super efficient mobs to grind? Now, beast mobs have been dropping more item drops since a recent change. So that's intriguing. And then at the north of Sunhaven, where the fork in the river is, you have minotaurs. Got crude hunting bows in the anvils. Well, so if you do sweat of your brow in the Riverlands, then you get the gathering tools. But sweat of your brow isn't really that efficient in terms of like the time spent on it. Comparatively to XP payout, you know what I mean? It like holds you up and takes you to an area that you otherwise wouldn't have to go to. And so it's like a deviation from the normal route. You get your tools fast. Like, the thing with it is even if you're getting it fast and it's 3 minutes, that 3 minutes could scale into a lot of downtime. I don't think it's the worst to do, but you do 2 quests and have all the tools. Until you're waiting on gatherables and you can't get a fucking oak and then a granite. It's not bad though. I could see how much time it adds on, but I feel like it's gonna add on too much time to be worth it. Because again, the emphasis is get the fuck out of the Riverlands. as fast as possible. At least mine is anyways. Dynamic gridding's gonna be on. I don't trust it. I don't trust the robot overlords. I'm gonna be real with you. They have to prove themselves to me before I fully give in to them. Damn clankers, bro, they're taking over. Ren Kaio is crazy. Yo, Kaio. So, what you'll want to do, interact with the Caravanserai assistant twice for the first 2 interacts. So just like spam F, or whatever your interact is. When you've done that twice, you'll want to go to the bottom interact where he tells you to go over to the Caravan Master. Then you'll talk to the Caravan assistant again, and then you'll spam F again, and he'll give you a 4th accept. So you have to accept, alternate interact, accept, and then accept again. If that makes sense. That's the speedrun route of it. So for me, it's like mash F, shift F, mash F, mash F. And then I'm good. Then I have everything that I need in multiple levels. I'm curious where these gearboxes are going to come from too. Because with the gearboxes, we're going to be able to get a decent little set together. Helm is going to be at level 10 or level 9. But if I just keep slamming on heavy shit, I have 4 pieces of heavy right now. And then we get a belt and 5-piece heavy. All right, dope. So once I make the changes to fixed quests, I think level 8 from questing will probably be possible. Is that level 8 from questing with every quest along the way, including church? Because that's a little bit of what my concern is. But I mean, even then it's fine. Getting to level 6 in under 30 minutes with half of the quest borked, I'm fine with that. I could hit 6 in probably 25 minutes, I think, with a solid run. And I think that's a consistent replicatable. Now, keep in mind, this, if the other caravan quest was working where you could defend a caravan, would be another 15k XP. That would get us up halfway to level 7. Then from there, level 7, you can go grind level 10 mobs. So it seems 1 to 10's tutorial phase for new players, which makes sense in the long term. Like right now, it's almost half, but it's also not almost half, by the way. But right now it's almost half of the levels. Long term, it's gonna be a fucking drop in the bucket. Like 1 to 10 versus 11 to 50. Oh my god, new players are gonna have so goddamn much to do. I'm liking this though. This seems like a lot more of a streamlined 1 to X. Now, you wanna know what's kind of funny? A lot of these quests existed in the first place. It's just taken a lot to put them together. 49 to 50 will probably take longer compared to 1 to 10. Oh, 49 to 50 will definitely take longer comparatively to 1 to 10. Yeah, no, keep in mind there's gonna be like experience debt and everything along the way too. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, 49 to 50 is going to absolutely rail people's mentals. Because at that point too, every death is a crash out. It's not just like, oh, this is a slight inconvenience, let's go kill a couple mobs, haha. A 49 to 50 death is going to be hours of grinding. Hours of grinding for 1 death. You will be fucking livid. Livid if there is a death. Me, it's a tank. I'm not looking forward to that bullshit. Imagine an open world PvP call at level 49. Imagine when my entire group's level 49 and I'm level 37 because I'm fucking tanking. Imagine. Can't wait.
Can't wait, man. I look forward to it so much every single day. Being able to put my body on the line, my life on the line. It's wonderful. It's phenomenal. I love everything about this. I die first in PvE. I die when nobody pushes in PvP. Is all sad. Is all sad all the time. There is no joy. There is no happiness. But yeah, I'm gonna be real. I'm really liking this first time user experience, man. This is far better and far, I think, more laid out and organized than what people had previously. Can't prove you wrong, but I hate your logic. Man, I've been doing it for too goddamn long. I have been tanking in MMOs since I was a literal child. And I had to spend way too much of my childhood explaining to grown-ass men that the mobs are designed to literally die to us. And if we're dying to them, that poses a substantial problem. And they just have to pay attention and not stand in the bad shit. And if they can accomplish that one simple thing, then anything is possible in the game that we are playing. I had to plead with people for the most baseline of baselines, dog. Like, I had to actually plead with people to just pay the fuck attention. Like to double my XP debt and give it to the next person. Oh, God. Yo, I could do, like, payday loans on XP debt. Where it's like, I'll help you farm off your XP debt, but anytime I get into XP debt, you have to help me farm it off, and I'm always going to be in more. Yeah. I think we're cooking. I think we have now solved the XP debt crisis. Tanks are no longer down horrendous. Starting block market? No, it's... So, hear me out. My long-term goal is to get into pimping. I think a lot of content creators get into like real estate, crypto, whatever it may be. I think from an entrepreneurial standpoint, pimping is an incredibly good business venture because you do not need a storefront. You do not need a bunch of money up front. You just need hoes of some form, and then you need a client list. And providing you've got both of those, you're good to go. Isn't Steven your pimp? No, Steven doesn't really like dispatch me on jobs or anything. I'm kind of like independent to a certain extent. I get to pick which dicks I suck. So yeah, I don't know, like I don't really get pimped out. If Steven paid me to stream Ashes, I would be Steven's pimp. Wait, Steven would be my pimp. Yeah. But Steven doesn't pay me to stream Ashes. At least that anybody can prove. For legal purposes, that's a joke. I'll just throw that out there. 5,000. Listen, shit. I'd sell. No, I wouldn't sell out for 5,000. I like being able to yap like in an uncensored, very free way, you know? Not that I'm like uncensored in a sense of being like out of pocket or anything, but like I enjoy yapping in a way where I feel as though I can speak truthfully and I can provide good and bad. You have a referral code, so you're a paid shill. I'm not a paid shill until I get paid for it. Now, I'm trying to build up enough referrals to where I can say I'm a paid shill, but like, gotta get paid to be a paid shill, dog. Exclamation Ashes. Thank you for supporting the stream and helping me be a paid shill for Ashes of Creation. Because right now, I'm promoting this shit off passion alone. You tell me that there's a fucking Bugatti or two behind it. Boys, now we're talking. Now we're talking. That's just maybe enough for me to get on TikTok. Maybe do a little dance or something. You never fucking know at this point in time. Good golly. Ashes OF goes hard. Oh no. Oh no. The Men of Ashes calendar coming soon. We're not getting involved in that. I don't want to get involved in that. I will not be. I would have that'd have to be a lot of clams. They would have to sell out. This naked Renkai in the go hard. People
have swayed far from God. And I'm hoping it doesn't extend into this chat. Yeah, just vanish. Just vanish. Yep. Yep. No, that's the best. It's the best thing you can do there, man. I think that is probably what the vanish command was intended for. Back when God made vanish in 1998. Just a bunch of dwarf feet? Oh, why a bunch of dwarf feet? Why are you discriminating against toes? I feel like that's not very nice. Alright, can I add in sweat without substantial time added on? Because, I'll be real, I don't know, I think it's gonna add in too much time. I wish there was any way around it. I'm not confident the sweat doesn't add in just a metric fuck ton of time to my route. Because at the very least, you're sitting here processing for a fucking minute. And then you're turning in, like, you're gonna be 3 to 5 minutes on sweat. And a lot of it's just gonna be passive time. I can't sit here, I can't do anything during this 15-second processing. Does everyone need to do sweat or just one person? I mean, probably just one person, right? But like, if one person's doing it, you might as well have the group do it type shit. I feel like it's kind of what it breaks down to. There's not really a sense to do it outside of that because it's going to delay the group anyways at that point. So, I don't know. I would say just have the whole group do it, but it's also only a couple thousand XP. It's not that crazy. Like, I guess it's... What are we looking at with sweat? It's 2,600 XP. To just full run sweat, to turn into completion. That's not much. The biggest benefit is gathering tools, but like, we'll be able to have gathering tools incredibly easily anyways in the long term. Like, somebody's gonna do sweat. Somebody's gonna start Riverlands, and somebody's gonna get their tools from there to start. Like, sweat isn't about XP, it's about gathering tools. It's not about victory, it's about proving a point. Yeah, I don't really think the gathering tools are that worth early on, I don't know. I'm not quite, oh, whoops. VOD ended. There we go. You guys get death roll VODs. There you go. No F, no F. It was a fake F. The VOD ended. Sorry. I'm still here. That was the end of the VOD from yesterday. Everything's fine. Dusty's alive. No need to panic. If you go to the desert, might as well tame broodling. Yeah, but what if I don't want to wait for broodlings? Delete sweat from your mind. It isn't real. You know, that is true. They literally said sweat of your brow was being deprecated. What is deprecated? Like, what does deprecated mean? Because deprecated makes me think that it's... I thought it was live. This is all fake and pre-recorded. Yeah, no. This is actually Dusty AI. Yes. Retired. Okay. Well, I'm gonna delete this character then. I can't unpack and pack the practice crate. At the caravan area, did you not get credit? Did you do it wrong? You have to do it in a specific sequence to not fuck it up. How do you do the crate quest? The sequence for doing the crate quest is talk to the caravanserai assistant, accept the first quest. Talk to him again, spam your interact, accept again. Talk to him a third time, use the last interact option to get the caravan, like, deployment quest, accept that. Talk to him a fourth time, and then accept your crate quest for the final time, and then from there, you get the crate, and then you go put it in your storage and pack it in your storage when you run over to the caravan master. It is really confusing, but it's essentially spam interact once, spam interact twice, final interact option, spam interact. How do you put it in the storage? Interact with the caravan master, and then when you're interacting with the caravan master, you are then going to you're then just gonna pack it, and it'll go in your storage there. It's all just about packing it though. Set up auto clicker. I wouldn't set up auto clicker. I just don't like that too much. It's like the old quest like commission and the Emerald Spring quest aren't working. Is it normal the old quest like commission and Emerald Spring quest? Yeah. They've revamped the first time user experience pretty heavily. So a lot of the quests that people might be used to are neither going to be the same as they were, nor, you know, will all of them be there in the first place. So I would expect multiple things to be quite revamped. And there are still going to be more changes coming along where we'll still see even more systems change. And more changes to the first time user experience, probably even before the 11th here. So most of the changes, I'll be real, I have been a really large fan of so far. Everything's a little more streamlined, makes a little more sense. I love kiting the goblins over to where the mobs are. That is just such a huge speed up. Or not to the where the mobs are, where the guards are. They just cleave all of my gobs for me. Did the caravan quest, but he has nothing left for me. Got 14k from the van. You accepted the caravan quest, but the caravan's assistant has nothing else for you? Weird. Oh wait, Blue, I'm right behind you right now. Word. Alright, yeah, so I'm making my character running down toward Lionhold right now. I just restarted again so I can ignore sweat once again. But it's just first interact, spam, first interact, spam, last interact, spam, first interact, spam. There should be 4 total interacts. So if we went on that, it'd be 7 from all the quests we have now, including church, but not the mace quests. And what's your total time to that, and how much can you optimize it? I would really like to not have POI related kill quests. You know my fear around that. You know my hesitancy around that. Like, if it is just something where, like, we pick it up and then go from there, but also we're not going over to Avon's End. Because we'd have to go to Avon's End to grab church. The church one is not happening. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. I think we stick on the 6 route for now. And if the 6 route happens to put anything fruitful out for us, then awesome. But I think we stay on the 6 route at this point in time. Now the question then becomes, where would we be able to go after grinding to 6? I think over an hour. Oh god. Yeah, no, fuck that. To get to 7, I would rather go 25 minutes, maybe 20 if we super optimize pathing, to get to level 6, and then from there just get the fuck out of there, you know? Go to a grind area that's got like level 8, level 9 stuff, and then from there just pump up. I mean, we could always hit grind area 1 and then hit that for less than an hour, go grind area 2 after the fact, and then we're into 10 plus. Still go without church. Hope new and bug quests coming soon though. Oh my god, yeah. No, new quests, quests that are missing, finding out where these crates come from in quests could be a big thing as well. There are still many changes that are going to be coming about, but the fact that we're parsing what we're parsing now, and we're at least like getting the really good loop in place to build off of. If I can get to 6 in 20 minutes with this current loop, and then they're just slapping in more convenient quests, bro, we'll be able to get to 8 in 30 minutes if they slap in some more scaling quests. Even if we hit 7 in 30 minutes, 8 in 40 minutes off a questing route, 8 in under an hour means that we're doing apprentice armor and weapon grinds in literally under an hour. That is a game changer for us. Absolute game changer. Especially compared to last phase when it was like, okay, well, everybody get your mount and then run away. We have so much more knowledge of questing routes now. It's actually kind of fucking insane. I was clueless. I was the blind trying to lead the blind because I was trying to figure out where grinding spots would be because all questing was bad. And then I was enlightened. I was shown the way. I think 8 in under an hour is completely possible. Yeah, especially once the new quests come in. Especially once the new quests come in. I think with 6 in under 20... I don't want to say under 25 minutes. I think 6 in 25 minutes is doable. And if 6 in 25 minutes is doable, 6 to 7 is 40k XP and change. Like, server Q boss is what I'm truly afraid of. Get in early, get in often, dog. Streamer client OP. Yeah, that's the thing. Now, that's also the benefit of a questing loop early, is that you get in first, and if you have a questing loop that's a no-kill questing loop like we have right here, then if shit goes south and the group split, you solo, you find mobs to smack wherever, and you're still somewhere ahead of the curve, even with a partial group. If your entire group says, we're gonna start grinding here, you hit your quests and then you come here and catch up, as long as you have a no-kill questing route that is uncontestable and is guaranteed you can do this in this much time as long as your path is right, then it's so easy to catch people up. Because it might make a difference if they're like level 8 versus level 10, but it's also like, it's not gonna make a difference when they are level 15 and you're level 15 and a quarter. Thank you to Horse for the first 3 Goblins quest. You complete the first 3 Goblins quest. That gives you the quest to go talk to the dude in Lionhold, and then you talk to the dude in Lionhold, and he gives you the horse. The first 3 Goblin quest is to activate the chains to go into Lionhold, and then gives you an amulet. Yes. But yeah, I mean, trying to figure out when servers are going up, being there for when servers go up, and then just fucking praying, dog. Now, dynamic gridding could also help server worker capacity, especially in the starting areas. A lot. It could be a huge impact that would potentially maybe make it a little less punishing to get stuck in a queue, because queues are not across the entire server. This is also why I really want to get the fuck out of the starting areas as fast as humanly possible. It's all making sense to people now, huh? So basically, what I'm trying to do is get us to a point where we're no longer on queue workers. We are no longer at risk of getting disconnected and logging back into a queue or anything like that. So from there, we just pump. We get on, we get ahead, and then we go again. And that's the largest thing that I think any of us can actively shoot for right now. Spread propaganda that Anvil's the best starting area? Oh my god, I absolutely can. I can probably get so many people to spawn in the Anvils. I did it last phase, I'll do it again, god damn it. Bro, I just think running this on loop is enough. So many people are gonna do questing to like level 4 and then hit stuff in the Riverlands. I think the biggest thing is creating some distance between yourself and other players where you physically get so far ahead from this questing route. Even if it's just a few minutes to start. You use that few minute gap to create distance between yourself and the other players. And then you ball. Let's have a lonely race all the sweat. Well, it's not even about if sweat's good, Bunny. Sweat is literally being taken out of the game. Like, sweat in the patch notes is being retired. Sweat of your brow is gone. It's not worth doing because it's not going to exist. That's what we've been trying to say about sweat. They literally said in the patch notes, sweat of your brow is being replaced with other things. Yeah. That's why we're like, don't waste your time with sweat, because like sweat and some other things are still being changed before the 11th. So like this was just made useless. It'll still be in the game files, but inaccessible. It's being taken out back and shot. The SWAT quest was supposed to be gone this patch. Not sure what happened. Probably just didn't have the other tools quest available for the Riverlands yet. I then needed to enable that. But yeah, so what we're doing right now is trying to find the baseline of the baseline. Like, this is for me like the skeleton of the body, right? And once they end up putting meat on the bones in terms of the quests that are available for the starting experience, I will then be able to figure out where I want to go to get the additional experience that I actually need to accomplish my goal. And right now, I'm like, I can get this baseline of level 6+ with a bugged Caravan Defend quest. If the Caravan Defend quest wasn't bugged, I could get 6.5 in 25 minutes. And then from there, if we get another half level, 20k XP worth of questing, that's level 7, and we can find a level 10 place to grind immediately. And that can be a huge difference maker. Absolutely huge difference maker. Now, I will say one of the largest slowdowns that I'm having right now is when I hop off my fucking mount, it just runs off into the oblivion, just keeps running, and then I can't get back on it. But it is what it is. The Anvils is the best starting area. Anvils is the best starting area. This is a secret tech that I didn't want to leak, so I didn't even go Anvils. It is such good tech that I, myself personally, told my entire community to go there, and I couldn't even go there because we had to keep it proprietary. I couldn't tell you, I couldn't show you, I couldn't do anything. But yeah, so with this, like, skeleton of a prog, we figure this out. We figure out how to get the most efficient 6+ route. And upon completing that objective, more quests come in, and we follow this route and we say which quests are convenient along this route. Which quests are not convenient along this route. Which quests are going to cost us more time than they're actually saving us. And how can we further optimize the balance between the two? And for me, this is really fun. I will memorize this route like the back of my hand, which I already am getting it very down. The toughest part for me is hitting Road to Jova clean without getting involved in mobs and losing time there. And then not getting caught up in the interacts at the crate guy. And if I can avoid those two hitches, boys, anything is possible. Doss, you're not doing well on the Gambas tonight, buddy. I'm so sorry. You're not doing too well on the Gambas at all. Fuck me. That's sad to see, boys. Surely somebody can hit a fat gamble all and win right now, right? I believe in any one of you to do what Doss is currently incapable of doing. And if you don't, you're missing. Oh. HK. HK, no. He's gone. Alright, Doss, profiting off of HK's death. This was the grand conspiracy all along. The VIPs, the peasants, they all must die. Everybody, VIP or not, must go down. And the mods must eat. It's a prioritization. RIP Blackblood. Alright. Alright, Mad Mike is up. Wait, we're huge. Mad Mike with a double up. Phoenix. Phoenix, you must. You must. There's nothing stopping you other than your own fear. Oh god. Maybe that fear should have been a little stronger. Maybe you should have felt the fear. Is it over? Yeah, bro, you gotta find a new streamer to watch now. RIP. It's like you went bankrupt, you can't go back home to your wife now. We know you're poor. We know that you have fucking nothing. No power, no riches. We need to get Steven to hit an exclamation gamble all at some point. That'd kind of be a banger. I bet he would win. He never loses, especially when he takes all the Ashes money to the Baccarat tables. I still think that's what's happened. I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure Samia's Hope is slower. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Samia's Hope. I actually started Samia's Hope last phase. Like, well, I guess the start of this phase. It's okay. But is a bit slower. Is further from second sword without a second sword alternative. And it's just like it's bringing your momentum the opposite direction of where you want it to go. So like if second sword had an equivalent that was over on Samia's side, then that'd be phenomenal, but that just simply doesn't exist at this point in time. So I'm kind of like, all right, well, maybe not. Been divorced for years. My wife can stay wherever she's at. Banger. Okay, cool. Well, I hope you don't go bankrupt then, Mr. Phoenix. I hope you don't. Because that's, you know, it's a bad state of affairs. No wife to go home to and bankrupt. I'm pretty sure that's how crackheads were born. So, I mean, who knows? Maybe you have a new future ahead of you. Maybe a new line of work. Many opportunities opening up very soon. Wait, Doss. You're down bad. Have you considered SIGs inside? Because I've never seen a man lose in the way that you are losing today. I have not. It's pain. It's actual pain. I just went bankrupt. Shit's actually awesome. Excuse me? Wait, what do you mean you just went bankrupt? Do you have like a shitload of debt and then you just cleared that bitch out real quick? Because absolute fire. Congrats if you did. Like IRL, yeah. So how does that work? Can you just stack up a bunch of debt and then just be like, GG, I'm bankrupt, and then get to keep the stuff? Or did they take the stuff? Yes. Wait, you kept the stuff? They got rid of debt. By going bankrupt? Think it depends on which bankruptcy you do. What? Your credit's just ruined for a few years. Right, but if I buy a house and then go bankrupt, what would I need credit for in a few years? Wait, is this a life hack? Just go bankrupt? 713 11 I think is third. Wait, so if you went bankrupt, you lose the house. Wait, but Tech said he literally just went bankrupt. It's like 7 years of crap credit. Right, but it's a 50-year mortgage. House is security for a mortgage, so the bank takes the house. Okay. What if I buy the bank and then go bankrupt? We think bigger. Your house is protected. Okay, wait, so take me through this. Did you buy a house and then just declare bankruptcy and you're like, oh, I get to stay? You keep your house and file bankruptcy on unsecured credit cards, personal loans, etc. Okay, so what if credit card bankruptcy is different from mortgage? What if I get a credit limit large enough to put a house on it, and then I declare the credit card bankruptcy? Am I a genius? Have I just won the housing market? You can go to jail for fraud. I don't think that's necessarily fraud. Because if I put a house on a credit card and then ran out of money, then that's just poor spending. It is with intent. You can't prove the intent. This is hypothetical. I can't even say hypothetical. I couldn't plan out fraud. The fuck do you mean? Should tell Steven the secret tech? I've never heard of Steven making a house payment. He's literally never talked about making a house payment in any of the dev streams. How do we know he hasn't done this? The fuck do you mean? Bunch of narcs up in here. Alright, chat, hear me out. We could all say, oh, fraud's bad. Or exploit early, exploit often. We can all get some houses up in this bitch. Now, I know this tech's probably gonna get nerfed in a little bit here once it gets reported by all the goody two-shoes. But like, I mean, shit, what's a little bit of econ farming? Stashing my exploits for live. I'm trying to keep them in my back pocket, really not show my hand too much. Shit's been around and people do it all the time. So, okay, wait, can I pry? What was your bankruptcy filed for? Like, what debt did you clear out? Did you put like a fucking car on a credit card and stuff and then you were like, oh no, this is too expensive, bankrupt? Or did you actually get like a fucking house and then like absolve house debt? I'm curious. Don't incriminate yourself. Because apparently some fucking narcs be out there. Don't incriminate yourself. But now I'm curious. Like, what level of just elimination of debt are we looking at? Because I'm curious. My friend's curious. My friend, the accountant. Not me, I'm not an accountant, though. I ain't seen shit. Yeah, you keep your fucking head down. You keep fucking walking. I don't want to see you look back. Honor to kill Minotaur quest for second sword to be fixed. Hopefully. Fucking hopefully. I mean, they got a lot of good quests though that need to be fixed. Cleared out roughly 80k worth of debt. My car, motorcycle, and house were all protected under Chapter 7, which means my debt went poof. Wait, so is Chapter 7 all of your debt? Is Chapter 7 just like biz? Just make 80k from doing that, basically. All secured debt. So you didn't have like a mortgage on your house? Or you had a mortgage on your house, but a mortgage is still secured debt? What's the difference with that? Report new Ayla start level 4, 0 item drops from goblins, no emblems, 8 dim glint. Oh no. Exclamation Baki. Oh no, DOS. DOS is so poor. DOS, give yourself a little mod stimmy. Yes, yes. You might want to make, might want to legit make an anvil strat just in case there's something like Riverland's Q only. Oh, whoops. I wasn't paying attention. Ha ha ho ho. That's my bad. I just got one-shotted by some birds. So, like, I have put in a lot of time in the anvils. I was actually planning on starting anvils last phase until I had a very late change of heart that resulted in me not going to the anvils. Very much not going to the anvils. And, oh, I just hit my knee on my desk. Wah! Like, I did a lot of speedruns of that linear, like, the anvil shotgun start, as I call it, where I was just trying to get the fuck out the mountain as quick as possible. You'll notice a couple trends in my starting leveling urgency. Get the fuck out of the starting area as quick as possible. Yes. Yes. No system guarantees wins, but solid tips. Bet on banker, avoid ties, quit well ahead, set loss gain limits, avoid progression systems, and manage bankroll. Practice with free games first. I don't think I can make points appear. Yeah, do exclamation add points 10,000, DOS. Yeah, you can make points appear. You have power, you're God here. You have a sword. If you have sword, you have power. No space between the add points. Yeah, do exclamation add points, all one word, and then do the 5,000. And then you're good. I know my way around these parts. I've given out stimmies before. Oh, wait. Maybe give points? Try give points. There's a way that you can do the points as a mod. I'm pretty sure. If it works, then I'm gonna have a crippling mod gambling addiction. Oh. There it is. Okay. Maybe you just have to type your own name. Okay, maybe try to like exclamation add points. Wait. Hold on. What is it? Is it exclamation add points? DustyWhy 10,000? Oh wait, DOS, try that. Try exclamation add points. How am I ranked 279 out of 31,000? You only have 10k followers. Well, not everybody that comes through the channel drops a follow. Which is why, personally, if you are here and you're not dropping the follow, then drop the follow. You guys are missing out. I thought you had to get points to follow. Thought you had to get points to follow. Wait, what? Oh. Why the game looked like that? Why the game looked like what? Look good? Or look like what? Thought you had to follow to get points? Oh no, you can just lurking at points. Why always talking about poop? Poopy guy. Bro, I've been pooping like 3 times a day. What you mean? What you mean, young Soph? Only admin can. Oh, weird. It won't let you hack the system. Oh, low FPS. Oh, it's because so many people are here. It's this is footage from like the dual tourney that Intrepid put on yesterday. And when there are a lot of people in one area, it will limit like player actions and make them a little chunkier, and like that, lower FPS, so to say, to keep overall frames running smoother, if that makes sense. So it kind of like cuts the animations to make the overall performance better. Fupo, thank you for the hydrate, my friend. Oh my god, Phoenix is broke too. Phoenix lost all 30 points. That's so sad. Emu, you're rank 40. You know what you must do. Everybody must. I need to see all of the points liquidated, chat. It's a late Dusto stream, even though we're not able to show screen. I must see every single one of those points absolutely obliterated before the end of stream. Oh god, Gravon. Oh no. Oh no, this is gonna be bad. Wait, DOS is up. Text down. Gravon. Gravon has 144,000. Never been so rich in points before. Listen, Walkie just went up. Emu, you could be richer. Oh, Gravon, no! Oh, down goes Gravon. Oh my god, it's a bloodbath. The coins are coming out like a fucking Sonic death. Oh god, it's a bloodbath. Holy shit. Wow, it's a bloodbath. Oh my god, Emu, do it. Emu, you must. You must! Like, everybody's losing right now. This means that you will win. 1000%, Emu. I believe in you more than I've ever believed in anybody. Don't let me peer pressure you, but you must. You did! Emu's up. Emu's so up. Oh my god, where's he at the moment? Yo, what a parch. This is the VOD from yesterday's dual tourney. We were over in the anvils towards the starting area. So yeah, they held it right outside of the mountain towards the south of the base of the mountain. If you look on your map, that big ass starting area, it's right to the south of that. So they have a lot of these like stone pillars and stuff like that. It's a really beautiful area, especially in the mountain, man. If you have not made a character yet in the dwarf starting area over in the anvils, I would highly, highly, highly recommend making at least one. Just so you can check out like the ambiance a little bit, dude. It's nice. It's pretty over there, if I do say so myself. So, what's the plan for tomorrow, lads? Because we've tested the shit out of this starting loop. I'm gonna be real. There's not too much else that we can even test regarding the starting loop until more things get actually fixed up. Samia's Hope is so much slower than Lionhold. Really? That bad? Like, that bad comparatively? Aye. We'll take over the world. Fubo, we will take over the world one day at a time. Ashes will continue to take over the world. And it will. But in-game now is at the tourney. Oh, in-game now, I'm just doing Riverlands loops. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what that starting loop in the Riverlands is actually going to lead to. I mean, that's the big point of it for me. I want to make sure that I'm able to optimize that and just keep it pumping, but I also need to make sure that I don't burn myself out because I don't take breaks. I'm not taking a full day off, so I got to be careful. So the patch notes, did they remove XP and weapon XP when in raid groups? Yes, to stop raid groups from just pumping each other up from the seams of it, which is a large change, but make a list of what was worth it. It was not our best in order to do again. Yeah, I mean, I got the order down really well at this point. It's just like right now we're waiting on more quests to actually come online, more quests to actually be fixed, more quests to actually be implemented. They've been pretty communicative that like there is more planned. It's just not there yet, right? So it'll be in before the 11th. We'll have time to test it. But what we're doing right now is just like getting that baseline, right? From that, we want to build, and we will try to build off that in any way that we can as they add in more quests. So, like, wait, we got patch notes on a Saturday? The fuck? Weird. Oh my god, that's weird. Yeah, that's strange. We usually don't get big update pushes on Saturdays. Huh! All right, well, Intrepid working the weekend this weekend, boys. So, I mean, I would assume no patch, no push on a Sunday. I think they're going to let this sit and let this run, which would maybe mean, because they said the weekend would be an emphasis of level 1 to level 9 prog. So I'm thinking they're going to let this run. So we shall see. But I'm probably going to get myself some food, get ready for another grind day tomorrow. Because we got a lot to figure out still, boyos. We got a whole lot of info. We got a whole lot of everything. Devs aren't chained to the devs. They should be. It's fucking bullshit. Devs' rights and stuff like that, bro. I'll replace their shit with AI. I swear to fucking God. How's the movie last night? Oh, Fupa, the movie was phenomenal. I actually really liked the movie. I know someone will give me shit out there, but like, the movie was really good. Wicked 2 was great. I had a lot of fun. I think they did it very well. There was one scene that kind of caught Carla and I off guard. Like, kind of caught us very off guard. Like, I don't want to put spoilers out there because it's new or anything, but Road to Jova quests, what's the optional Minotaur Ball quest do? Nothing as far as I can tell. I think anything optional just means ignore this and have an overall more more optimal route, you know? I think medical debt and divorce are the two big things that lead to bankruptcy in the US. Maybe the US would be in a better place if medical divorce and bankruptcy, or medical debt and divorce weren't leading to bankruptcy. But it was smart plays. Is a kind of guard reason to go watch? Because was it twist type thing? Like, I think the movie itself, if you've seen Wicked 1, like, was a really good movie in the first place. I think the movie itself is definitely worth going to watch. If you haven't seen it, watch Wicked for free. Then go watch Wicked 2. Like, I would recommend going to check out Wicked. It was a very fun movie. The scene provided oh, it's Phoenix. Hi, Phoenix. The scene provided absolutely nothing of value to the movie and was just random as hell. Random as hell. Zans has fanfics that he's living out. Are you trying to get Wicked? I mean, that's not it, but I mean, brother be living out fantasies there. Goddamn. But yeah, no, it was a good movie. I'd give it a check if you do so have the time. Boys, if you're new to the channel, make sure you drop the follow. So you know when I go live daily. I'm about to take off, get some food for the evening, get back tomorrow. I do start stream around 2 p.m. EST every single day. Stream around 8 to 10 hours a day. All ashes, all the time. So, oh my God. If you guys haven't been here before, make sure you follow so you know when I go live daily. You guys can ask anything you're wondering about Ashes at any point. More than happy to help out, provide the information. More than happy to be here making content for y'all and putting Ashes out there in at least some light, man. I will be back tomorrow, Phoenix. I appreciate you, dog. And I'll get you guys up. We got the Wicked Dick of the West. Okay, Corla, you weren't supposed to steal my Wicked Dick of the West joke. Okay, well, I was going to tell Fupo after. So I guess I'll spoil now that Fupo is aware. So there's a Ceci scene. It's not a lesbian Ceci scene, but it's a Ceci scene. You don't see like witch titties or anything, but it's just like a scene that was meant to like be a, you know, we're together now love scene. And it was like the point of that was established very early in the scene. And then it was like, okay, well now let's take off our clothes. And it was like, okay, we understand that they're gonna fuck. And then it was like, well, now let's float our way over to this bed. And it was like, so I was right. Okay, so you were right, kind of, but it's not lesbian. Yeah. But like, so there's this like float over to the bed, and then there's this one-liner that's like etched into my head where the scene ends and this bitch goes, "This is the first time in my life I felt wicked." And that was how the scene ended. And I was uncomfortable. I'm gonna be completely honest. Like,
I expected Sydney Sweeney's titties to just pop up and she wasn't even in the goddamn movie. Like, it was just this random, like, you know, scene starts out and, like, strong buff man walks up behind magic casting woman and places hands on shoulders and it's like, I'm here for you, love. And it's like this romantic movie shot. And then it just kept, like, evolving. It just kept going and progressing. And I was like, all right, this scene is now 4 minutes long of, like, this not foreplay montage that would never actually, like, come about. They wouldn't be gracefully floating. They would be fucking like animals at that point with all of that tension actually established. Like, I don't know, man. The realism was dead at that point. Matt, thank you for the hydrate. But yeah, good movie. No titties. Other than that, would recommend. Popcorn and soda's expensive as fuck at movie theaters. We don't do this. Boys, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. I'll give you some more Wicked 2 spoilers. I'll give you all the DLs. Y'all, I love you. Thank you guys for showing up. And thank you for all the support today, man. It was an absurd amount of gifted subs, T1s, T2s, primes, everything. Like, I'm just so thankful for you guys, man. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. We'll have another banger stream, and we'll ball out. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace.
Farm him, reaped. Dead. Fucking idiot.